Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park here in South Australia for an event known as the Bend Nationals, simply because it is full of national racing categories. We've got a huge variety of national categories, got a couple of open wheeler categories, a tin tops category, and even some karts out there as well. So over the course of the day, we've got the national saloon cars, national Formula Ford, Superkarts, and Formula V as well. The racing yesterday was absolutely brilliant, and I'm sure it'll be much the same today. And we are going to kick things off with a huge field, nearly 40 saloon cars. They've got 2 more heat races before their winner-takes-all final later on this afternoon. That will end proceedings here at the Bend. So looking forward to the 3 races that saloon cars have to offer. But yeah, these certainly an interesting format, a unique format to Nationals competition. I'm Dan McCarthy. Alongside me is Martin Ancaro. The format, the Nationals format, certainly throws up a bit of some surprises sometimes, doesn't it?
Yes. Good morning, everybody, and good morning, Dan. Good morning here for Shell V-Power Motorsport Park, and of course, this is the weekend, of course, of the Saloon Car Nationals, and of course, this will be Heat 3 coming up in just a moment. Geez, plenty of incidents yesterday. We've got down there in the garages this morning, there's a few wounded cars, to say the least, and a few that won't be taken any further part also for the remainder of the meeting. We'll get to that a little bit later on, but certainly very much it was a South Australian lockout, wasn't it, Dan? Yesterday we saw Scotty Dornan, Sean Jamison, and Joel Heinrich take the top 3 positions, and that's how they'll line up when they come back out and make an appearance in a moment. Conditions this morning are cool again. We've got a bit of early rain here, and you can see those black clouds behind that camera shot, looking a bit more threatening as well.
You're tempting fate early this morning, Mark.
Actually, I said to you before, as a weather forecaster, I make a good commentator. So we'll keep that at bay at the moment. There's a shot of their main complex here at Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. The brave spectators up there at level 4. And you can see those flags as they were yesterday, working overtime again. Very breezy day here. Again, here they come. So saloon cars make their way out. And it certainly has also been one for the Holden fans, because they are the front 2 cars at the moment. The good old, we were talking about it yesterday, good old Holden versus Ford battles. And there were certainly plenty of them yesterday in various packs. This is how they're going to line up as they bring them all out. Let's have a look. So Scotty Dornan with the heat victory yesterday will sit on pole position in the actual line marking Commodore. Alongside of him will the Sedan Hotel sponsored Commodore there. Sean Jamison looked very strong yesterday. Joel Heinrich just biding his time back there in 3rd position. And he's also won the last Saloon Car Nationals here back in 2018 when they made their last appearance here. Car number 1, the current champion, Mason Harvey from Western Australia there. Multiple South Australian champion there, Wayne King in the AU Falcon. You've got Jackson Colo there in the 38 car. That's not quite right, he's not in the 38 car, but that's definitely him. Then we go back to Jacob Curry. Did a great job in the yellow Commodore there yesterday, and then Daniel Johnson in 8th position there.
Beyond that, we have Kane Baxter-Smith, who fell down through the field in race number 2 yesterday. I'll come on to that a little bit later on. He'll start ahead of Scott Godding. Mark Rosser got a 5-second penalty for not being in his grid box at the end of yesterday's race, so he falls down to 11th, just ahead of the reigning Victorian champion, Adam Lowndes. Tony Ordino will start from 13th, ahead of the youngster Deegan Preen. Jaden Jamison will start from 15th after his race 1 woes, ahead of Travis Lindorf, who again I'll touch on a little bit later on in this one. Adam Koberstein won the older spec EA and VN model class, and he'll start alongside his closest rival in Reginald Ralph. Blair Davies will come from 19th, ahead of local James Jeske. Then we have Vince Ciella, Justin Shembry, Jason Cruz, and Rick Gill rounding out the top 24 positions. But don't you worry, the names keep on coming through. Andrew McSwain from 25th in the Drive Events Falcon, ahead of West Aussie Christopher Neefsey. Then we have Sean Berger, Justin Shafee, Andrew Martin, Matthew Jager. Kerry Bright had some problems yesterday. He picked up some steering damage in a lap 1 incident. He'll start alongside Tim McNamara. in position number 32. Beyond that, these were the tale of woes yesterday. Michael Koberstein was involved in an incident. He was taken to hospital yesterday as a precaution. He's a bit battered and bruised, but other than that, he is okay, I'm pleased to report. So Michael won't be taking part today, but he is fortunately all okay. Gary Hills will start from 34th, ahead of David Lyons, who's done very well overnight to get his car repaired and back out there. Terence Belouv-De Silva will start from 36th, ahead of Brett Tate, who changed the gearbox yesterday, so he is back out taking part in his first heat of the weekend. And then at the very tail of the field, Jacob Prestopino, another car that's been fitted with a new gearbox overnight. The Victorian, he's had to put a road spec gearbox in, so not quite as sharp as the regular gearbox, but nevertheless he is out there on the circuit. He says to me, I'll have to take things a little bit more cautiously in this one. So he will have to nurse that in the guys' glass and glazing Holden Commodore at the back of the field. So although we had a few accidents and incidents, as you reported, Mark, we fortunately have a large majority of them back out there on the racetrack. I think it's only the Gary Hills and the Michael Koberstein car that aren't out there. So I think it's 37 of the 39, which, considering a couple of the incidents we had, I think we've got away with that quite well.
Yeah, those cars won't take any further part, unfortunately. A couple at the back of the pack here to keep an eye. Keep an eye for Tim McNamara in the AU Falcon. Kerry Bright, definitely. And Dave Lyons also at the back of the pack as well after his repair of the rear end of that car from that incident yesterday. And Jacob Prestopino, you just mentioned, obviously with a non-standard standard gearbox in that car, will be trying to fight his way back through the field. But there's the dominant three. Here they are. Green flag at the back of the pack. Who gets to just Scott Dornan's been very clean off the line so far in the first two heats. But he's got a very good competitor alongside him in there, and Sean Jamison. So the Commodores are on their way. Everyone trying to find their positions. Dornan again, good clean start, straight across the nose there of Jamison. So you'll take a clear lead over the crest there, heading towards the braking marker there at turn one.
Joel Heinrichs made a fantastic start. He's looking up the inside, although there's a bit of a lock-up. He looked at Jamison but couldn't quite get through. Mason Harvey remains in position number 4, but look at how congested it is in the mid-pack. Try and make your way through there without making contact with any other car. Bit of a lock-up there for Deegan Preen. I think that was running a little bit wide at turn number 3, but the banking of that corner means he won't lose too much time. He can get back on the power quite early and roar out of the corner as Jager, as he got a bit of an issue there out of turn number 3.
Yeah, very slow at the back of the pack there, the early model EA Falcon.
Here comes Lowndes up the inside of Godding, and Preen's having a little bit of a look up the Falcon as well, but can't quite make that one stick. They're fighting for around about a top 10 position there or thereabouts. Of course, they will have shuffled around a little bit on the opening lap of this race, but Adam Lowndes in the Pro-Prom Commodore continues to move forwards after issues in qualifying saw him start right at the back of the field. He has moved up in the first two heats to now find himself right around the top 10 positions. A man who's never raced at this track before, so finding his feet around this 4.95 kilometre circuit. But out in front, at the head of the field, in the action line marking, unsecured finance saloon car, heat number 3. It is the action line marking Commodore of Scott Dornan, the South Australian, one of the real front runners in saloon cars wherever he goes. He's taken wins in the Victorian Series this year. He's out in front as the Victorian Kane Baxter-Smith moves on through on the youngster Jacob Curry, who's been racing in Aussie racing cars just last weekend here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. But the young South Aussie return serving comes back up the inside. Those two were locked in combat throughout yesterday, and we're also with Daniel Johnson, who appears to have slipped back a couple of places in the yellow Falcon, with Adam Lowndes up the inside of him as they come around the final corner to complete lap number 1. Who are the big losers? Who are the big gainers? Well, Rosser and Lowndes are up 2 positions, but Neefsey is the biggest mover of the lot, the West Australian, up 10 positions, up into position 16. But Jacob Prestopino, bigger still, up 16 places from the back of the grid.
That's what we expected, isn't it? We're just keeping a close eye on the combination of Wayne King and Harvey there. They're alongside of each other there going out turn one. That's for a position change. Let's go to the camera shot at the moment. Where's that green and black machine? There it is. And this is a change of the lead. So go back to Sean Jamison, gets past Scott Dornan. They're clean as a whistle. See if he can pull this up down through the hairpin. And in fact, on the inside there, they drives defensively enough. So Jamison will hold on to the race lead in front of Scott Dornan.
I noticed as well that very defensive line there taken by Heinrich to try and hold off Harvey, and it's not worked. So Harvey's got the run out of the corner, and he has moved on through. So the West Aussie up into position number 3, and there's another West Aussie now attacking Joel Heinrich. It's another youngster. It's the 225 machine of Callow. So Callow up into the top 5 positions. In fact, it's a bit of a blue oval wash of the back half of the top 5. Holden's 1-2 as we saw yesterday, but after that it is a wash of blue oval cars. The Fords are certainly there or thereabouts, aren't they? Yesterday we saw a win and a second place each for Jamison and Dornan. Heinrich was forced to settle for position number 3 in both encounters, but it looks like Sunday is already bringing a bit of a different result, with the reigning Nationals champion Mason Harvey up into the top 3.
He certainly is. He's got company, though. He's got Joe Heinrich with him at the moment. So that's a battle there for third position. Back there, Deegan Preen there got company too. Got the 35 car just behind there of Daniel Johnson, the Victorian there. Sean Berger, who's been trying to muck his way through the field. Had mechanical issues yesterday. In fact, broke a drive line yesterday, so that car didn't finish the first heat. So car number 100 in the new Track Theory Livered car, making his way through the field. He's got company. That's the Shembury entry, car number 10. So that's a bit of another one of those Holden versus Ford battles through the later part of the pack.
Another Victorian that's not been here, Shembury. He said, I'm used to fighting a few guys that are a bit further down the road than what I am this weekend. He says, I'm just really trying to just learn the track as the weekend gets on. I'm learning more and more. So expect him to get stronger as the weekend goes on.
Ella's got some company too. That's Blair Davies and the Bob Sinclair Equipment Finance entry. Just the one car at this meeting. There's usually a 2-car team. So over the crest, that's a great camera shot. Nice and low there, looking over the gravel trap there. It's a very different camera angle. There's a Drysdale Mowers entry there, a Cruise. Oh, big brake lock up there. I think that was Prestopino just beyond the 99. So he's trying to charge his way through the field there after not turning the wheel and anger pretty much all week. Oh,
Jason Cruz lost the rear end there on the exit of turn number 6, putting 2 wheels on the grass, and he very nearly slid into the side of Kerry Bright, who has not had much luck here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park so far this year. He's here for a round earlier in the year, didn't have much luck there, and yesterday was one to forget as well, and I thought we were going to have him wiped out innocently there as well. Oh, Prestopino around the outside at turn number 11, gives him the inside for Crofty Corner. Brilliant pass by the ever-entertaining, the highlights reel himself, Jacob Prestopino.
Well, David Lyons just behind them. There he is. Evolution Crash Repairs entry. Had been all-nighter there. Had a lot of rear-end damage on that car, and he built the rear end, and there was something going on behind there.
Jason Cruz again getting all sorts of sideways. I think there's a problem. A puncture.
Oh, he's got a puncture.
Left rear has gone down. I did see some smoke. Maybe that was the reason for it. That's why he kept losing the rear end, I think, as well. So that's a bit of a shame for Jason Cruz, a newcomer to saloon cars in the last 12 months, but really solid start to his saloon car career, I suppose you'd call it, running very strongly in the Victorian Series, but an unfortunate puncture, but at least he can get that fixed and get back out there with still 8 minutes left on the clock.
Look at the back markers here trying to make their way through the field there. Jacob Prestopino, the Victorian. Kerry Bright, his fellow Victorian there. And local SA Stallwood there. Evolution Crash Repairs Commodore Dave Lyons. He hasn't had too much sleep last night. He's done virtually an all-nighter to rebuild the rear end of that car after an incident with Brock Bowley yesterday. And that car also still in dismantled formation at the moment down in the garage. So I don't think we'll see too much of that car either for the rest of the weekend.
Very good job, though, from David and his team to get that car back out there on the racetrack.
Well, Dave is the team.
True, good point. No, good
he
point.
is the team.
The sole man.
He's no crew there.
Scott Dornan. Scott Dornan has fallen down to 4th position, so a big shake-up here at the front of the field. Jamieson leads the way, but these young Ford Chargers are right there now, so not sure what's happened. Maybe an incident between Jamieson and the 4th place driver now, Scott Dornan. I'm not quite sure, but either way, Lyons has gone off, and he's putting a lot of left lock in there, and it is turning left. No, I think there's some steering damage there. One wheel's turning and the other one isn't. And he has gone off the road. But
that's interesting. I don't know if that's a failure or there's been contact with somewhere. You can see the front wheel there, certainly off camber there.
Here we go, though. The intensity is lifting as Mason Harvey slides it through turn number 14 and through the fishbowl, over the brow at turn 16 and down towards the great overtaking opportunity, the tight right-hander. Tighter than 90 degrees. It's a real overtaking opportunity. You've got to go down through the gears. But this is what the Ford fans wanted to see. They are taking the fight to the generals here today at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. Mason Harvey using every millimetre of road there on the exit of the final corner to try and get the best run he can on Sean Jamieson's Sedan Hotels Commodore. I was trying to get that out. I did eventually, as they look up the inside at turn 1. Here comes Dornan squirreling under brakes, looking at Heinrich, but not close enough on that particular occasion. We've got 3 Aussie racing car drivers together once again, as we saw that a little bit yesterday. The order has very much changed, but I'm so impressed by Callow, who continues to take it to these guys that have quite a bit of saloon car experience. He's a relative newcomer in comparison to these guys ahead of him, and very much a newcomer to this racetrack. David Lyons is trying to get this wounded Commodore back around to the pits, but to no avail at the moment. He's just trying to keep it out the ditch, somewhere out there lost in the wilderness.
He's out there trying to a bit of lawn mowing, I think they call that. Not going too far at all. So here we go. So Jamieson, well, there's Dave Lyons parked there. I just picked out where he was. So he's well off the track there. So we'll just have to sit it out. So Jamieson, where's all the young guns? Here they come. Mason Harvey, the Tribridge entry, current champion number 1 on the door there, trying to retain that badge. And now Joel Heinrich behind him. So the 2 fire-breathing Falcons behind the Commodore here, coming down under the braking marker here at turn 13, and they're sticking to their guns beautifully. Look at Heinrich there, the Heinrich performance entry. And he's now this will give us an idea what happened to Dave Lyons here.
He's got around the outside.
He's made contact with Prestopino, and his son Prestopino around as well. I'm not too sure what damage has been occurred to the 99 car there, but certainly Dave Lyons didn't fare too well out of that exchange.
No, let's have a look where Jacob Prestopino is. Trying to see him. He is still pressing on his fall and lost a fair few positions because of that spin, but he is still lapping in 25th position. But it looked to me like, I think he was trying to find a gear. We said he's got the standard road gearbox. I think he was trying to find a gear out of turn 3, lost drive, and David Lyons has just caught him. Caught a little bit off guard, I think, as they went on the run. The kink through turn number 4. Scott Dornan, another good run out of the final corner. He's got a better chance this time, I think, of getting Joel Heinrich down towards turn number 1. Later on the brakes this time. Side by side through turn 1. A little bit of a brake lockup as well. Further back down the field, Mark Rosser in the Commodore. This is very much blue versus red, isn't it? Rosser against Godding, 2 stablemates in the Sedan Hotels run cars. Of course, all of those run by Sean Jamieson, who is at the very front of the field, and another one as well directly behind in Deegan Preen, as they're side by side through the kink at 5, and then it'll be the notorious turn number 5, the fast left-hander around the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. Here we are looking a little bit further back at a couple of our EAVN class cars. That's currently being led by Koberstein, ahead of, he's got quite a margin ahead of Reginald Ralph at the moment, as Berger fires up the inside. I think Berger, for me, wins one of the best presented cars this weekend. It looks absolutely fantastic. The Track Theory Holden Commodore.
Yeah, new livery on that car for this race meeting. So it is the two stablemates there, the Morvale Garage entries there with, obviously, that's going to change of position too. Harvey on the inside of Jamison. That's for the race lead. Jamison on the inside of that corner there, exactly where he wants to be. Harvey hangs on. Oh, gets him around the outside for turn 15. Jamison on the other side, he goes across, goes back to, look at Heinrich.
Yeah.
Heinrich's trying to get
Harvey
underneath Harvey there as well, so he's looking for another position. And Scotty Dornan was game on here. Top 4, they're in that camera shot right at this very moment.
Harvey was balked trying to get Jamison. Jamison closed the door. He had every right to, but Harvey had to lift, and that affected his run through turn 16 and into 17. And now he's been left out to dry. Not only at turn 17, through goes Heinrich, but through as well, I think, will go Scott Dornan in the action line markings car. So in the flick of your fingers, oh, we're going to go 3 wide, in fact, as up the inside comes Scott Dornan. That Commodore's got some poke in a straight line, hasn't it? He made that look very, very easy. So just like that, the Commodores are back at the front. Harvey locks the rears as he sees Callow come up the inside. Where did he come from? He's gone from 5th up to 3rd. They are fighting hard. The intensity is certainly high early on this Sunday morning. Heat number 3. This is just a heat. What's the final going to produce for us this afternoon?
Right. Jackson Callow was the one that won out of there.
Yeah.
The couple went a little bit wider. So the young Western Australia, geez, he's got some talent, hasn't he? He's got the triple number car, the 225 in the Falcon. So Heinrich up on the inside to get back to that position, and he gets it done down there through the hairpin. So Heinrich moves himself up into 3rd position. But that's yet to be decided at the moment. Trust me, Mason Harvey will be biting his time there too to get back in up near Heinrich somewhere very shortly. There's the 3 Falcons. So Heinrich, Jackson Callow there, Mason Harvey and the Tri-Beard entry. We'll have a look. It's game on for the lead too, by the looks of things.
Certainly is.
Yeah,
the top 2 have pulled a bit of a margin while those behind fighting. Here comes Scott Dornan up the inside. Is he at 13? It's a risky move, that one, because you've got to be all the way up the inside and make the move, because if you don't make it fully, you're then on the outside, the wrong side for the next 2 corners here at turns 14 and then the fishbowl as well. And if you're on the outside here, as we saw last lap with Mason Harvey, you'll be just left out to dry. Of course, Mason Harvey was challenging for the lead a lap ago. He's now at the back of the train. He's in 5th position. You've got to think ahead. You've got to think at the corners coming up. As Mason Harvey is thinking about the corner coming up, he's thinking, I'm going to make a move on my fellow West Australian, my good mate Callow up the inside there, but wasn't able to make it stick on that occasion. I just can't get over the quality of this field, because you look at this, Adam Lowndes towards the tail of the top 10.
Ooh, tail out too, if you don't mind.
He is moving forward though, isn't he, in the Pro Plum and Casey Accident Repairs sponsored car. Oh, a little bit of a rub there from the 16-year-old, yes, that is right, 16-year-old Deegan Preen out there on the circuit. Through they go. Turn 1, Jamison and Dornan. Dornan's going to go around the outside at 2 to give him the inside for the hairpin. Up the inside he goes. Joel Heinrich's right back in this duel as well to make it a 3-way fight up the front of the field. But this is the final lap of heat number 3. You've got to make your moves now, and that's exactly what Scott Dornan's done.
Looking about moves, look at Heinrich. He's coming to this pair too. A little bit of the underguard just flapping on the front of that. Oh, and then there it goes. There's a big moment down there at the hairpin. Jamison on the inside and gets himself up into the lead again for the last lap. Oh, what happened? There was a bit of tie rub there. That was a little bit too close for comfort. Jamison wide there at that section. It's not where you want to be.
Jamison wanted to make the move and close the door on Dornan, but Dornan was still there. Jamison's in the dirty stuff. He's in the weeds, but he catches it. Good save from the Sedan Hotels driver. I thought that was gone for all money. I thought he was going to be down in the weeds on the grass, but no. The South Aussie saved it. And now Dornan's made a mistake on the exit of turn number 12. Jamison with the run. Look, he's having a look, but turn 13 is not a great overtaking opportunity. What a fantastic way to kickstart Sunday morning here at the Bend Motorsport Park. The Action Line Mark Saloon Car Nationals have turned it on. 5 cars scrapping for the lead, also equal in performance. But once again, it looks like it's going to be a South Australian Holden driver that is going to take the win. But which one is it going to be?
Hang on. We've got Heinrich. Get the nose underneath Jamison there in second position. This is for the checkered flag here. Scotty Dornan, he's got his race meeting. Plenty of points gathered in the early part of this Nationals race meeting. And he'll get another full bag here as we look for the checkered flag to be shown for another South Australian winner there, Scott Dornan. He goes on through for Sean Jamieson. Oh, and then it's a bit of a race for the lead for third. So Heinrich will get that one just in front of Mason Harvey. And then Jackson Callow did a terrific job. A couple of the Western Australians there. And then back to Wayne King, who had Jacob Curry for company for most of that race. And that's the way they finished, or was there another one in between? And no, that's the way they're going to finish.
What a race that was. Absolutely fantastic stuff. Dornan, though, taking his second victory of the day. A little bit of damage to the front of the Deegan Preen machine. I think that's because we saw him touching up Adam Lowndes, didn't we, out the final corner on a couple of occasions. So that's probably where that damage has come from. There's our winner in the EAVN class. It's Koberstein once again. Here we go. This is further back. So up the inside, Curry on King, but up the inside of him is Baxter Smith. And Baxter Smith makes a move there on the South Australian. Yesterday it was Baxter Smith that was involved in that little skirmish down at turn 17. He couldn't find a gear. He dropped through the field and got hounded left and right, and he just touched Koberstein, and that's what caused that incident at turn 17. Wasn't his fault. He had cars left and right of him. He was squeezed into the car ahead of him. So Stewart said racing incident, play on there. What a battle it was, though, in that race. Berger comes across the line just ahead of Shembry. Those two had a fantastic battle for position number 27. They beat home the EA model of Andrew Martin of Western Australia. But there is the Evolution Crash Repairs Commodore of David Lyons, the South Australian veteran, one of the drivers competing in the Pensioners Cup here this weekend.
And there's our final results that have been confirmed. So it's obviously Scott Dornan, Sean Jamieson, Joel Heinrich, Mason Harvey, Jackson Callow, Wayne King, Jacob Curry, Kane Baxter Smith, Scotty Godding up to 9th position. Just in front of Adam Lowndes there, the Victorian champ. To Deegan Preen, who's made up plenty of ground in that race. Then in front of Mark Rosser, Daniel Johnson, Tony Ordino, Chris Nisi, Adam Koberstein, Rick Gill. That's another car that's looking a bit battled out there, battle weary at the moment. Then Kerry Bright, Reggie Ralph, the Western Australian, Andrew McSwain back there in 20th position. And it's the South Australian Blair Davies. Tim McNamara is another one that made up a stack of positions in that race. Also, Jacob Prestopino involved with an incident there with Dave Lyons, Vince Zarella, through Justin Chaffee, Sean Berger, Justin Shembry, Terry Belveru de Silva, Andrew Martin from the Western Australian there, and then Travis Lindor back in 30th position. He's a long way back in the field there. Brett Tate, Jackson Cruz, Dave Lyons didn't finish.
We just saw the Matthew Jaeger car. He did take to the warm-up lap but never started the race, so a DNS for him. In what Sam Shaheen posted on social media last night, I saw the circuit owner said that's his favourite livery here this week. And we spoke about the livery, the googly eyes, and the reference to the airlines, the fake airlines. Great character is Matthew Jaeger, but that car, unfortunately, although it looks good...
there he is.
He's applauding.
He's giving us a bit of applause over there. We told you he was a bit of a character.
Oh, dear.
Gee, where's he parked there? I'm not sure where that is, but... a little hidden beyond the concrete barrier.
Nowhere near the racetrack, let's put it that way. We're hearing it's down the back of the circuit near turn 10, so that fast sequence of right-handers. But what a way that was to kickstart Sunday's action here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. 2 more races to come from the Saloon cars. Cannot wait for those. But we've got plenty more action between now and their next race. Up next, Australian Formula Ford. We're going to take a break in commentary, and we'll be back on the other side of this. Well, that certainly gets you in the mood, doesn't it, for a good race day here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. Great little package, that one, showing some of the highlights that we've had over the last couple of seasons here in the SAM Champs, the South Australian Motor Racing Championships. And, out there on the circuit, we just saw the Saloon cars kick things off for the Ben Nationals here today. Got a couple more recoveries still going on. Of course, David Lyons, you saw, come to a stop out there on the circuit, so he still has to be recovered. But up next, we have the Australian Formula Ford Championship. Might be small on numbers, Martin and Caro, but not short on entertainment.
It was certainly a big battle for the places yesterday, wasn't it? Obviously, Kobe Williams was a pretty dominating victory yesterday, but it was the ones behind him that were trying to sort each other out with Evanet, Rowe and Fawcett. They were the three. And then there was the other three that we had behind it with Demerweek, Imbrugno, Bellick. And then there was the other three that at the back of the pack. They're all trying to, with Ambrose, Tordy and Geely. They were the other three at the back of the pack. So it was a bit of a development of different packs here yesterday. So we were pretty cool racing yesterday for our, as you mentioned, a slightly smaller Formula Ford round here this weekend in SA. Of course, this is their last round of their National Series.
Penultimate. Still one more to go.
Second last round, yeah.
But yes, just come back to that point. Yeah, just a bit of a smaller grid this round. We've normally seen 15, 16, 17 cars at a majority of the rounds for one reason or another. Just a little bit smaller this weekend, but that's quite all right. The racing has been absolutely fantastic as we see the Hyundai Corse car head out onto the circuit. That means we're not too far away from getting this one underway. But yesterday's race was dominated by Kobe Williams. While the racing was fantastic behind, Kobe Williams was able to dart away early on, make a break, and pull a comfortable margin. He won in the end by over 10 seconds. In a 10-lap race, I think it was 11 laps in the end. It was a huge margin, picking up a second a lap in the end. While David Lyons is still being recovered out there on the circuit, we're going to take another quick break, but racing will be back on the other side of this break. We promised you on-track entertainment when we return, and that's exactly what we are delivering you. Formula Fords have headed out onto the track for their warm-up lap. It's certainly chilly out there this morning. It was very, very foggy last night in the Adelaide Hills, but this section of town at the moment is relatively dry. It's gone a bit overcast in the last few minutes, but it is still dry. But out at the front of the field, it's the championship leader, Kobe Williams, in position number 1. Second place, Lockie Evanet, who's been racing everything under the sun in the past few months, whether it be Toyota 86s, whether it be Trans Am TA2, or Formula Ford. That man is a real talent of the future. Jamie Rowe will start out of position number 3. He got the better of Joe Fawcett late on in the day yesterday. Isaac Demerweek will start from position number 5 ahead of Joe Imbrugno. Caleb Bellac will come out of 7th. Tabitha Ambrose in position number 8 in the Pertac Pertec liveried machine. Andrew Torty out of 9th. And then the story from yesterday post-race was Ashton Geely disqualified. Unfortunately, no fire extinguisher attached to that car, and that's a big no-no.
Big no-no
in terms of safety. So yes, he was disqualified from the race for that infringement, and will be starting this one from the back of the field.
Yeah, that's a bad mistake not putting the old fire extinguisher in the car. You said you won't do that twice.
No, absolutely.
So cars making their way around. Race 2 here. Shell Vee Motorsport Park for our National Formula Ford Series. Small select field, as we just mentioned. See the power lines in the background there with the dark clouds. Rain is holding off here, which is good news. So we'll bring them in and line them up. Kobe Williams, as we mentioned, very dominant victory yesterday. Let's see if we can get him a bit more competition in this race. Certainly was a lot of battle packs we saw yesterday from race 1. That's up there at the top of the sky deck. Look at those flags. They're working overtime on those poles.
When I was talking to Kobe Williams about an hour ago, we were both saying, it's a bit calmer today. The wind's really died down. It's certainly increased in the last hour, hasn't it? That is for sure. And windscreen wipers are going on the recovery. Look, the recovery vehicles at the back have the windscreen wipers going. And it's raining on our commentary box window. So a little bit of a shower has fallen upon the race circuit. So this will make things very, very treacherous at turn number 1. Of course, these cars running on a semi-slick tyre. This is going to be very interesting as they go underway. A staller there, yellow flags are waving. Can't quite see who that is at the back of the shop. Possibly, no, I think it's Torty, not quite sure. We'll see as they come to turn 1 anyway. Side by side towards that first corner. Contact. Jamie Rowe into the back of Joe Fawcett. And he slides in the middle and somehow doesn't hit anybody. That was very, very lucky. Great evasive action from everybody. I don't know if it was luck or judgment, but either way, they made their way past. But that was Jamie Rowe just going in. He was a bit braver under brakes and just tagged the tail of Joe Fawcett. Lachlan Evernet, great run through turns 4 and into 5. And he moves up to the head of the field in the Sol Miguel here this weekend. Good move from Lockie Evernet.
So, good move. He got himself at the front. Let's have a look at this. Where was the contact, mate? Or rear-ended there from the 38 car. So, I think it was Devilweek that might have got into the back of him there.
I thought it was, I'm pretty sure it was Jamie Rowe. I am happy to be corrected if I was incorrect there. But look at how treacherous this looks. They are not attacking with their usual vigour around the bottom end of the circuit. You can see Evernet fighting the car through Crofty Corner. I think Kobe Williams hooked that corner up a little bit better. And Jamie Rowe looks like the most comfortable out there at the moment. He is closed in on yesterday's race winner in the fight for position number 2. Very much so. Joe Fawcett, though, the big tail in this one at the very tail.
The leader's gone off there.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, Lachlan Evernet went off. He went straight through, so I'm suggesting that might be a grip issue.
Yep.
And somebody else has also speared off that corner. I just saw it in the background.
Yep, so did I. So, look at that.
There's another one.
Goes around. This is really treacherous out there. It is clearly raining quite heavily. Look at them scattering left and right. Demoweek up the inside of Jamie Rowe to the corner with 3 wide with Ballack on the outside. Tabitha Ambrose in there as well. Look at them squirreling on the power out of the corner. That was Ashton Geely getting in the fight as well. Lachlan Evernet. He's got all sorts of sideways out of the final corner.
He's got zero grip with Evernet at the moment. You can see he's really struggling there at turn 18. Bit of opposite lock trying to straighten that race car up. So our race leader now is Kobe Williams. He gets himself out well and truly out in front, but everyone's trying to find their track limits in these slightly wetter conditions.
Despite the spin at turn 1, Joe Fawcett's in 6th position. He's only a second behind second place. What a remarkable first lap it is. Kobe Williams, I think, was the only one who didn't have a mistake or an error on that lap, and he's pulled away by 4 seconds. But look at that. Cold tyres, wet track. Jamie Rowe, nice pirouette, gets back facing the right way. But did lose a couple, in fact only 1 position in all of that. Here comes Joe Fawcett, the men's second in the championship. His title rival is leading by a country mile at the moment. This is damage limitation out there for the car number 23. The Icons, the Build Forth Construct-sponsored Formula Ford. Look at that. Look at the camera angle now. That is wet out there now.
Yeah,
that is proper rain down the backside of the circuit.
You can see it on that camera there too. So some decent rain. It's got very dark here as well. So the lighting is also dimmed quite a bit. Ambrose there for a pass there on Joe Imbrugno there, the South Australian race driver. And this is up the front end of the field. So Lachlan Evanet trying to put the pass down on Jamie Rowe there.
Yeah, the Fabcom machine looking a little bit vulnerable into 14. Has a look, does Evanet, but not able to make that one stick. It is tricky out there. You can see Evanet fighting the car there on the rear. Caleb Bellack, though, he's had a good start to this race, hasn't he?
He doesn't
in
mind
the Pioneer DJ car, up in position number 4.
Yeah, he's done a good job. He doesn't seem to mind the wet conditions too much at the moment. Looks like the tracks are slightly wetter in some areas and more. This looks quite dry here, but on the northern end it looks a bit greasier up that end. And you can see that by the reaction of the race cars. So here they scream down the long main straight here at Shell Vee Power Motorsport Park once again. All nice and close and handy. As we saw yesterday, Kobe Williams just starting to get a little bit of a break too.
Kobe Williams' lead has been slashed by 3 seconds on that lap. I said Jamie Rowe looked comfortable out there. Yeah, okay, he did have the spin at turn 15 on the opening lap, but he is looking comfortable out there on the racetrack.
The Force has made another move too. Gets himself up behind Joe Imbrugno there and pick up another position. So he's another one trying to recover through the field. So where's Williams? Here we are.
He's through. He is through. So Jamie Rowe to the front of the field. That 4-second margin in the space of about 6 kilometres has been eradicated for the championship leader. So Kobe Williams not quite as comfortable as some of those other cars out there at the moment. Yes, he was faultless on the first lap, but just looking a little bit more timid. But now he's got a benchmark. Now he's got a car in front of him. I think we will see the very, very fast, young, talented Victorian improve out there now on the circuit. Although Evanet swings around the outside at turn number 11 to give him the inside for Crofty Corner. So Williams, the Victorian, struggling out there in the ACM Finance car.
Certainly, Lachlan Evanet's got a bit of pace too at the moment. We've just seen put that pass down him. He's looking at the race leader too at the moment. So we'll see how he goes. There's a little battle pack that's behind him. That's the Demo Week entry, the Pioneer DJ entry making a pass.
There's something not right. There's
that's
something
Williams
not right.
there.
I saw Kobe Williams there. There's some sort of rattle or shake as he came out the corner. That car is not right. Look, he's pulled to the inside of the circuit. Look at his head bobbing about. That car is spluttering or something. So, drama here in race number 2 of the Australian Formula Ford Championship. The championship leader is limping. In fact, is he even going to make it back to the pits, Mark?
He's running very, very slowly. So let's have a look and see what the problem is. Well, the car's bouncing around here, but I think there's a suspension issue with that car. It looks very unsettled, whatever the problem is. So our race victor from yesterday looks like he's going to struggle in this one at this part of the motor race.
I thought it was odd that he lost 3 seconds on the second lap to all of those around him. He's Kobe Williams is the fastest driver all season long in Formula Ford competition. You just don't see him lose 3 seconds like that, so that explains it. Clearly a problem, but he's a smart young kid. He knows if I just stay out here for the next 10 minutes, I'll pick up vital championship points that could prove pivotal come the end of the next round, the final round at Phillip Island in just a couple of weeks' time.
Over there for the long weekend at Phillip Island.
Which will also be streamed on Blendline TV.
Yes. So still Rowe in front. We're looking at Demo Week there. And that's the 5 car. So that's Joe Imbrugno there, the South Australian. And Lachlan Evanet gets a pass down too. So
that's for the lead on Jamie Rowe.
Yeah, so that's going for the lead. I told you he had a bit of pace there in that final lap. It looked like he was fairly threatening. Looks like the track's dried off, so that's certainly worked in his favour from the earlier part of the race. So Leverett goes to the lead.
Rowe is... Sorry, mate. Rowe's keen to take his first win of the season. That's why he is, although he's lost the lead, he's keen to get back through on Evanet. So
the Cam Quarry's entry there. Goes through to take the lead. Now, this is the Demo Week in Brugnio battle, and also in that fray as well. Here's the 36 car. Well, that is the Demo Week there at the moment. Isn't it DJ car again? I'm sorry, I got it mixed up there. Apologies.
Pioneer DJ is Caleb Ballack, who's been shuffled to the tail of this little trio. So in a couple of corners, they have all changed around. It's now South Australian in Brugnio from Demo Week and Ballack, but I'm sure by the time I say that, they'll have changed around again as they come towards turn one, and that does prove to be the case, because up the inside comes the young charger, Demo Week. Nice pass from him, sliding the rears in. The traditional Formula Ford overtake, sliding it into turn number one. First time, actually, Formula Ford, the National Formula Ford Series, has been here for a couple of years.
Yes, that's right. Now, I've still got the South Australian driver on there in Jerome Brugnio, and the airflow entry there. Or high flow, I should say. My apologies. The sponsors.
Oh, they're both in too deep.
Yeah.
Trying to outbreak each other, and they've both outbroken themselves down there at turn number 6. They both keep it on the black stuff. But Demo Week and Brugnio, they're both making a little bit of an error. I thought that could open the door for Caleb Ballack, but the Pioneer DJ car has just dropped back a little bit off these two in the fight for position number 4. But we did see very briefly the fight between Everett and Rowe continues out the front of the field. But the fast man at the moment, Mark, is Joe Fawcett, second in the championship. He lost a few points yesterday, finishing in 4th while Kobe Williams won the race. Well, it's very much tables turned here on this Sunday morning, with Fawcett the one that is going to gain the advantage potentially if he stays where he is at the moment.
Yeah, fastest race lap there too, completed by Joe Fawcett. Look at the Demo Week in Brugnio battle there at the moment, which is back there for 4th position. Now let's have a look. We'll go. It's Demo's still there in the 4th position. We're looking at with Demo Week and in Brugnio, the only South Australian in the Formula field this weekend. And in fact, you look at that car at the moment, just starting to get away there. Demo Week there for that battle. So those three cars are sort of can become well and truly separated for those positions.
Again, fastest lap of the race from Joe Fawcett. Look at him now. He is only 1.8 seconds behind the race leader and 1.5 seconds behind Jamie Rowe. And there are those two. Look at them. They are closing in, the three of them, getting closer and closer. So Joe Fawcett is on a bit of a charge at the moment, is the young Victorian in the Icons Build Forth sponsored machine. Here comes Jamie Rowe, though, keen for his first win in the Australian Formula Ford Championship. If you watched the coverage yesterday, I touched on the fact he is the nephew of a well-known name in Oscar and NASCAR competition in years gone by, and owner of a Super 2 team, Image Racing. That is Terry Wyhoon. So the nephew of Terry Wyhoon, he's got racing in the blood, has Jamie Rowe.
Yeah, not too far, fruit doesn't too far from the tree there. Evan, still Jamie Rowe, just mentioned trying to stick to his guns. Now, where's Fawcett? He's the one that's certainly charging at the moment, taking some ground off this front pair. Everett's doing a terrific job. Didn't have it his own way in this early part of the race. Had a bit of recovery work after a bit of a sprinkle of rain earlier on. Made the track a little bit greasy. So they come back down inside the main stadium section here once again. Still plenty of time. In fact, these two are now starting to get away from Fawcett. You see Fawcett there in the background. So these are the ones battling it out for first and second position. Lachlan Everett and Jamie Rowe. They're under brakes. It gets nice and close under brakes too, down through US 17. And it'll both take the same drive line at the exit of that corner as well.
Jamie Rowe's had a challenging year. He's shown pace on so many occasions, but he's had a couple of real notable incidents. He ended up on his lid at Phillip Island earlier on in this season, round number 1. And then he also had a rollover at Sydney Motorsport Park in a round of the Super Series Formula Ford Championship. So he's certainly got the pace, the young kid. He's got Jordan Boys on the cans, so a very established driver, former Super 2 race winner, and Image Racing graduate who also has taken part in the Bathurst 1000. So got good experience on the headset, nurturing him and coaching him throughout his Formula Ford season. And it's a good person to have in your corner.
Certainly is. So Rowe still sticking to his guns, isn't he? Just trying to pepper away, trying to get him under brakes. Gets close again down at turn 6. Evanet's doing a terrific job, driving nice and defensively through there too. No gaps appearing whatsoever. Pretty much a straight line down through this section of the track. There's no passing opportunity down through this section. If you stand in that hill and look down, you'll actually notice the drivers do back out there quite considerably going down the hill. There's no room to go around that outside of that section because it is very tight. So Evanet, the Cam Quarry's actually still letting them through. Jamie Rose, so we thought about forcing before getting closer, but they've certainly dropped off that third race car at the moment.
Demmelweek, the one with the first lap of the race last time by 1 minute 58, I think it is, 1 minute 58.439. So very good time from Demmelweek. He's in position number 4, so he actually took a bit of time out of Fawcett on that lap. For those wondering, Kobe Williams is still circulating in position number 10. That is going to score him some Australian Championship points, which is what he is after. That's all he's after now in this race. And of course, that is going to make life tricky in the final race of the weekend, because in Australian Formula Ford, it is the old school system of start where you finish the previous race. It's progressive grid. So Kobe Williams is going to have to come from the back of the field in race number 3. But here we go, a challenge for the lead. Lachlan Evanet defends that one hard down towards turn number 1. Little bit of a brake lock-up, sliding the rears in. And Jamie Rowe's going to hold it around the outside at 1 and turn number 3. But as we say, that does give you a good run out. We said it in the saloons, it's a bit of a banked corner. So if you go wide at 3, it gives you a good run, good momentum out the corner. And we are witnessing that right here. It forces Evanet to go defensive into 5 and potentially vulnerable into 6. Here comes Jamie Rowe up the inside. Good launch. Under brakes, he's made that stick. Great pass from Jamie Rowe.
That's a bit of patient driving there and a good bit of skill. They're well picked out there about that run into that corner. And that's exactly what's happened. Now, new race leader, so Jamie Rowe goes to the front. So what's Lachlan Evan got up his sleeve? Can he get back his position? We're about to find out. Under 3 minutes left in this race. And here they go, they're dominating this pair now. Here we go, down the back part of the circuit. Evan will try and get around the outside there. No, he won't. Got to be on the inside of that corner, or outside of that corner to be on the inside for 14. No, good defensive driving there for Jamie Rowe, giving him no opportunity whatsoever there. He could certainly see what Evan was up to, but that didn't happen. So, down over the little crest at 16 and down the hill.
No.
Then there's Williams. So that car's been parked up. He's finally given up the ghost there.
That's such a shame for the championship leader. 0 points in race number 2 for him.
Well, he's right down the back part of the circuit too. Right down the far eastern side. So he's a long way from anyone down there.
Meanwhile, at the front of the field, the fight continues between Rowe and Evanet. Spectrum versus McGale, the two names that have been dominating Formula Ford in recent times, these two brands. We saw Holden versus Ford in the saloon cars, and it's as it's been for the last couple of decades. Spectrum versus McGale in Formula Ford. At the moment, it is Spectrum out in front, but the sole McGale on the grid this weekend has been driven very well by Lachlan Evanet, who's searching for his 4th race victory of the season. He took 2 wins at the last round at Sandown, and he's trying to make it 3 from 5, here this afternoon. Just a kick of oversteer through turn number 6. That's the way Evanet drives. We've seen it all race long, haven't we?
Yeah, that's right.
He does slide around a little bit. He likes to fight the car. I suppose he's used to that, driving Trans Am machinery.
Yes, you would certainly experience that in a Trans Am race car. So let's have a look. Evanet still head down, trying to find a position. It's a bit of the opposite, isn't it? Because saw Evanet trying to drive fairly defensively a couple of laps back. Now Jamie Rowe trying to do a bit of the same tactics, just different positions. And Rowe comes down to 13. So they both take a wide berth down through the exit of that corner. So no passing opportunity for 14 again. Tell you what, Forster's not too far away either. He's made up, while these two are trying to sort each other out, he's made a stack of ground back there in third position.
I was about to say that, yeah. You picked up at the exact same time I did, exactly. Fawcett is looming in the background, but is it, Mark, a little bit of a case of too little too late, because we are about to start the final lap of the race. So, yes, he is just about there, but unless these two tangle or really hold each other up, he might be a little bit too far back with 4.95 kilometres left of this race. Evernet, fastest lap of the race last time by, and he's going for a lunge, a move at turn number 1. He's forced to go the long way, and the long way he is going. Around he goes, he'll have the inside for 2. But again, he's just on the outside for 3. Can he close the door? He's got a large portion of the car ahead. And he goes around the outside using that banking at turn number 3. He goes the long way. Lachlan Evernet in the Cam Quarry's car moves back into the lead.
That's some kind of move. It's difficult to do down that section of the track. Now, the hairpin. This is the other big passing opportunity. Rowe sticks to his guns. Just gets a nose tucked up on the inside there. Just trying to certainly keep Everett thinking at the moment. Last lap here. Goes straight down to the checkers. So down the hill they go, the consecutive right-handers. Look at Fawcett there. Wow, he is not too far away at all. And in fact, look at Everett. Once he's got back to the front there, nice little gap in this little short section of the track. Very strong down through there. And there's Fawcett. Well, he might be looking for second position if he's got enough time, because he is hunting down Jamie Rowe at the moment.
I think one more lap might have just been enough, but I think he is just going to run out of time here at the Shell Vee Motorsport Park.
So as they head towards the checkered flag here, still Everett, Rowe and Forster, they're the 3 on our screens at the moment. Our under brakes here at 17. Who's better on the brake pedal there? Fairly even through that section.
It's certainly close at the end of this one, but I think it's going to be Lachlan Evernet. He's going to hold on, and he's going to take his 4th race victory of the season. A hard work that was, but he has taken victory ahead of Jamie Rowe. Boy, oh boy, Jamie Rowe didn't do anything wrong late on in that race. He really threw everything at Lachlan Evernet, but he was just shy of getting that first victory in Formula Ford. The official margin at the end, 0.3 of a second, with Fawcett right there at the end of the race as well. Close as well, right at the end between Tabitha Ambrose and Geely, and Tabitha Ambrose got through there on the final lap of the race. So good stuff from the daughter of 2-time Supercars champion Marcus Ambrose. Of course, I think you can tell that just by the livery.
Absolutely. Pretty iconic, isn't it? Oh, that's a sad sight. No points taken. So that's a big duck egg there for that race there for Kobe Williams. That's going to be very disappointing for the young guy. And there we go. There's the official results. So it is Everett, Rowe, Fawcett, Isaac Demelweek, Joe Imbrugno, Caleb Bellick, Tabitha Ambrose, Ashton Geely in 9th position, Andrew Tordy, and failed to finish there. Car on screen, car 94, Kobe Williams. And the recovery crews have got a big job there, because that's right over the other side of the circuit. It's a long way from anyone over there, so you'll have to wait for our recovery crews to make their way around.
Always smiling is Kobe Williams. You always see him in the paddock with a smile on his face. I'm not sure at this particular moment he will have a smile behind the visor of that helmet. It is a real shame for him, but I'm sure he will come back fighting hard in race number 3 this afternoon. He'll have to do it, though, from the very back of the grid. Great race victory, though, for Lachlan Evernet. A final lap pass on Jamie Rowe to take the victory in race 2 of the Australian Formula Ford Championship. Myself, Dan McCarthy, and Martin Ankara are going to take a break in commentary. On the other side of these ads, we will have the Superkarts out for the first time today. Welcome back to the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. It certainly has been a motorsport park in the last few weeks. Last weekend, of course, we had the AirTouch 500, the first Supercars endurance race out here in South Australia. The week before that, we had the SRO series here. That's Australian GT4, of course, GT3s as well were here as Radical Australia Cup. And Michelin Sprint Challenge, Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge. And a couple of weeks before that, we had the final round of the State Series. So it has been certainly used a lot in the last couple of weeks, this venue. And next week, there's an event at Malalar as well. So South Australia, in the back half of the year, we are not spoilt for motorsport choices, are we? Every weekend, you either go to Malalar or the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park, and you can watch racing action, Mark Nancaro.
You certainly can. It's been very busy. It's always certainly a busy time of the year, September, October. We'll get into the spring months. And, of course, we're talking about spring months. We're not too far away from Bathurst. Just breathing down our necks at the moment. There's Kobe Williams still getting hitched up there and towed back.
Speaking of spring, something you're a big fan of, we have the Spring Nats, don't we, in a few weeks' time?
We have the Spring Nationals, yeah. The biggest drag event here for the year. And that'll attract some big, heavy hitters here. Top fuel, top door slammer, the whole kit and caboodle over there, and probably 20 or 30,000 people will probably be over there spectating. So it's going to be get your tickets for that one because otherwise they're going to sell out pretty quickly. So it's a big, big event, and certainly big drag racing back here to SA once again in full force. We're just waiting to have a look at our schedule there. So we're just waiting for our Superkarts for race 3 coming up over there, 6 flying laps. So if you weren't tuned in yesterday or on course, we saw a bit of that action yesterday, and certainly very much dominated by the South Australian driver there. We'll come back to that in a minute. We've got the final heat. The final heat for the Formula V Nationals coming up, and then we got the final heat there for the Saloon Car Nationals. Race at 11:30 for the last race for Formula Ford, and then after the lunch, it's all happening, isn't it? Yeah. We have got the 2 finals, obviously, for the Formula Vs and the Saloon Car Nationals. That'll be the last race of the program. We've got a Supercars for their last race in between those. So that's what we've been waiting all weekend for. It certainly is this afternoon. So we'll be looking forward to that. Again, Superkarts are on track. It's the round, of course, of the Australian National Superkarts Championship here. There was pretty much a late inclusion on the program. So it's certainly great to have them aboard here this weekend.
New tyres on the number 4 machine. I can still see the stickers on them.
Really?
So that is one of our front runners, Madden there, will be running a fresh set of little tyres, of course, on these Superkarts. Boy, oh boy, do they fly, though. We were commenting yesterday. They are as fast as Supercars were here last weekend.
Let's have a look how they line them up. Well, it's been nearly a harvest, isn't it? They've been well and truly in the front. The South Australian stalwart there. Alongside of him will be Anton Stevens, and we go back to Gary Pecoraro, Brett Burville. So that top 4 are all in the international class. And then we got Charles Madden, Ruth Rupdeck, who didn't finish yesterday. We go back to Darren Kitchen and Paul Clark. So they're all over internationals. You can see the red numbers on the screen there to follow that. Then we go back to Dave Salter there. So these are all the 125 gearbox cars. Mark Vella, Paul Snafe, Fasudo Demento, Gio Kaon. And then we go back to Russell Jamison, also running in the 125 gearbox. Brad Stebbing, Lindsay Jamison. A couple of those drivers had a bit of a coming together yesterday as well. Seba Mardio was one of those. George Zabarovic, Nick Raymond, James Bowden, Laurie Fuchs, John Baker, and Jock DeSantos, and Patrick Ross here is in the non-gearbox light class, along with Doug Savage as well. We go back to Kristen Amadio, Andrew Kane, and Tony Lapis, who is in the 125 max class. In fact, he's the only 125 max class car here this weekend. So in the the non-gearbox group, which is right down the bottom of our list there. Superkarts, it's not the first time they've been here this season.
No.
So it's certainly good to have them back here in SA once again. It's a national class, of course. And we were talking about speeds of these things yesterday. Very, very close to actually a supercar race lap. So that's the kind of speeds they're building up here over the weekend. come around. I don't look too much, but they are real pocket rockets. Driver virtually sits right on the tarmac there, the end of those drivers. And they certainly do get beats a little bit too if they get up on those curves.
So we'll see now that they will just separate themselves a little bit into their classes. We'll talk about the classes as it goes on. They are distinguished by the numbers on the front. So the top class, the International 250 gearbox class cars, they are the yellow little squares with the black numbers on, and then the class behind that is National, that is white with the black writing on. So each class has different coloured numbers, so that is the way to keep an eye on the class battles. And Blendline TV have kindly done the same on the timing totem as well, that you will see over the course of the race. So you can see the different class battles, but we're about to get things underway. Rolling start for the Superkarts here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. Here we go. Lights are out. That was a late start. I thought we were going to get it going a little bit early. They had to really hold my word there for quite some time as they launched down towards turn number 1. Very equal jump. It looks to me like up the inside is Pecoraro. There was a bit of contact, wasn't there?
Yeah, Steve's got at the back of Ilya Harpus there.
Oh, and he's off.
And he got a bit of damage out of that too. It was fairly heavy contact, and it's actually taken a bit of the panel off the back of the Ilya Harpus cart. So we'll have a look to see how that's affected his performance as well. So got a little bit close there under brakes there at turn 1 for the first time.
Oh, someone's got their hand up. Can't quite see who that is breaking down on the run up the hill. So we've lost one already, and the number 11 is not going particularly fast either. That's one of our international class cars. That's Darren Kitchen, who we saw have problems yesterday in race number 2. So I think there might be some more woes because these carts he's being...
Big spinner.
In the middle of the pack, he's raising his hand, trying to draw attention to the fact he's in the middle of the circuit, facing the wrong way. We've got cars everywhere. The 28 spun around down at the tail of the field as well. So there are carts scattering the Ben Motorsport Park, but that was Jamison who spun around on the exit of turn number 6 in the middle of the road. Up the inside, that's a brave lunge from Baker. Good move from him, or Backer, I should say. Great pass. Opportunistic, making that lunge in what is the most populated category, the gearbox class.
Pretty popular class. There's a bit going on in this early part of this race. Already seen a couple of offs and spins, a couple of breakdowns. There's the Amadio entry there. And that's Seb behind the wheel of that cart. Yeah, it looks like Brad Stebbing behind him at the moment. They had a battle yesterday as well. In fact, I think they had a bit of a coming together, if I remember rightly.
Yeah, it was these two, wasn't it? Yeah,
good. Look at the big look around over the shoulder there from Amadio to see where his counterpart is. He doesn't have to look too far because he's riding his hammer at the moment.
Yeah, they tangled on the first lap of race 2 yesterday at turn number 13. The number 5 sliding up the inside on the run to turn 1. This is the 125 gearbox class, and he is through on the run to turn number 1. But the South Australian Amadio, the Amadio Wine sponsored cart, will be keen to get back through. Where can he do it though? In the Backer X4 cart. Oh, sorry, he's in an Anderson SK cart, sorry. So yeah, lots of different brands and machines in the Australian Superkart Championship, and it is very much an Australian round. We've got visitors from not only Victoria, New South Wales, but further afield, Queensland and Western Australia. And that's a theme in all of the categories this weekend. There's a huge amount of saloon cars that have come over the Nullen Board from Western Australia and also come down from Queensland, both in V's and in saloon cars. And we have to say big thanks to all of our Western Australian visitors. They show commitment, don't they, the West Aussies? They're basically in a different country.
You know, just look at that car driver. They're looking around once again. So there's a few drivers out there concerned about where their opposition is.
I always say the West Australians, they're serious about their motorsport because they have to make such a trip. If they want to do an Australian series, they have to make such a trip. You look at Garth Tander, a West Australian. Look at Daniel Ricciardo. The West Australians, if they branch out to Western Australia, they're normally very good because you have to be committed if you're going to do it.
They love their motorsport over there. Big state series over there too. Very strong state series. multiple rounds. Now, let's have a look here. We've got the 14 kart there of... Well, there's Brad Stebbing and Seb Amadio. So Amadio hasn't let Brad get away at the moment. So that's Stebbing back in position.
Across the line they go. This fight continues between these two. This time it's Amadio with the toe. They disappear completely under the brow of the hill down towards turn number 1. That is quite remarkable. So you see some cars sort of half disappear. The cars disappear entirely. It does show the elevation on the run towards turn number 1. And for those watching on the screens of Blendline who haven't been here at the bend, this track does have a lot of elevation.
It does. Absolutely it does. Especially when they disappear over the eastern side of the track. And there's Brad Stebbing and Seb Amadio still going at it at the moment. And that's currently 8th for 9th position. In third position for the 125 gearbox class. So, alongside of each other down there. You could probably do that in that section of the track with the little carts. Probably wouldn't be doing that in a fully sedan car down through that section.
Certainly not. Mario, big twitch midway through turns 8 and 9. You don't want to get a slide on there. It is always hard to catch, but he did so. Oh, look, that just caught up to the number 4 of Madden at the wrong time for Stebbing, and that allows Amadio through. So he used the slower car through the middle sector there and used it to his advantage. But of course, this car that they've caught of Madden is a hell of a lot faster in a straight line. It's got double the CCs, Mark.
That's right. So coming up behind the 4 car there, Charlie Madden there. So he's running in the international class.
Look at the speed difference. You can visibly see him pulling away.
So Charlie there is actually in the final position in his class, in the international class. So he's got the 1.25 gearbox class carts coming up behind him. Well, there was a pretty nifty little pass there from the 89 kart.
That's Ross, who's been the dominant force so far this weekend in the slowest of our categories. And that is
non-gearbox.
Non-gearbox 125 class.
Just the two of the non-gearbox class karts there. Doug Savage and Patrick Ross. They're the two South Australian stalwarts there.
He's got John Backer directly behind him. Through they go around turn 17. So 3 different classes out there together, line astern at the moment. We've got the higher carts out there as well, directly behind. You can see a few spectators there, a few people out here. I was about to say bright and early. It is now 20 past 10 in the morning.
But time flies.
Yes, exactly. We've been spoiled so far, haven't we, with the racing?
Gary Pegararo around the outside of the 13 kart. One of the slower karts here at the moment. That's the Rupert entry. They just put a lap down on that kart. Gary Pegarova, a very well decorated kart driver here in Australia. Give a close look at that front of that kart. It's got plenty of trophy stickers, certainly pasted on the front of that kart. So Danton Stevens goes through. They're just getting through some of the slower karts at the moment.
I don't think that's slow. I think that one's got a problem. That was not running. He was looking behind as well. He was looking far too much behind.
I think that was the Santos entry, actually. We've got the 46 car, the all blue car, having a very good look around to see where the fast carts are coming from. There's Brad Stebbing again and Seb Amadio. They've actually got behind the international class kart there of Charlie Madden now. They're obviously in a straight line. That's going to have a little bit more horsepower.
There's been a switcheroo for second position in the class, with Stebbing moving back ahead of Amadio at some point on this lap, but out in front, Harper's. Look at that lead. He won the first 2 races by half a minute, and he's going to be pretty close to doing the same here again. The South Australian showing the interstaters how it is done here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. Kart number 2 out there with a big margin in his Anderson Maver machine. Of course, this weekend we are sponsored by Denture Professionals and also CSM Steel Trading. So big thanks to those for supporting the Australian Superkart Championship here in South Australia this weekend.
Ilya Harper's early contact there at turn 1 for the first time didn't seem to affect him too much. And he'll even widen the gap. A couple of 30-second victories yesterday. That was the margin. That's how dominant he's been. You just see the driver bouncing around in that car. That thing is an absolute missile. That's bouncing around. Of course, there's very little suspension in these cars, so you'll feel every single bump in this track. To just bounce the drivers around somewhat.
This is certainly smoother than Mallar Motorsport Park, that's for sure.
Well, most of it, of course, SR Championship in karting has done most of their racing is actually done out there in Mallar, so the small few select of the SA Karting Superkart Championship that is left, we don't have a huge amount of numbers left in that championship, unfortunately, but it still is going though.
Harpers continues to lap the cars on what is the final lap of this motor race. He's going through on the lower class entries, just coming up and lapping our category leader in the non-gearbox 125cc's, and that remains Ross at the head of that field. He's got a relatively comfortable margin, about 10 seconds back to his nearest challenger gearbox. That's being led by Jamison. And then he's just moved through actually on Clark this lap. The number 44 of Clark, the international runner, has dropped back a position. So a change there. In fact, I think Clark is beginning to tumble down the order. So is there a problem for the number 44 machine? Maybe come to a stop out there on the circuit. Here it is at turn number 17. Clark is not, that cart is very, very, very unhealthy indeed. Lots of smoke bellowing out the tail of that machine. Paul Clark with the big mullet out the back of his helmet. Yes, he's harping back to the 80s very much so there with a mullet like that, but he is certainly limping. That cart, there is no doubt about it, will be coming into the lane. Hand up, trying to warn those behind that he does have an issue. What a shame so late on in the race. The top 5 finish has gone begging, but in front, Harpers comes around the final corner and takes yet another hugely dominant victory. A victory again that is going to be right around that 30-second mark ahead of yesterday's pole sitter, Pecoraro. Looks to me like it's a little bit misty out there, and it is. It's raining on the commentary box window once again. So it's going to be a challenging final lap, particularly down this section. You can see the rain on the camera lens, and Amadio sliding. He slid the rears. Meanwhile, on the exit of the corner, the number 5 of Stebbing lost the rear. So it is certainly downpour out there at the moment. So a change in class. This is really sketchy stuff now. They're all out there on slick tyres. And it's a case of who can keep it together best here in the final half a lap. These two scrapping for second position. Here comes Amadio back up the inside. This is the second in the gearbox class. Jamison's out miles ahead of these two. But what a scrap for second. I would say normally at this point, I think Amadio's done it. But with the conditions out there at this point in time, I'm not willing to say that. 2 treacherous corners to go for the South Australian. A great battle all race long between these two. And the Amadio Wines sponsored kart slides many times, has to make several catches, but he does make it around the final corner. He comes across the line in second ahead of Stebbing. Good race between those two. But boy, oh boy, is it tricky in Sector 2, Mark.
Yeah, certainly it was. Certainly a bit trying there for those two drivers who were just watching, sorting out their class positions. So just waiting for the last few to make their words. Really, Harper's immensely another dominant victory. In fact, it wasn't quite as dominant as the previous couple of races. In fact, just under 30 seconds there. Even though that was quite a dominant performance. So it is Ilya Harper's. Gary Pecoraro did all the chasing. Anton Stevens, Brett Verville, Russell Jamison, Seven Marty and Brad Stebbing were just looking at them battle out those two positions. Then we've got Charlie Madden, Laurie Fuchs, Joyce Bavarovich. Now the top 10. And back to Nick Raymond, John Backer, Patrick Ross, Lindsay Jamison, David Solder, Kristen Amadio. A bit further back, Doug Savage, Andrew Kane. Paul Clark didn't finish. And Tony Lapis, not too sure where he finished up either. A long way back.
Finished in the pits, unfortunately,
yeah.
So all of these non-finishes in that one. Once again, an attritional affair in the Australian Superkarts. But we did get a good amount of finishes in that one, but a few retirements as well. We're going to take a break in commentary. We continue the Bend Nationals with Formula V Nationals up next on the other side of this. We'll be back after this break. Welcome back to the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. Just recovering a couple more supercarts out there on the circuit before we get underway with Formula V's. The Nationals for Formula V is held for the first time here in SA in many, many moons, and the first time ever here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. It's proving a challenge for some of the drivers that haven't been here so far in their brief history in Formula V's, and it's a really good racetrack for the V's. Lots of slipstreaming action, as we always see in the little open wheeler series. I'm going to hand over to the man who knows the V's better than most in this country, Steve DeFries. Steve, over to you.
Thanks very much, Dan. Good morning, everybody. And as Dan said, welcome back to Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. This is going to be heat race number 3 coming up for the Formula V Australia National Challenge 2025. as Mark Nankara jumps in alongside me here. This has been a big challenge for a lot of drivers, as Dan has said, Mark. A lot of drivers have not been to Shell V-Power Motorsport Park before, and it's taken a little while for some of them to get up to speed. Everybody's been finding little bits of incremental gains. Everybody's getting happy with that, but the problem for them is everybody else around them is finding the incremental gains as well. So it sort of becomes much for a muchness. You know, you'd think you're gaining on someone in front, but in fact they're actually just managing to keep themselves just that little bit further ahead of you. Yeah,
dead right, Steve. As you mentioned, it certainly has been a bit of a challenge for some of these drivers that certainly have not been to this venue before. But, geez, we've had some good races. Unfortunately, our first race yesterday was marred by an early safety car intervention, and also a finish also under safety car. We're back here for Sunday. We've just got this is the final heat before we have... Yes, this is the final heat before we go into our final this afternoon. We can't wait for that moment.
No, we certainly can't. That's going to be a slightly longer race than the 3 15-minute heat races that make up the points that go towards deciding who sits where on the grid. So if you haven't been to a Formula V National Challenge before, the way that it works is through all the heat races. Doesn't matter about how many wins you have or how many second place and things like that. There is a point structure that's from first all the way right through to the back of the grid. And depending on where you finish across those 3 heat races, tally up all the points, and that determines your starting position for the final. So the likes of Michael Kinsella, Curtis Porter, Daniel Reynolds, who are been the top 3 so far this weekend, they're sort of almost guaranteed to start up in the top 3. It's just a matter of in what order it will be. Some of those other drivers that have started a bit higher up but then sort of fallen back through the field and then managed to recover their way through the field, they're the ones that have got the nervous weight in terms of what the points are going to be as to where they actually will start the final this afternoon.
So we're just waiting for a couple of track recoveries to finish. We had a little bit of a sprinkle of rain there in that previous Superkart race too, so that might be an interesting moment too if that happens again in this race.
Well, it certainly is an interesting thing, isn't it? Because it's been showers on and off throughout the whole entire morning so far, but just been little sprinkles, but it's just enough to sow a little bit of seed in some doubt in some people's minds as to what the track is actually going to do. You saw in Formula Ford and in the Superkarts there was quite a slippery affair in a couple of spots, and normally in a Formula V you would put up your tyre pressures if it was going to be a bit wet, but majority of the circuit is actually still quite dry.
Yes. Pretty dry at the moment. They're just waiting for these recoveries. So we've done a bit of a quick recap of what's been happening up the front here. Obviously, Reynolds, Curtis Porter, Michael Kinsella, Alex McDonald, they've been the dominant 4. Simon Pace hasn't been too far off that mark either. And that sort of is the way it's panned out at the moment. How about our 1200 winner, Matt Pearce, yesterday? He was doing a terrific job.
Yeah, big surprise packet for me, and having a good couple of seconds in hand over Stephen Butcher behind. Steve Butcher was ruining a little bit of some of the traffic situation yesterday afternoon in the second heat race, primarily because you've got such a big difference, not just in the 1200s versus the 1600s, but some of the 1600s versus the back of the 1600 field, and some of the 1200s are able to catch them and pass them. You just got caught out at a couple of different points with a couple of cars just in the wrong spot, which just meant that Matt Pearce was able just to build a little bit of a buffer and get ahead of him. But they do separate the 1200s and the 1600s on the grid, so they sort of stay and start all together. So it's not all over for Steve Butcher. He's still going to be there or thereabouts going into this heat race and into the final.
Yeah, said he was very much the favourite in the 1200 class going into this championship. But hasn't had quite in his own way. We'll certainly wait and find out as the day progresses. Just waiting for... We saw the course car head out, so we're not too far away from having a look at our race cars making their way out. Huge grid, 40-plus cars here. Yeah, started with 44. Unfortunately, there was a withdrawal on Friday, which was Kim. I'm just looking for here, Kim Burton from South Australia. Unfortunately, pulled the pin on Friday after practice was over. That was the second of the Acura Motorsport cars that had been brought over from Victoria. So Kim, a South Australian, was driving that car. The other car that's remaining is Darren Power, the number 44 machine. So they're just down to the one car. They're used to running so many cars over there in Victoria. It's sort of a bit of a foreign object just having one car to focus on in the field this weekend, let alone the other 4 or 5 that they're so used to in Victoria. But here comes the field, led by yesterday's race winner in heat race number 2, Daniel Reynolds. So he's going to start on the pole. And next door to him, Curtis Porter in the number 67 machine. So he managed to get Michael Kinsella pretty late in the piece yesterday afternoon to move up to P2 ahead of the race Heat 1 race winner, Michael Kinsella. And as you said, Alex McDonald and Simon Pace, they haven't been too bad, but they've been there or thereabouts. They just couldn't quite match the pace of the leading 3 as that race got into the closing stages yesterday.
Corey Ogden's moved forward 4 spots so far over the first 2 heat races, so 10th to 7th and then 7th to 6th, so he's having a nice little run. And then Andre Curran and Aaron Pace making up the 4th row of the grid, 7th and 8th. Back to Heath Collinson and Alex Henderman there in P10. Alex Beswick and Ash Clifford and Benjamin Forgan and Matthew Boates. There's a couple of sabres there from positions 12 right through to 14. Another one, if you include Jason Fowler in 15th, and then Xavier Babbage-Hockey from New South Wales in 16.
Further back to the grid, we've got Matt Harriott alongside of Rod Lisson, the Western Australian, Grant Kelly, Darren Power, Cam Bell, Nathan Clifton, the South Australian driver, Chris Behan and Ed McFowle down there in 24th position. We go back to Matt Moran, Tony Forensko, the another South Australian, another young South Australian driver there, Reece Rowland, position 27. Michael Lloyd from Western Australia, then Ken Ray, Adam Anderson, Rob Vile, and Peter Butler back there in 32nd position. And towards the back of the pack there, we've got Kathy Lisson from Western Australia, John Rickstein, Adam Bezic, and then we go back to our 1200 class. Obviously, Matt Pearce there up the front there from Steve Butcher, Matthew Bilek, another South Australian peddler there. Third position on that 1200 grid. Then we go back to Richard Gray, Baxter Midwinter, Hugh East, Frank Chessel, and Julian Midwinter has had a gearbox change overnight. They've been very busy down in that gear trying to sort that out.
Yeah, they have. So he took part in qualifying yesterday, but then found that there was some gearbox dramas. They tried one thing, didn't seem to work out, so they missed race 1 and then missed race 2 because there was such a tight turnaround and couldn't get the gearbox change done in quick enough time. So he's been out to confirm that the gearbox is actually working as expected, so we'll see if he is indeed going to start off the rear in the number 66. That is a 1600 class car, I believe, is it? No, it's a 1200. Sorry, 1200.
So he's 1200.
1200. So he's off the back of the 1200 field. And hopefully he will be up and running for this third heat race. So
Julian's first Nationals competition too. Of course, he's only fairly new to racing here in SA. Yeah, I mean, really only his first season.
He actually turned around and said to me yesterday that he's also been quite involved with getting things going for the National Challenge. Was actually able to get one of the sponsors on board, which was the Porsche Valley Wines. And he actually said to me, he said, well, if the wine's not too great when it goes up for the raffle later on this evening at the presentation dinner, then he's going to have a bit of a sad and sorry look on his face because it was him that probably made it back in the day. So he's been very great for getting Porsche Valley Wines on board, along with all the other sponsors that have come on as well. So Auto One at Clovercrest and BM Graphics and Adelaide Retail Distributors and, of course, Dunlop Motorsport, who are here with getting all the tyres ready for these 43 Formula Vs. Couple more than the Saloon car field. Don't take nothing away from them. They've had a great turnout this weekend as well. 2 great big fields here for the Bend Nationals 2025. Looks like most of the field's pretty well formed up. A couple of drivers down the back have already said that they're struggling to see the lights because the field is so long and the back part of the grid is on a little bit of an incline coming out of the last corner, so it is a bit difficult to pick up where you are and when the start actually has to happen. There is, I think, Julian Midwinter there. The last car just going through turn number 18 now. So good to see that he's actually up and running.
Good to see. Bit of positive news there. And there's the man. Might be the man to beat too, Daniel Reynolds. In the 78 car there.
And on the gear stick on the right-hand side there.
That race car's had changed hands a few times, and it's been a very strong race car under the hand of a few different drivers. So Daniel Reynolds, see if he gets a start. Porter looks stronger there. He just tucked in behind straight away, so Reynolds got the jump, no problems at all.
I think was the number 35 there of Michael Kinsella may have had a reasonably good start from third there as well. I don't think Porter sort of missed the jump. He sort of gathered up a little bit here. There might be Simon Pace might stick his nose in here on the outside, and he does, all right around the outside of the number 35 of Michael Kinsella, but he's on the wrong side for when they get down to turn number 3. And he manages to clear him. So that's a good start for Simon Pace. That was back on row number 3 for him. 5th place start. He turns that into a 3rd place running in the opening going here.
That's Reece Rowland.
Yep.
And he's had some contact by the looks of that.
Yep.
Nose cone off.
Yep, dislodged and probably only hanging on by a strap there, I would say. So going to become very much a foreign object on the circuit. That's back in the pack. It's a major contact. That was Ben Forgan who the contact was with, and that is the number 26 of Alexander Bezic, the Sabre 01 from Queensland, with a heavy, heavy hit.
Oh, look at the disappointment. He's moving around, which is great to see, but There's been a bit of wheel riding there. He went over the top there at Ben Forgan. That'll be safety car, no doubt about that.
That'll be red flag, I would think, more than a safety car. On Matt Bode from the Queenslander by way of Victoria with the Sabre 02. He's come to a stop on the side of the circuit. Can't quite see where that is, but they've been dropping like flies already in the opening half of a lap. He's looking at the back of that car thinking that maybe something might have let go. So Matt Bode's at turn 1. Then you've got, I think it was the number 26 is down at turn 6, and then Reece Rowland looks like he was on the exit of 3. So stranded cars in a couple of precarious spots and one on its roof. Looks like the driver there, Alex Beswick, is out of the 26. So that's a positive sign. He's no doubt going to be a little bit shaken for that. Look at the rear end of that 01. That is destroyed.
That's torn it right off. That's a serious wreck race car right there.
Yeah, the bolts on both sides of the rear axle have let go of the rear tyres there too. This despondent Matt Bode, he's just going there to turn the GoPro off on the top of the roll hoop there. So a little bit of action there. 2 things unsighted, one of which would have been a very frightening affair, both for Alex Beswick and probably for Ben Forgan as well. He definitely would not have expected to have been hit by a car that looked like it had a bit of a major lock-up going down there into turn number 6. There's the one of the stranded tyres. Have a look at that. You can actually see that the wheel rim has actually shattered as part of the impact. You can see all the little bits and bobs of that rim just hanging out there. They've righted the 26, and officials very quickly on the scene. Great work by them. We can't go racing without. Here's this incident. Have a look at this.
Let's have a look. So this is Ben Forgan in the 86, and he's just got on over the wheel, and that's it. That's the story. And over she goes.
Yeah, and it was after the fact too. So look at that. Yeah, so the first one dislodged. The second one just sort of became disconnected from the car as it came to a rest there. It's a bit hard to tell from that angle as well exactly what happened. So in the braking zone for turn 6, you can't actually see where Ben sort of was on the road versus, is he turning for the corner versus then Alex then trying to come out and potentially make a pass. Maybe he was a little bit caught out by the braking behind Ben Forgan, and then maybe had a late decision to get out, but that'll be something that we have a bit of a look at a bit later on in the piece. We have unfortunately gone red flag scenario here in the third heat race for Formula V. There is Ben Forgan. I think they're just there going along in our shot, just the last car out of the picture there. So he looks like he may have escaped unscathed in the Sabre 02.
This will give us a look at the start there. See pace go through there. He picked up a couple of early positions.
So it actually looks like Alex Beswick actually managed to get ahead of Ben Forgan there at turn 1 and 2, and then Ben must have been able to get back past coming out of turn number 3. We didn't quite see what happened at the back there to Reece Rowland, and we didn't see the pick up what happened to Matt Bode either.
So, gee, all happening inside that first lap. Goodness me. There's plenty got a few spots around our camera lens over there too. That's a bit of an ominous sign.
It certainly is. Now the hard part too here is because it's gone red flag, the timer will continue to tick down. So I would say at this rate that this race may be declared a no contest, given there haven't really been enough laps to justify giving out points. So heat race number 3 would almost be a non-event, and the point standings for moving into the final race of the weekend, the finale later on this afternoon, that is going to cause a little bit of a nervous wait for a lot of drivers as to where they're going to start for the trophy race. They're all come into to pit lane here with 5 minutes 20 left on the clock. So up until that point, Simon Pace had a really strong start in the number 50. He'd moved up to 3rd place, and Kinsella must have snatched that back before the red flag came out. Andre Curran had actually picked up 2 spots as well, so he started 7th and moved up to P5. Alex McDonald had dropped a couple from 4th to 6th. So that was the only real major changes in the top 10 there. Corey Ogden looked like he'd actually lost a couple of spots there too. Alex Henderman moved up 1. Heath Collinson moved down 1. So plenty of moving on in the early stages of the opening lap. The only real proper racing lap that we got as part of this what is effectively going to be a shortened affair.
Yes, it certainly will be. So we're just wondering that Ben Forgan would be a bit rattled by that too. It's he's actually spent pretty much the last 4 years out of racing, come back this season.
So So here's another replay of the start here. Just keep your eye on the back of the shot. You can see the 33 of Matt Bode, sort of centre of your picture right about now, the orange helmet there. He gets a little bit pinched in on the corner here and then sort of disappears from shot just as Heath Collinson and Ash Clifford go through. So I'm wondering whether or not he may have been a little bit pinched into that corner. There may have been a bit of contact between the two Sabre 02s, actually, in fact, the two factory Sabre 02s when you look at it.
So cars coming back into pit lane here, obviously under full course red at the moment. So it was a frightening thing when you see a small open wheeler race car on its lid. The first thing you're always looking for to make sure that driver's moving around. So he got out of that car real quick. So it's good that he's managed to do that.
And it's amazing too, Mark, when you think about the safety innovations that have been across all forms of motorsport, all that protects the driver between, the head hitting the road is a 50mm clearance. That's all it is. The roll hoop on the back needs to meet up with a point on the top of the chassis, and that clearance has to be 50mm. You have to fit under that. So it doesn't sound like a lot, but it saves lives, doesn't it?
Certainly did. All right, so a bit of a lull in the moment where we just bring all these cars back in.
So Ben Forgan, he's actually at the back of the train, so he has been able to keep going after that contact with the 26 of Alex Beswick, but he has dropped to the rear of the field. Now, what are they doing here? Oh, that's Reece Rowland that they're pulling back in. So he was obviously down at turn number 1 and 2, so they're just moving him out of the way. Can't see from this angle whether he's actually managed to keep the nose cone intact.
Another young South Australian-based driver, Reece Rowland, I think he's in his second season here at the moment. Been going great guns too.
Yeah.
Still only a young teenage driver. Unfortunately, there's a bit of a learning curve there for him, but not too sure what the reason was. With the nose cone coming off, there's some sort of contact somewhere.
It's very easy to do, though, isn't it? Because you're so close to some of the gearboxes in front sometimes. All it takes is a little innocuous knock, and they come off. They're usually only held on by a little screw fastener on the top and a couple of straps on the side, so it doesn't take much to dislodge them sometimes.
So we'll just be pushed aside for the moment.
Now, I can't see too many crew members out there in the lane either. Most of them are standing. You can see them at the back of the shot there. Most of them are actually standing just on the pit apron there and just observing what's going on. And so we know more. There's your 1600, the 27 there of Adam Beswick. That's actually Alex's father. So I'm not sure if he knows what's going on at the moment, but if he does, I'm sure he's seen his sons walked away okay from that incident. And just ahead of him was Matt Pearce in the number 37. So he was, of course, the leader in the 1200 class, and it looked like he'd actually had a pretty decent start there as well. Now, look at all the officials that are just going down there to all of the cars. I'm wondering if they're actually informing the drivers that maybe this is not going to be restarted, because there's quite a swarm of orange vests down there. And I can see Damien from the Formula V Association of South Australia there. It's loud shirt day for him. He's had some pretty nice loud shirts across the weekend, and he's down there trying to see what's going on there. Looking down on our defending 1200 class championess, Stephen Butcher, the number 13 Stinger. Kathy Lisson from WA right behind him. Richard Gray from Tasmania, that's the 47. He was, of course, the cause of all the oil being dropped in qualifying yesterday morning. He's worked his way forward pretty quickly. And all those officials down there, they have really, really had their work cut out for them over the last couple of weeks here at the Bend Motorsport Park, haven't they? Yeah,
it's been a lot of activity and meetings here. We were here last weekend for the Superkarts round. And we had the GT festival here the week before that, so it's been very busy. And they've been busy this weekend too. There's been a lot of action for our officials this weekend. There's been a lot of flag waving going on this first half of the meeting, that's for sure.
Yeah, there certainly has. And importantly as well, I mean, it's now getting to the point where the next generation of marshals is coming through the ranks. There's quite a lot of good clubs around the country that have some really good programs involved to get people interested in motorsport. If you haven't got the budget to go racing, you can always come along and join one of these clubs, whether it's a flag marshalling team or a trackside fire and rescue team, or just coming out here, just generally lending a hand. You might find you might have a knack for admin. So there's always a role there, and people are willing to share that knowledge with you. The best way to do that go to motorsport.org.au/officials, and they can always help point you in the right direction.
There's that loud shirt with Damien's there.
Oh, yeah, it is.
We're not going to miss that in the crowd.
No, certainly not. He's been very easy to spot in the paddock this weekend whenever people are going looking for him. He's been running up and down, making sure that everything goes as smoothly as it possibly can. You can see some engines have started there as well. So the Daniel Reynolds number 78 Checkmate is just breathing a little bit of smoke into life here. And I'm wondering whether or not the safety car is going to just move forward and allow them all to turn to the left and then go back through the pit paddock area, or whether we'll get another start here. So lights are now on.
So just waiting for the decision to see what is going on here at the moment. Sort of pointing and fingers going around in spaces there, but
I could just see that.
Oh, that's I'm going to sign. Have a look at that.
Oh yeah, that doesn't look too good.
That looks wet. To be honest with you, that is very dark.
Yeah, it's moving quite quickly as well with the breeze too. I just noticed that they were dragging out, one of the officials was walking there with a 1-minute signal board, so I'm wondering maybe whether we will get a couple of races. And in fact, it actually is raining. You're absolutely right, Mark. We've actually just had a bit of a look outside the commentary box here, and it is indeed starting to come down. So this is now going to be a right royal challenge for a number of these Formula V drivers. Given that they'll be set up for dry conditions, they would have expected the race would have been pretty close to its conclusion by now. Whether or not they will indeed go back out again, or if they do go back out again, it's going to be very, very different to what they started out with a little over sort of 10 to 15 minutes ago.
Certainly see from that camera shot there, the rain now well and truly falling. A couple of brawlies up there at the viewing platform. So certainly very much wet at the moment. Just waiting for the decision to be made. And looks like they may have put some more time on the clock too. So you might be going to get some racing done. It's going to be in pretty slippery conditions.
It'll be very, very sketchy too, I would imagine. And the question will be, who's that they're pushing out of the way? That is, I think it might be Ash Clifford being pushed out of the way there from the grid. So I'm not sure what's gone on with the Star Res number 17 there, if he is indeed been pushed out of the order. Maybe he's got some sort of little issue. It is hammering down now. The heavens have literally just opened. It was a little sprinkle just before. It is now pounding down on the track.
This is going to make it very wet.
It is indeed. Now, are they coming out, or are they going around and into the marshalling? No, I think they're coming out. Yeah. So this is now going to become a very, very challenging affair. It's been dry conditions. Have had the best part of the conditions all weekend so far, Formula V. This is a completely different ball game now.
It's going to be a full wet track. You can see it decisively now coming off the tyres, so certainly plenty of standing water also with that very heavy shower of rain that's just gone over the complex here. So as you mentioned, Steve, this is going to be sketchy. We're not sure what's going to happen at the restart.
No, there's going to be a lot. You can see there already a lot of drivers are starting to test the conditions, just giving it a little bit of, Scotty McLaughlin used to call it jandle, coming out of a couple of the corners here just to see how much grip there is around in some of those traction zones. It's going to be very, very treacherous. That's now getting quite heavy on the main straight here. It is literally this is a deluge right now, and the field's still coming out. So there's going to be some visibility dramas. There's going to be some very, very difficult decisions that have to be made. There's Reece Rowland. He's coming out minus a nose cone. That's going to be one of the very few air-cooled Formula Vs, I think, running around the circuit. His toes are literally going to be frozen, I think, by the time he gets back to pit lane after this race is over. We're hearing in our ear that this is going to be a very short 5-minute race, so maybe 2 or 3 laps is about all we could possibly get out of this. That looks absolutely diabolical. That looks like pea soup out there, Mark.
Yeah, grip level 0 here at the moment. I think that's what we're going to encounter. And put some more time on the clock, give us another 6 minutes. So we'll see how we go here at the moment. Vision is going to be very poor. And you can see on that camera footage there that it's pretty hazy out there at the moment, to say the least.
Well, the question for me, Mark, is going to be, is it going to be a rolling start or a standing start? Because I saw all the officials going up and down to all of the drivers to let them know that something was going on in pit lane. But I'm looking at it from a safety point of view and just trying to work out whether or not it will be a rolling start or whether it will be a standing start. And in fact, does it go back to the order that they started on the grid, or is it going to be as they were when the safety car brought them all into pit lane? That will be the time will tell scenario. Just having a look here, it looks like they're still in the order in which they left the lane, which means it's probably going to be a rolling start based on that. So the safety car lights are now out. So, yes, this will be a rolling start. So as the leader here, it's the number 78 of Daniel Reynolds that has to check the field up and try and get everybody together and allow that safety car to escape and get back to the safety of pit lane. Oh, yeah, look, there's a few drivers that are already trying the karting line, as they call it, going out a lot wider, not taking the traditional racing line, but the field is still coming around the back part of the circuit. So everybody's got to get into order here. Reynolds is going to have the best of the conditions. He will have as clear a track in front as he possibly can. Everybody else behind, it is going to be a very difficult affair to try and pick your braking marker going into turn one, because it's got to come backwards from where it originally was in the dry conditions. But the question is how far. They've not done any running in wet conditions, so it's going to be a real challenge to work out, do I go too early or not too late? And Reynolds looks like he's already put the hammer down and trying to make a break for it out of the final two corners. Oh, there's a spinner already, and it's Andre Curran. He's tried to put the foot down a bit too early, and he's rotated the 32.
Oh, it's already started. Now, we can't even see them. Look at the vision here going down to turn one. Good luck calling that.
No, I
absolutely no idea.
I don't want to call that either. I think I can see that's Reynolds on the left-hand side of your shot there. He's got clear vision. You've got Kinsella, who's on the right-hand side of your picture. That's the racing line here. Porter is on the inside at turn number one, so he's going to go through into second. He's going to remain second. Oh, there's a car off there. Is that Andre Curran? Yeah, he's pulled off the back there. And another car, Darren Power, I think it is, in the back of shot there. The Victorian off, and he's made a little bit of contact with the wall going down towards turn number one. This is absolutely treacherous. Rod, listen there, and they've red flagged it, and I'm not surprised.
You had to do that, sure. That's extremely dangerous.
Yeah, it's just become too difficult to do. Cars going off everywhere, and I'm sure there's a couple of cars further back in the piece that we can't see. Yep, they're all telling everybody that this is not going to happen. I've got a funny feeling now this is officially probably going to be declared a non-event.
Oh, it has to be, surely.
Look at how far back all these drivers are. They've just taking it super, super cautiously, and I don't blame them.
Going to be some very wet race suits when they come back. Certainly looking for the tumble dry. When they come back, it'll be very wet.
Oh, this man here on the screen, Reece Rowland, I think he's going to have the worst of it. Look, as that nose cone's missing, and right behind there is all your brake pedal and your accelerator pedal and your clutch pedal and his feet. So his boots are going to be absolutely saturated. Yeah.
So red flag as we bring them back in again. Just waiting for the declaration. You no doubt that's going to happen.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they declare this. Oh, and Reynolds has actually gone off under red flag, so that's how bad it actually is. That's down at turn 11, I think, and now heading into turn number 12. So he's come through 10, wandered off the road before it even got to 11 and 12. So it really is torrential at the moment. This is really challenging, even at low speed. It's problem, and a lot of the problem is as well is that that's Heath Collinson's done exactly the same thing. This is the problem too, Mark, because when you race in the rain, you need to lift the tyre pressures so it opens up the tread face so it can actually clear the water. They've gone out there on not only cold tyres, as another one goes off, cold tyres having sat in the pit lane for so long, but tyre pressures that are designed for dry running, so they wouldn't have had a chance to. And the crews are not allowed to go out to the cars and increase the pressure. You can go to the marshalling area or formation area with raised tyre pressures and you can lower them, but it's difficult obviously to go back the other way because you haven't got compressors and things like that to be able to pump them up. So no wonder everybody's been slipping off the road. They cannot clear the water fast enough.
Looks like that race has been declared there, Steve. So confirmed on our screen there, race ended, so it looks like that's the way they'll stand. Like I said, we're not too sure about how they, no points will probably be taken out of that heat, but...
Yeah, I think you're right. It'll be a no point. I would not be surprised to see it as a no points awarded affair because there's just so many drivers. Like we're looking down our list here, there's at least close to a dozen drivers marked off as non-finishers or non-starters, and that'll be something that needs to be sorted out after this. But I wouldn't be surprised to see that they take no points for this race, and it'll be only the 2 heat races that'll count towards setting the grid, which means a lot of drivers are going to sort of stay roughly where they are from a starting point of view for the trophy race later on this afternoon. A couple of drivers might move up and down a bit, but it won't be by very much.
No, it won't be. So just got the last few tail enders making their way in, and that will be it. It's a bit of an unfortunate ending there for our Heat 3 there for our Formula V Nationals.
And you know the funny thing is, Mark, just like that, the sun's now started to come out.
That sounds like typical tail and bend South Australian weather, doesn't it?
Well, I thought that was Melbourne-based weather from where I come from, the old 4 seasons in one day trick. So we've just had that happen here, I think, and you can see the breeze has now picked up a notch as well. So it's probably trying to blow all that rain cloud away, but it's reminiscent of some times in a couple of different circuits around the country over the years where a deluge has come down, a very, very short pour, and it's caused absolute chaos, and then 10 minutes later it's gone back to being as if nothing actually ever happened, but you've got wounded race cars that you have to contend with.
I think we'll leave it at that, Steve, and I think we'll call it as we see it. Well, no doubt we'll find out a little bit more information about how that race pans out a little later on when we get back into, well, the next time you'll be back here will be for the final, of course. And so we'll keep it at that. We'll come up now with, back now for another heat for our Saloon cars. Now, as the sun decides to make its way out, and all these Formula Vs go back into pit lane. We'll have a short break, and we're back with the final heat of Saloons in just a few moments.
Welcome back to the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. And as you can see, the rain stopped. Completely stopped now. How bizarre. Hard to believe that when the rollover happened on that first start, it was bone dry. And now look at the state of the race circuit. It's certainly wet off the track. Certainly, I think a few little, maybe even rivers. And that's what they're out there assessing at the moment. There's a couple of course cars out there around the racetrack just to assess the state of the track, because those rivers cause aquaplaning, and aquaplaning means that you have no control over your motor vehicle. So that's what they're assessing, to see the state of the track conditions, because as we saw in that Formula V race, even after it was red flagged, we saw some of our Formula V runners, including our race leader, run off the racetrack under red flag. So that just shows how tricky it was out there, that somebody of Reynolds' capabilities goes off. That just shows how wet it is. There is the Ford lapping the circuit just to see what it is like, and you can see the grooves being left from behind. Hopefully the track is alright, and that means that we can get heat number 4, the final heat for the Saloon cars, underway before we have the finale later on this afternoon. I'm Dan McCarthy. Alongside me is Mark Nankara. Now, Mark, these nationals, we've spoken about the heats, but we are getting towards the end of Sunday's proceedings. We need to talk about the finals, because it is a winner-takes-all finale. The heat simply sets the grid.
It certainly does. We're on the point system from our heats. It's coming up soon. Let's get you with that last Formula V race, how that point system now is going to work. So obviously the Saloon Car Nationals coming up next, but this is their last chance. Different conditions here too for this heat, so we're really not too sure how this is going to pan out.
Normally it's advantage Holdens in conditions like this. The Fords don't do so well in the wet due to the live rear end that they have, so that's
promising.
It is promising,
isn't it? We've got a safety car coming out, so that is a bit of positive. The sun has actually made a reappearance here, but unfortunately, if you can see the tarmac there, it is shiny and it is very wet. So it's going to take a few laps to certainly get a bit of a dry line once these Saloon cars make their reappearance.
When I woke up in the Adelaide Hills this morning, it was lashing down with rain, and I looked on the weather radar and it said 30% chance of rain today. I thought, oh, okay, interesting. And yeah, that was for the forecast for Tail and Ben. Well, we've certainly had that rain, haven't we? 30% chance. Well, it is well and truly come. That is for certain.
There's those big black clouds that have just gone past us. They're shot there. You can see our big electrical wires running across the track here. That's in the northern part of the circuit. There's our level 4 viewing deck up there. A few brave souls out there, braving the breeze. Look at those flags up there. It is absolutely blowing an absolute gale up there. There we go. Give us a wave. There they are, all up there at level 4. That's a few committed spectators up there. All the way on the top of the main complex here at Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. Yeah, we're certainly interested to see how these Saloon cars do come out. Just waiting for the official word. I think they're just testing out the water, so to speak, at the moment.
A bit of news since the last race. I bumped into Travis Lindorff while the Formula V race was happening. The man who finished second here last time the Nationals were held at the Bend, and a multiple-time champion in the Victorian Saloon Car Series. He's had troubles all weekend long. Once the engine gets hot, he loses power and he falls backwards through the field. Well, he hadn't got to the bottom of that problem, and then in the last race his gearbox got stuck in 4th gear. He says, we do have a spare one, but we still haven't got on top of the other issue, so I'm just going to put it in the truck and go home, because it's really been the weekend from hell for Travis Lindorff. So hopefully he'll be back out next year with a fully healthy car and back out at the front of the field as we always expect him to be.
Yeah, sometimes you just have weekends like that, don't you, where things just don't fall into place at all. And some days you can have weekends where nothing goes wrong.
Indeed.
It can go either way. That's motor racing for you, isn't it? Big black clouds go. I thought I saw a bit of lightning there, actually, in that make an appearance in that cloud, so that's interesting again. Course car making its way around, so our grid has come up in our timing screen, so that's another positive.
Yeah.
So we're not too far away here. And now bright sunshine, believe it or not. It's a bit of a change from the last quarter of an hour or so ago.
I think must have moved back to Melbourne and not known about it. It's been very much Melbourne weather here today. We did have a couple of little sprinkles yesterday, didn't we? But not enough to really make a difference. Already the Formula Ford race earlier on today, that got affected by wet weather. And as we see the course car...
Yeah, standing water coming out underneath that course car. You can see it all getting washed up underneath. The Hyundai i30 there. That's the fastback version, of course.
Of course, we saw...
Yeah, I was about to say, we saw a bit of that in last weekend here.
Good, great minds think alike, Mark.
Oh, yes,
we were going both for the TCR Link. Yeah. And Link & Co. didn't have quite the weekend that they'd have wanted. It was Hyundai taking both race victories here last weekend. Here they go, though, out on to the racetrack on a very wet circuit. Here is the grid then. Scott Dornan is out in front after taking the last two race victories. Sean Jamieson won race number 1, but he's had to settle for second since. Joel Heinrich has been collecting the points race after race, as has Mason Harvey. They finished 3rd and 4th respectively in all of the races to this point. Jackson Callow, I can't speak highly enough of the young men from Western Australia, really taking it to these veterans and front runners of the series. Relative newcomer, first time at the Bend, inside the top 5 for this one. Alongside a man at the other end of his career, you'd say Wayne King has been around for decades in Saloon car and HQ competition. Jacob Curry, another youngster from South Australia, alongside Kane Baxter-Smith, the Victorian. Beyond that, we have Scott Godding in the Falcon alongside Victorian front-runner Adam Lowndes. Deegan Preen, the youngster, in 11th. Mark Rosser, who races pretty much anything he can here in South Australia. He is starting in 12th, ahead of Daniel Johnson, Christopher Nifsey. Tony Ordino picked up a 5-second penalty in that last race, so he's been demoted down to 15th. He did not start in his grid box correctly. Adam Koberstein won the EA-VN battle. He will start from 16th, ahead of Rick Gill and Kerry Bright. Second in EA-VN class, the trophy class, is Reginald Ralph, ahead of Andrew McSwain, Blair Davies, Tim McNamara. Jacob Prestopino recovered well in that race to finish in 23rd, albeit with a collision with David Lyons, ahead of Vincenzo Ciella. Then we had Justin Chafee, Sean Berger, Justin Shembry, Terence Belouve de Silva, Andrew Martin from WA, Brett Tate, Jason Cruz, and David Lyons. I'm not sure he'll be out there. Matthew Jager as well. I saw a bit of repairs going on with his car after, of course, he came to a halt at the end of the last race. And Jaden Jamieson, we haven't seen out there since he went stage right, or stage left, I should say, at turn 3 on the opening lap of yesterday's first heat. We haven't seen him ever since, unfortunately, the young kid, son of Sean Jamieson. But what a field of cars. The race earlier on today was an absolute barnstormer, a cracker, a classic in saloon car competition. And with conditions like this, it will be interesting to say the very least. There's a bit of a river there. You sort of made mention of these rivers, and there is one of them around the crest of turn number 16. So if they're wise, they'll notice this on the sighting lap. Take note. And know to just give it a little bit of a lift through there as they go across that. But already you can see how it's been dispersed a little bit by several tyres going over it. There is Daniel Johnson, former president in the Victorian Series, a veteran of the championship, 2-time winner of the Victorian State Series. And Tony Ordino in the right way, industrial-sponsored Falcon, has gone off onto the grass, and you can see how moist it is. Look at the wheels spinning. He's doing about 7,000 RPM, and the car's moving at 0.1 of a kilometre. You can see where
he's launched it. The big furrows there into the grass, but unfortunately the grass is wet as.
Go backwards, Tony. That's your way to go. It always works better in a rear-wheel drive car to go backwards in a situation like this. He's taken my advice.
He's done well.
Yes, there we go.
Must be tuned in. Oh, look at all the rubbish he's chucked on the track. Oh, good. You can see all the mud and turf underneath the wheel arch there. It's going to help his cause one little bit. So that's another problem too. Once you get these cars off the racing line or off the track, it's going to be pretty hairy on that grass too. So you just see on the infield there too, a bit of a puddle that's formed in the grass. So There's been a fair bit of water runoff.
Oh, Mark Ross is trying to find his position. He can't quite work out where he's meant to be. He can move a little bit further forwards there, Mark. We do have a vacant couple of grid positions there, one of which is for Tony Ordino, of course. Trying to work out who the other one must be. So it must be the person directly behind Tony Ordino. Rick Gill it is, that's missing
that
from
Falcon's
timing.
definitely not there.
So missing a couple of cars. Rick Gill's had a relatively good weekend, stayed out of trouble in and around just outside the top 10 positions throughout the weekend. But a shame that he is not out for this one. There's the West Aussie I was just talking about of Jackson Callow doing a fantastic job in the Construction Equipment Australia Falcon. But it has been all Holden so far this weekend. Scott Dornan and Sean Jamieson. Will it be those two again in this one? In these wet conditions, it is likely to be a Holden. Green flag at the back. The Sean Berger car has come into the pit lane. So a problem there for the local South Australian as the lights go out and off immediately. A very quick starting sequence as yellow flags waving further back down the field. Somebody with a bit of a slow start. But I think Scott Dornan has made a nice decisive breakaway there at the start. He nailed that and will lead them down towards turn number 1. But look at this further back. They are 3 wide for position number 3. Heinrich on the inside. Adam Lowndes from 10th on the grid. He's up to 4th.
Well, what a start. He doesn't mind the wet conditions. He's from Melbourne. He should know all about this. You do a lot of racing at Phillip Island. You know these conditions very well. Well, look at, they're really just tiptoeing their way through. They've been extremely cautious. Just a test out there around the grid.
Tony Ordino, that was. He's already had one off-track excursion already on the warm-up lap, and he nearly made it a second at turn number 2. Mason Harvey's trying to come back up the inside of Adam Lowndes. He doesn't like being demoted. Mason Harvey is a young charger that wants to go forwards in the Tri-Bridge-sponsored Falcon, but he has been demoted by the reigning, or 2024 I should say, Victorian champion is wide Heinrich. For Heinrich. Tried to attack Jamieson and in a bit deeper. Was he looking for a good exit there? 3 wide out of the corner.
Yeah, Mason Harvey was massively wide there. Goodness me. So windshield wide as a brace. It's going to be Jamieson, Heinrich. There's the second and third cars there. Scotty Dornan, got a nice break. He's got a clean start. That's where you want to be in front. You do not want to be any further back because vision is going to be extremely poor here. These drivers are trying to sort themselves out back in the field.
I just saw Jacob Prestopino. I think he's made up 10 positions already. If there's a man that loves the wet conditions, it is him. He slides it around Speedway background, and you'll see shortly exactly why that is. He will continue to move forwards. Here comes the 16 of Heinrich. He's got 1, and look at the run he's got out of Crofty Corner. He's even having a look up the inside of Scott Dornan in the Action Line Markings car for the race lead, but he can't quite do it there. So he slots into second position and immediately under fire from Jamieson. But this is where the Falcon is just a little bit weak to the Commodore out of these slow corners with the active rear. And you can see the Falcon sliding. There is Preen. And look at Prestopino. I reckon he's in the top 10 or very, very close to. He's got past Egan Preen, who himself likes to slide it around. We've seen that this weekend. Look at that. Around the outside of Kane Baxter Smith. Like he's standing still, and he's going to line up Daniel Johnson down here at turn 17, is he? No, not quite able to do so. He himself is attacking Mark Rosser at turn 17, but Prestopino might pick them both up. Nice run out of turn 17 towards the final corner. Not able to do so. Try to look on Daniel Johnson, but what a start from the guys. Glass and Glazing sponsored Commodore. Across the line they come to complete lap number 1. There's been a lot of changes on the opening lap. One of the big movers is Adam Lowndes, up 8 positions, up into 4th position. The other one, Jacob Curry. And speaking of Mr. Curry, he is having a look at Adam Lowndes. Oh no, rear's locked for Mason Harvey. An unforced error down there. He runs well wide. I think he'll fall behind his fellow West Aussie in Callow.
Got all crossed up there, Mason Harvey under brace. Well, Scotty Godding got caught out there in the Sedan Hotel's entry. It's got a few war wounds on it too. Look at all the black tyre marks down the side of that Falcon. There's been plenty of contact involved there. No worries about our race leaders. They make their climb up there. Oh, there's another one. That was Bright, I reckon. Kerry Bright.
Yep.
He's got a bit all crossed up there. Just got himself off the racing line there. Get off that racing line. It's even more wetter and dirtier. Kerry Bright's had a bit of probably a weekend really didn't want. He didn't get off to a very good start yesterday with some issues.
He's moving forward, though, isn't he? He is moving forward. He's just outside the top 10 now. I seem to say that about everybody. Everybody's just outside the top 10. There's a fantastic group of competitors in and around those positions. Leading the EA fight remains Adam Koberstein. So he is currently in position number 18, a couple of places ahead of that man. Number 41, Reginald Ralph, who's just lost out to McNamara in the Falcon. So a couple of Falcons heading down the hill. The drive events car of Andrew McSwain, the newly appointed Victorian president, Andrew McSwain, out there on the circuit, doing a nice job. He, like a few of his Victorians, do come over and compete in occasional South Australian rounds, so he is familiar with this circuit.
Jim McNamara there, also from the Heinrich garage as well. Another one of the Heinrich performance entries there. Came back to Smith.
Oh, well.
At the moment. That's on the outside. Is that Jamison?
It is. We were just saying
Jamison, yeah.
We hadn't seen much of him this weekend, but all of a sudden we're seeing a fair bit of him now out there on the circuit. He is up to 17th position.
From the back of the pack there. That's a fair effort in these kind of conditions. And he's got Kane Baxter Smith well and truly in his sights here.
Yeah, he's got lots on this lap alone. I think he's now towards the tail end of the top 10. I'm saying it again. In around about 13th position. Kane Baxter Smith not enjoying these conditions at the moment, I don't think, in his Ford Falcon, and he is going to be vulnerable. The rear brakes are all locked up on the number 85 car, but Jamison slides it up there.
All crossed up. Geez, speedway style there. That was a lot going down there to turn 17.
That held Baxter Smith up in the Swift Solar Racing car, and he's lost a place now to Tony Ordino as they come across the line to finish the second lap, but out in front it's a Holden 1-2 in this field. Oh no, Jamison's dropped to third. Sorry, Dornan is leading. Heinrich up to second, so Jamison has fallen to third position.
Oh, here we go.
Ahead of Lance.
Tony Ordino. Full lock sideways then at turn one.
Just about kept it facing in the right way. Industrial's Falcon. The man behind that business is also competing this weekend. One of our EA division runners, a West Australian Andrew Martin. So good to have him here. He's supported Tony Ordino for many, many years.
Yeah, good to see Andy Martin back in South Australia. Is that a bit of time away? Certainly from this state. Now we're looking at cars there. That's the old VN Commodore there. A couple of the old trophy class cars still out there in circulation. I think the Koberstein car in the VN is the lead car in that pack at the moment.
It is, as he has been all weekend long. We've got 6 of the older class cars out there. De Silva, Ralph, Koberstein, Martin, Jager and Chaffee. So a good field of the older spec class cars. As look to me there like Deegan Preen is having a little bit of a moment there. Directly behind Jaden Jamison. The Sedan Hotel sponsored car ahead of Fox Roofing, one of the sponsors of this event. Fox Roofing, as along with Action Line Marking and Unsecured Finance. So lots of backers supporting what is a huge field of saloon cars. And why wouldn't you back it when the action is this good? It's going to be spoken about, this event, for quite some time. We've seen such great racing up the pointy end of this field all weekend long. In fact, all the way through the field. It's been an absolute blast to call the action. We still have 6 minutes left in this one, so plenty of action still to come. Here we are, Jacob Prestopino. He's made his way past Johnson and Harvey since we last saw him, and he's now hounding Mark Rosser, who last time I remember him racing, he was in an S5000. Oh, what a catch!
Jeez. All over the place.
He should be part of the Australian cricket team with a catch like that one. That was fantastic. Around the outside, though, goes Prestopino. I think he's in a bit too deep, though. I think he's dribbled off the road. We can't quite see. He has dribbled off the road.
You don't want to be going off there. The big sand trap, right? No,
apparently he is not. He just about kept it on. We just haven't quite seen him.
There he is.
There you go, all the way around the outside. I thought he was in far too deep there, but no.
Jacob Prestopino, he's got web feet out there. He loves these wet conditions. I think he's absolutely carving through the field. There's Jackson Callow there behind the local South Australian driver there, and Jacob Curry. He's a bit of a talent too. A couple of young gun guys there. And there's Prestopino, the 99 car. Rosser Harvey's dropped back through the field. He hasn't really enjoyed the wet conditions, certainly in this race. Daniel Johnson Racing Falcon there.
We said this would suit the Commodores, these conditions. There is only one Falcon inside the top 8 positions. I was just trying to work it out. So Dornan, Jamison, Lowndes, Curry, Callow, Prestipino and Rosser are all Holden. So this final race, these points from this one will certainly benefit the Generals Met heading into the final.
So that's Jacob Curry. We're looking there, the flip side entry, and in livery for this championship this weekend. And that's Vinciella there, and he's got one of the styrofoam braking markers there underneath the front wheel, and that's not going anywhere. He's nailed it. Look at it. Look at all the styrofoam coming off underneath the car there. So he's going to try and shift that, and that's not going anywhere. He just have to wear it down.
Yeah, exactly. Seemed to be affecting his turning, though, I think, around the right-hander.
Oh, it should be.
Shouldn't be so bad in the left. It might actually be dislodged around the left-hander.
So he's obviously gone off to collect that somewhere.
Definitely. Down at turn 1, those boards have been on the inside. Oh, we got a spinner. That is the number 33 machine out there on the circuit. That's Saloon de Silva. That's not what you want to see. He was second in class, and actually he would close right in behind the... he's third in class, and it closed in on Reginald Ralph in the recent lap, so that's a bit of a shame for him. A class top 3 in this heat looks like it has gone begging, but it is all about collecting the points in these heats. The top scorer across the 4 heats will start from pole position down to the tail of the field, so it's all about maximising your finishes in the heats, and then it's a winner-takes-all final later on this afternoon, the feature race that's going to finish off our programme here at the Bend this afternoon.
There's Vincent at the wheel there. He's got rid of the styrofoam. Not too sure he's done any other damage. He's a bit concerned about something. And that's one of the Sedano Challenge.
Rosser.
Mark Rosser.
From 8th position, listen to that car rev as he tries to get it back on the side. Baxter Smith
has gone in.
Backed it in at turn number 17, and he is well and truly bogged. Wheels spinning. That car is not going anywhere. Kane, Baxter Smith. Oh, they're all going off down here. Kerry Bright's looped it around as well.
It must be raining out there, surely. What's going on out there?
I did see yellow flags around this section. I think it was turn 18 last lap, so not so... Oh, Adam Lowndes as well, just as he's come into contention. He's dropped it off down there as well, so 4th position for Adam Lowndes has gone begging just as he got himself in the fight this weekend. It has gone away from him. So I don't know, maybe there might be some oil. As I say, I saw yellow flags at turn 18. There must have been a stationary car off on the side of the circuit. And yes, the safety car has been deployed. You can see on the left-hand side of the screen, the safety car boards and flags are very much out. But drama late on in this one. Just when you think the script
this guy going Prestipino.
That's how he drives. You haven't seen him in the Victorian Series. That's just normal.
And Lowndes there in the...
I think this is the car that caused that yellow flag that I saw, because this car is not stuck in the gravel trap. It is out there on the outside of the circuit, and the Blendline guys in my ear also think the same thing. So we believe oil might have been dropped from the Adam Lowndes car the lap prior, and then these cars have all gone spearing off on said oil. So this is the cause. That's why we saw not 1, not 2, but 3 cars loop it around down here. Baxter Smith, the unfortunate real victim. The other 2 were able to get back going. Rosser got back out the gravel trap, and a quick spin for Kerry Bright. He was able to get back going, but this car has not. Baxter Smith is beached in the gravel trap, and I think that could potentially be what we are seeing there. The oil spillage all the way down towards turn 17. So my theory is actually true, so that's good for a change.
Not a good mix, the old oil and water combination, is it? So they're certainly down there at the moment, so this will definitely finish under safety car. There'll be nearly, only a minute left on the clock there, so certainly that's the way things are looking at the moment. So we did have Scott Dornan leading the race before the safety car was called in front of Heinrich. And Sean Jamis still the top 3 there. But Jacob Curry doing it right on the wet. He doesn't mind a bit of speedway action either, so he's up into 4th position.
Better than all right. That's absolutely fantastic from Jacob Curry, a man who has not driven a saloon car in 12 months. It was this round exactly 52 weeks ago, 1 year ago, that he last drove a saloon car. He's been driving Aussie racing cars and all sorts of different things in the recent past, so great to have him back in a saloon and doing a fantastic job. Callow in position number 5, another youngster ahead of Mason Harvey. So those two West Aussies doing very, very well. And as I expected, Jacob Prestopino up into position number 7. He always takes the brave pills, does Jacob Prestopino. Really pulls the seatbelt straps hard and sends it no matter what. He'd have been laughing when he saw that Formula V race and the rain lashing down. The one race I remember at Phillip Island a couple of years ago, he came from last on the grid. He took the lead and then he just ran off the road down at Honda Hairpin, and he ended up finishing second in the end, but it was a comeback of the ages that very nearly was for him. But what a driver in the wet conditions he is. Further back, that is the 146 of Rosser, who went off through the gravel trap. So he was running in 8th at the time. He didn't lose too many positions. He only fell to position number 11. So that's not too bad, actually, considering what's happened to his rival, Kane Baxter Smith. So the order then, at the moment, in what to me will be the final lap of the race, is Johnson Jamison, that is the younger Jamison, of Jaden Jamison, and young Deegan Preen rounding out the top 10. There's Coberstein in the number 51. We haven't really, I know we mentioned him a few times, but yeah, he's been just staying out of trouble, hasn't he, so far this weekend, doing a very nice job in his VN Commodore, just a couple of places ahead of Reginald Ralph.
That's Dave Lyons.
Oh, he's back out there.
Yeah, Dave Lyons is back out there, but that's a fair effort too.
Great stuff. From one of our drivers in the Pensioners Cup, we got Martin De Silva, Jeski, as well as Gill and Ciela and David Lyons are our 6 competitors in the Pensioners Cup. And there is some prize money on the line for this event, and not a small amount of it either. Pole position got an award of $500. That went the way of Joel Johnson. And then as well, the outright winner, thanks to Action Line Marking, will win $5,000 this afternoon. $2,500 for second place. Here's a replay of another incident. Oh, this is the McNamara Falcon going off at the final corner. This must have been the yellows I saw the lap before. There's been so much going on. Oh, Brett Tate looped it around as well. Boy, oh boy. Turn 17's been the action spot for this race, hasn't it?
But they just do that behind the safety car, but it looks as things, have they?
Surely not. Surely not.
We're only travelling slowly there, so that's just...
We're hearing it's a lap before the oil went down, so that was during racing conditions. What carnage here at the Bend. Just going back to the point, $2,500 for second, thanks to unsecured finance, and $1,000 to Fox, thanks to Fox Roofing for outright. You get prize money as well for winning the Pensioners Cup and the trophy class as well. So lots of money, lots of prizes on the line, but that'll all be won later on this afternoon in the winner-takes-all final. No doubt, though, who is going to be starting from pole position in that one. Second place in race number 1 and 3 race victories since then. It will be the man at the front of the field. Ironically, it is the man sponsored by Action Line Markings that is going to start from pole position in the Action Line Marking sponsored machine. So he might be handing himself the cheque potentially this afternoon.
Get his own money back.
That's right, exactly right. So
Scotty Dornan down there at Action Line Markings, that's his business.
Still, though, 13 laps ahead of us this afternoon. It's more like an endurance race for the saloon cars. It is going to be a long, long encounter. 30 minutes, we reckon, there or thereabouts will be the distance of that one. Here they come. There's around the final corner. Scott Dornan is going to come across the line to take his 3rd victory of the weekend. And Joel Heinrich getting his best result of the weekend as well in position number 2, demoting Sean Jamison to 3rd position. Certainly plenty of action in that one. Not always the action we wanted to see. Real shame for Adam Lowndes. He really got himself in contention in that one, and he was going to score big points, which would have put him further up the grid for the final, but it was to no avail in the end. His engine let go, and that sent several cars spearing off the road down there at turn 17, most notably his fellow Victorian rival in Kane Baxter Smith. Baxter Smith was he was the leading Victorian all weekend long, so that will put him a bit further down the grid for the final later on this afternoon. What a shot that is. All 39, or a couple less that have got stuck in the gravel and the like, but just over 35 Saloon cars out there on the race circuit. Saloon Car Nationals back to its glory days. Yeah, okay, we don't have a national championship, but the Nationals certainly do put on a show. Scott Dornan taking the win by half a second, but of course that was under safety car conditions, ahead of Joel Heinrich Jamieson in third. It's a South Aussie 1, 2, 3, 4 in that one, with Curry in that fourth position. Best of the rest was Callow, ahead of fellow West Aussie Mason Harvey, the reigning Saloon Car Nationals champion, in sixth. Jacob Prestopino from the back of the field, up 32 positions to finish in seventh place. Best of the Victorians, ahead of Daniel Johnson, Jaden Jamieson and Deegan Preen, rounding out the top 10 positions. Beyond that, Mark Rosser had a bit of an off-track excursion, as did Tony Ordino on the warm-up lap. Wayne King in 13th, Abin Koberstein outright 14th. And winner in that one of the older spec class cars. Scott Godding in 15th, Reginald Ralph, Kerry Bright, Andrew McSwain, Christopher Nisi and Justin Shaffey rounding out the top 20. Beyond that, Blair Davies, good recovery from David Lyons to finish in 22nd place, ahead of Jason Cruz. Tim McNamara had that very odd moment out of turn 17 where he looped it at least twice. He beat home Andrew Martin, Terence Belouve de Silva, Brett Tate, Justin Shembry, Vincenzo Ciella, and our first non-finisher there, Kane Baxter Smith. Adam Lowndes as well, a non-finisher. Matthew Jager, Rick Gill and Sean Berger, non-starters. Well, that certainly sets up an exciting finale this afternoon, Mark.
Certainly does, and there's certainly plenty happening there in that particular race. Hopefully we don't see any more rain, but we've got another race coming up now for
Australian
Formula Ford, just before our officials' lunch break, and then we get into the big part of the meeting. We get into the finals bit in the afternoon, which we'll be waiting for all weekend. So we can't wait for that. And so these cars will make their way back in, and I think we'll have a short break now here, Dan, and we'll get ourselves set for the final race here for the Australian Formula Ford series here this weekend, as these cars make their ways back in. So that's, you can see the tracks now starting to just dry out a little bit, which is a bit of a positive sign too, but there's got to be a fairly decent oil clean-up in between races as well. So while we're doing all of that and getting everybody all sorted, we'll be back in a few moments' time for Formula Ford.
Welcome back to the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. We're heading into the final races of the weekend. So Formula Ford's final race, followed by Formula V, the national Formula V final. Superkarts, Australian Superkarts, and then the national Saloon car duel, the action line marking Saloon car nationals. Well, I think we saw in that last race, didn't we, what a spectacle that is set to be. Looking forward to that 13-lap encounter at 2:45 local time here in South Australia. I'd like to say glorious weather conditions, but we can't say that here today. It has been the last couple of weekends when we've been here at the Bend, and it was pretty pleasant yesterday as well, but today not quite the same. The 30% chance of rain is very much lashed down upon this 4.95 kilometre circuit, about an hour's drive from the South Australian capital of Adelaide for our international viewers. And yeah, great to have a great field of cars in amongst these national categories. Formula V's over 40 cars, Saloon cars with 39 machines at the start of the weekend. But sadly, I think we might have lost a couple in that last one. Travis Lindorf and also Trevor Lindorf did start that one, and Adam Lowndes didn't finish it. I don't think they'll be fixing a engine in the next couple of hours before that race. Martin Ancaro is back alongside myself, Dan McCarthy. Mark, we're looking forward to this next one, Formula Ford Australia.
So slightly bigger.
Yes, exactly. Do have V's after the lunch break. Before the lunch break, we do have Formula Ford for their final encounter. What racing we've had in this category so far this weekend.
It's been very good, and since their last race, of course, we've had the torrential rain. Just having a look at that shot there at camera, looks like the breeze has dried out the tarmac a little bit, so that's got good news for our Formula 4 competitors. Last thing they want is rain, but have a look at that big black cloud on that TV screen. That's ominous again. So there's still, I don't think the rain is completely gone at the moment, but hopefully it can hold off. We've got an officials lunch break after the Formula Ford race, and that's at the top of the sky deck there again. Look at those flags up there. Still plenty of wind. It's much the same as what we saw yesterday with the breeze, and that's also going to be helping dry the track out as well. And you can hear some noise downstairs, so I suggest that we'll be probably looking for some race cars, and there we go to bring out. So just having a look at the track there. Oh, it still looks a little bit greasy, so they're going to have to pick their line here. You don't want to go off that racing line, certainly in these race cars.
Certainly drier on the racing line. I just wanted to run through the grid because there's a couple of changes since we finished that last race. So Lachlan Everett did take the race victory. That still stands. But crossing the line, Jamie Rowe did finish in position number 2. However, he'll start from 6th. A 15-second penalty for turning around Joe Fawcett at turn number 1 in the damp conditions that greeted us at the start of their race earlier on. Joe Fawcett recovered from that spin at turn 1 to finish in 2nd ahead of Isaac Demmelweek, who scored his best result of the season so far. Giuseppe Imbrogno, the South Australian, will come out of 4th ahead of Caleb Bellack, and Jamie Rowe, as I say, from 6th. Tabitha Ambrose in the Pertec-sponsored machine will come out of 7th ahead of Ashton Geely, a relative newcomer to Formula Ford competition. And then on the final row of the grid, we have Andrew Torti, and the big story, Kobe Williams, the championship leader, DNF'd in that last race. His series lead has been cut to just 2 points. Joe Fawcett with that 2nd place cuts it down to just 2 points now. The reason for that retirement, I said, I thought it was coughing and spluttering. It was indeed coughing and spluttering. Fuel pump issue. So that was the reason why that car came to a stop around about this section of the course. They've been working frantically, many hands in the cockpit to get that car back out on the circuit. Good to see that it is. So Kobe Williams, championship leader, will be charging through the field. I think I saw a spinner at turn 1.
Yeah, it did. Someone spun around there when they just came out. I'm not too sure who that was.
I thought it was Geely.
Yeah, it looked like the Geely car. It was behind our graphics there, so it was a little bit hard to pick out, but their drivers there just testing out the water, so to speak. See their grip levels at the moment. Kobe Williams is interesting here, isn't it? Brand new fuel pump there on board of that race car, so just starving the race car for fuel in the last race, and that certainly does explain. Well, it's actually come to a grinding halt. It's completely failed. So hopefully good work done to that crew down there to get that car up and running.
I have to say thanks to Jack Atley for giving me that information. Working behind the scenes at Formula Ford this year. Of course, a familiar name to many people, racing 944s in Victoria, so many people will be familiar with his driving antics, but doing the admin side of things here this weekend as they come to the grid. I tell you what, Mark, it is a major advantage if you're starting positions 1, 3, 5, 7 and 9, because it is pretty dry there, or certainly drier than what the guys on the right-hand side of the grid will be experiencing, like this car there on the screen of Demelweek. So he'll be starting on the wet side. Oh, sorry, it's 1, 3, 5, 7 and 9 that are on the wet side.
On the opposite side.
That's changed in the recent weeks. Of course, they changed the grid ahead of the Air Touch 500 at the bend. So that means our pole sitter is on the wet side. Lachlan Everett, he'll try and get across as quickly as he can, but it is advantage Joe Fawcett before they've even started in this one. Lights are out, we're underway, and that's exactly what's happened. Look at them all burst into wheel spin on the inside of the circuit. All 5 on the outside have overtaken all 5 on the inside. So basically, we've thrown the pack up in the air, shuffled them all around, and it's going to be a fascinating race, this one now. But Joe Fawcett leads the way. Lachlan Everett down to position number 6 on the road. So it's Fawcett from, it's Kobe Williams. I thought that was...
so he was the one on the outside of the track, so he took that advantage as well. Just followed all the other race cars through.
Incredible start from Kobe Williams. I can't quite believe my eyes. I think I need them testing. How on earth has he done that? Up from the back of the grid. Yeah, okay, he overtook a few people because he was on the dry line, but he's also got past 3 people legitimately on the dry side as well.
Take the lead.
It runs a little bit wide, looking for a nice exit there, I think, using the old karting line.
Yeah, nice wide berth there at the apex. So it is Fawcett and Kobe Williams from the back of the pack here. So they get themselves in. We'll see a little bit of water being kicked up there in that section there too.
And someone's out. A driver in car number 5. That's our local South Aussie of Giuseppe Imbrogno.
And he will not get out of there.
You saw the big twitch for our 2 leaders. Unfortunately, Imbrogno is in a bit more committed than those 2. And he got caught out by that little river that's running across the racetrack. Here comes Kobe Williams from the back of the field. It's taken him 12 corners, and he's got to the front. Incredible stuff from the ACM Finance-sponsored driver. He overtakes his fellow Victorian at the head of the field. And that is why this man has won 6 races this season and leads the championship. But as I say, it's just 2 points separating these 2 drivers. Whichever one of these 2 finishes ahead in this race will lead the championship going into the season finale at Phillip Island.
Everett
that was
on the
twitch.
inside. Got a bit uncomfortable there.
That was a big moment.
I think that was Geely that he's gone past there.
It was.
So the Cam Quarry's entry there of Lachlan Everett. Now let's have a look at the replay here. Oh, that's the Imbrugno moment there. He's got that there's a little bit of a stream or runoff that goes across the track out there, and he nailed it, and that's the reason it speared him off the track there. So it is Williams in front of Fawcett.
I can't believe how quickly this track's dried. The sun is on it now. There is no doubt about that, but it's dried in the space of about half an hour from a race that had to be red flagged due to rain. It's now a bone-dry circuit on the racing line. Incredible conditions here in South Australia today as a Pioneer DJ driver. That is Caleb Bellack, moving through on the elder statesman of the series in Andrew Torty.
So DJ Pioneer entry goes through. Plenty of breeze out there too, so that's going to help with the drying of the track. It is still very windy out there, even though the sun is out, but the breeze will help. And that's what we'll be looking for here at the moment. So Bellick there and the Pioneer DJ entry going through.
That's still very wet there. Turn number 6 is not dried at all.
And you can see where the water actually runs across the track there. It runs into the drainage. So you can see where the water is actually still lying on the track, and most of it's in that turn 6 area.
You're an expert to that section of the track after last weekend. You were situated there on the Park and View, watching all the action here at the Air Touch 500 last weekend. A great vantage point. Oh,
beautiful spot up there. Get to see a lot of the track up there. And it gives you a great indication, too, if you stand up there and look at the drop-off after turn 7 and down the hill. They're definitely not flat. You actually lose some of the cars as they disappear down the incline. So let's have a look at what we got here at the moment. That's our race second place getter Joe Fawcett there.
Kobe
on
Williams.
a shot.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, carry on.
Kobe Williams has pulled a hefty margin on this lap. I spoke to him after race 1. I said, I'm sure that's exactly what you were planning. Bolt away early, pull a distance, and then cruise from there. He said that's exactly what the plan is, and that's exactly the plan that I plan to do for the rest of the day as well, and he's executing that perfectly in race number 3. We've seen in Formula Ford all weekend, haven't we, when you get involved in a battle, you cost you and your rivals time, and it allows those cars ahead to pull a distance. And Kobe Williams has pulled a big distance on that lap, nearly 2 seconds faster, 1.7 seconds on that lap faster than Joe Fawcett, who himself has won no less than 3 races this season in the Australian Formula Ford Championship. A very, very good driver in his own right, of course. Just a couple of points behind Kobe Williams coming into this race. But further back down the field, it looks to me like the machine of that's Geely has done really well so far in this race, but he has just lost a place to Demelweek. I was just trying to work out the change around. So they have swapped. Demelweek now ahead of Geely as they head down into the turn 6 hairpin. 2 relative newcomers to Formula Ford competition, while many, the likes of Kobe Williams, Lachlan Evernett and potentially Joe Fawcett as well, are likely to move on from Formula Ford at the end of this year. It is those names that you will expect to see around this paddock next year. So already they are showing very promising signs in and around the top 5 here this weekend.
That's a great shot of the water on the track there too. You see how wet it is there when those race cars go over that section. Bit of standing water there, so tricky conditions, that's for sure. And that's down there we're heading towards turn 13, 12 and 13 section there. At the moment, so Fawcett. And Jamie Rowe certainly making up plenty of ground there in just behind him. And there's Lachlan Evernett in the cam, quarries and concrete entry. So those are 2nd, 3rd and 4th position cars on track at the moment. There they are. Evernett's doing a pretty good job just sticking to his guns. He's got himself up behind Jamie Rowe there, so he's picked up a little bit of space as well.
Of course, these two fought for the victory in the race earlier on today. Sadly, Jamie Rowe got that penalty for the incident with the car directly ahead of him, Joe Fawcett, at turn number 1. But it is battle resume here in the final race between Rowe and Evernett. What a duel those two had as Fawcett tries to cool the tyres. He's either trying to cool the tyres or trying to break any toe advantage to those cars behind. Evernett deep under brakes, Ria's chirping around, gets it stopped. Great pass from Lachlan Evernett. You have to feel for him, really, don't you? He hasn't done anything wrong in this race. He won last race, and as a result, he is penalised by starting on the wet side of the circuit. But that's motor racing, isn't it? You have mechanical issues, you get the wrong side of the grid sometimes. That is the way the cookie crumbles.
Certainly does. Another reason, too, that we saw that race there to go in the wet, they could be on full wets. And with the track just starting to dry.
No, they've got just the one.
It's one?
It's one set, a semi-slick rubber that they use. So, yeah, same for wet and for dry conditions.
Thanks for confirming that. All right, so we still got Fawcett in front of Everett. He's actually gone up into 3rd position there. Is that a change around? It has been. So he's got past Rowe. So Rowe's made a slight error. He's actually dropped off that pit. There he is.
That was done down at turn 1 on this lap as Fawcett. Look at him on the in the puddle. Couldn't get any traction. You could see the spray coming off the tyres, and that's affected him by a good 12 or 13 kilometres an hour, I think, coming out of that corner. And as a result, Evernett breezes past as if the number 23 car is standing still. So the Cam Quarries machine up into position number 2. But I think it might be a step too far for the race lead. Kobe Williams is over 4 seconds further down the road, although Fawcett's made a lovely run out of the fishbowl towards 17, but he's not quite close enough to make it stick on that occasion in the Icons Build 4th Construct sponsored Formula Ford. A Formula Ford that's got quite a few sponsors on it. That's good to see.
Interesting the camera shot there too when you look down the hill there from 7. There's a little bit of gravel still left on the surface there too. So from a previous race, not this one. Still quite dirty down there. Here's our race. Kobe Williams goes through. And now the challenge for 2nd, 3rd and 4th begins And we've already seen a bit of this in an earlier race yesterday. So Lachlan Evans to lead them through on the Cam Quarry's entry in second position. It's Fawcett and back to Jamie Rowe, who to do things the hard way, as I mentioned before there, after his penalty from the previous race. Everett's had a pretty consistent meeting to date. It's the final race, of course, for the weekend here for Formula Ford this weekend. And then they'll pack up and they'll head down to Phillip Island on the long weekend. And that'll be the final round of their championship.
It'll be streamed on the screens of Blendline TV, so our Victorian counterparts doing their job down there will be showing us all of the action. Can't wait for that one, and what a title decider it's going to be with Fawcett and Williams so close in the points going into that event. Here's that huge puddle that caught out Fawcett last lap. He just got that a little bit further wide on that really wet strip, and that's what affected him on the run towards turn number 13. And it is currently Everett from Fawcett and Jamie Rowe, second, third and fourth positions. Rowe's just not quite able to keep with the two cars ahead of him at the moment. But Lachlan Everett's carved a groove in this track over the last couple of weekends, hasn't he? But this weekend, out there in a Formula Ford, he had a couple of good results in the Trans Am Series last weekend. And we've seen quite a few Formula Ford graduates move up into that series. Of course, look no further than two-time Trans Am Series winner Nathan Hearn. He was a Formula Ford graduate.
There's been a few that have followed suit in that series.
Formula Ford's been a breeding ground for talent for over 5 decades in this country. First notable name, Larry Perkins, of course. He's known for being a multiple-time Bathurst winner, 6-time Bathurst winner, but let's not forget, he was a Formula One driver as well, Larry Perkins. As well over it was particularly the 90s, Lowndes, Stephen Richards, Garth Tander, they all came through this series. Yeah, Whincup, Winterbottom, even more recently the likes of Thomas Randall, Chaz Mostert, Nick Percat. It is a breeding ground of Australian talent and continues to be the case. In more recent years, we've seen the likes of Hunter McElroy go over to America and do well over there up the front in Indy next, and also did take part in an IndyCar race as well. So very much still a proving ground. They're liking that wide line. You can see still how wet it is on the inside, so they're taking the really wide sweeping karting line. With a go-kart, you often just try and find the highest point on the road, which is always generally the driest point on the road. And that's what they're doing there. The inside is quite cambered. The inside is very, very moist, very wet still. Oh, as Jamie Rowe runs off the road, it's soaking wet out there. He just about gathers it back up. Good catch from the Fabcon driver. But that was a hairy McClary moment for him out there on the circuit. Good catch.
McClary?
He's from Donaldson's Dairy, you know.
Okay. You're very lucky. When you get in that wet grass, you're going to become a passenger very quickly. So it's a good catch there from Rowe. So there's our second position car at the moment, Lachlan Everett, in the Cam Quarry's entry. Here we go. This will give us an indication of what exactly happened. Oh, he just gets a bit unsettled there. It just throws him off the side. So just a bit of grip loss there.
The good news for him, he does have a 3.5 second buffer to Demelweek. A lot of that will have been lost though with that moment, but he has kept it on the road at least, or to a varying degree anyway. Of course, if you spin out down there, we've already seen it, you lose so much time, and you might even struggle to make it back on the race circuit as they come across the line. Rowe did lose a lot of ground. He is now just a second ahead of Demelweek, and here they come over the brow of the hill. So 3 seconds is now 1, and he's flying out there at the moment. Demelweek, fastest lap of his race last time by 2:03.9. That is over a second faster than not just Jamie Rowe ahead of him, but also Joe Fawcett as well.
Yeah, so he's the hard charger in the field. Going to get Jamie Rowe in his sights fairly shortly.
Isaac Demelweek, like Lachlan Everett, was one of those, unfortunately, was on the wrong side of the circuit. PB result for him in the championship earlier on today in third. Oh, a bit wide again from Jamie Rowe. And here he comes. He's going to take a position with an error from Jamie Rowe. And he does pick up the pieces there. So, yes, PB results earlier on today as a result. Started on the wrong side of the grid. And he is recovering very strongly, though, up to position number 4. Whoa, good catch.
Jamie Rowe did that the lap before. He managed to catch that a little bit early there. So there's our hard charger coming through the field there, Isaac Demerweek. So it takes him up into 4th position at the moment. So fastest car on track also at the moment. So he's got plenty of pace. And certainly coming to terms with things at this moment in time. Williams has got a nice buffer at the front too. Over 4 seconds between first and second.
I noticed a couple of laps ago that Geely lost a place or two. He's actually dropped out of the race, so he's not come into the pit. So Ashton Geely is out there somewhere on the circuit, come to a halt in the Anglo-Australian Motorsport machine. So that's a shame for the privateer entry. Great to see him here this weekend and taking it to the established race teams in Formula Ford competition. But his weekend has come to an early end. Fastest lap being set by multiple people. It was Kobe Williams, then it was Evernet. It goes the way of Demerweek now, a 2:02.2. What a time from him. He is gaining on Fawcett hand over fist at the moment. 1.4 seconds on that last lap. And look, he is just over 1.4 seconds behind Fawcett, and there's still 3 minutes to go.
Yeah, so certainly another position change coming up if he can get past Fawcett once he gets up behind him. So certainly the 36 car we're looking at the moment, there it is. That's the fastest car on track at the moment, currently in 4th position. So we're looking for the car in front of him, and there he is, Joey Fawcett, and he's actually gone a little bit wide there, but that's normal. That's just the wide berth that they're taking down there at turn 6. Decisively drier on the outside there. No doubt about that. So that's the drive line around turn 6. And here he comes. The 36 year of Isaac Demerweek on the march here, looking for Joe Fawcett in his sights. And there he is. Well and truly in his sights. A little bit crossed up there. There goes a little bit of puddle of water down the back part of the circuit. Most of them are doing pretty much the same.
He's certainly catching Fawcett, isn't he? He's pretty much right there now. He is right on the tail of the 23 car. Joe Fawcett has been racing since he was a kid. Started karting at the age of 7. A very good karter, actually. Race karts internationally. Racing against the likes of a bloke called Kimi Antonelli, who's gone on to do all right, hasn't he? So a very good karter, Joe Fawcett, and good in a Formula Ford. That's not what you want to see. Ashton Geely off on the side of the circuit, simply watching the final race of the weekend. A real shame for the Queenslander. But further forward, back on the racetrack, this fight is on with 2 laps to go. First lap of the race from Lachlan Evernet. He's trying to catch up to the race leader, but here we are.
You'll get him
the
here.
Fight for 3rd. Demerweek's got a nice run. He's forced Fawcett to go to the inside line. He's going to try and go around the long way. Is that going to pay dividends? The answer is no. Oh, he's got the cutback.
Wasn't quite close enough. That 36 car has got some serious pace at the moment.
I'm very impressed. Very impressed by Demerweek.
All over the back of Joe Fawcett here. This is his big moment down here at turn 6.
The guys that he's racing against have been doing this national championship for a good couple of years.
Oh, he goes on the inside.
Oh, in too deep, far too deep. Onto the wet stuff, on the concrete, on the outside, and he's just about going to keep the place headed. Jamie Rowe. Unfortunately, that mistake has cost him so much time. He may struggle to catch back up to the tail of Fawcett before the end of this race. Change of position a little bit further down the field. Imbrogno recovering from the spin at this very corner early on in the race. He's just got through on Caleb Bellac. And he's Bellac only just ahead of Torti, so they're pretty close together, 7th, 8th and 9th at the moment. But here is the 36 machine. The question is, can he reset? Can he retaliate and get back towards Joe Fawcett? That margin, I think, is about 1.5 seconds. The problem is the car behind him of Jamie Rowe, the young Victorian, has a carrot dangling in front of him now. He's thinking, oh, I'm back on here. There is a potential podium up for grabs once again.
Certainly is. So all that hard work that Isaac Demerweek has done, he's now got to drive a little bit more defensively now, because now with Jamie Rowe behind him, So that's the 4th and 5th positions on track at the moment as we get really towards possibly the last lap here at the moment. Fastest lap has just been set by Kobe Williams there, our race leader, so he's really starting to show that dominant force, certainly what we saw from race 1 yesterday. And here they come. So let's have a look now. Jamie Rowe all over the back of Demmelweek there. So all of his hard chasing work that Isaac Demmelweek has done, and all of a sudden he's busy looking in the mirrors to see where Jamie Rowe is, and he's right on his hammer. So he's got a bit of pace up his sleeve too, Rowe. Getting this last bit of the race might be a passing opportunity here. He's much closer this time around. So they come under brakes here at turn 6. Ooh, it's a bit wet and greasy on the inside there. Probably not ideal. So the launch from the exit there wasn't very clean there from Rowe. Once you get off that wide berth down there at turn 6, very wet on the inner track. So it is still Demmelweek holding off all the challenges there for 4th position. And he makes his way down the back of the circuit. There's that big puddle of water again. We've been mentioned a few times through the broadcast.
And nearly caught Demmelweek out, then he lost the rear. The left just got on that puddle, and he had to quickly catch that before it looped around on him. Lost a bit of ground again to force it, so I think it will remain the way it is. Positions 3, 4 and 5, barring an unforced error. But up at the front of the field, Kobe Williams in the ACM finance-sponsored car. He's fast in everything he drives, in karts, in XLs. In fact, he won an XL race here last year in the Enduros. But this weekend, he has won 2 races in the Australian Formula Ford Championship. Kobe Williams goes into the final round with a little bit of a points buffer on Joe Fawcett. A brilliant recovery from Lachlan Evernet. Let's not forget, he started on the wet side of the circuit to finish in second. Very good job from him. Fawcett just holds on by less than a 1/10 of a second at the line ahead of Demmelweek. Look at that on the timing. Just a 1/10 between the two of them as the rest of the field come on through. Good battle all weekend in the positions from second backwards. But Kobe Williams, he finished 2 races. He won those 2 races, but he did lose a few points in that DNF earlier on today. Tabitha Ambrose comes across the line in position number 6 as she prepares for Malala next weekend. A lot of these guys will be at Malala in just a week's time. As the field continued to come through, the South Aussie in Brogno, he said he got through on Bellac a couple of laps ago. Well, we await him. He's a 20 seconds further back here. He comes around the final corner now. A man that knows this track better than anybody else on this grid. He's competed in several state rounds in that Formula Ford across the course of the season. Good performance from him, or good recovery, I should say, to beat home both Bellac and Andrew Torty. The DNF in that one was Geely, but we will see the full results in just a few moments' time to confirm those results and those margins. And there it is, Mark.
So official results there will be Kobe Williams from Lachlan Everett, Joe Fawcett, Isaac Demmelweek, just behind him Jamie Rowe, Tabitha Ambrose, Joe Brugno, Caleb Bellick, Andrew Torty, and of course the non-finisher there, Ashton Geely. Not sure where he's parked up, but I'll have to go and find that car and bring him back in the recovery session there. And that is official results there for the final race here for the weekend for our Formula 4 Championship. And it's been a good bit of racing throughout the weekend. It's been good to see.
Certainly has. As always, Formula Ford putting on a real spectacle for us here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. Kobe Williams coming from the back of the grid to take his 7th race victory of the season. We are going to take a lunch break here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park, around about an hour in length. So we'll be back at 1:15 with the first of the Nationals races. Formula V Nationals will be on the other side of the lunch break, followed by Superkarts and the action line marking Saloon Car Nationals to round out proceedings here this afternoon. So if you're tuning in on Blendline TV, we will see you in around about an hour's time for what is set to be a thrilling way to finish off the Bend Nationals here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. We'll see you shortly.
Green flag at the back of the pack. Who gets it? Just Scott Dornan's been very clean off the line so far in the first two heats. But he's got a very good competitor alongside him in there, and Sean Jamison. So the Commodores are on their way. Everyone trying to find their positions. Dornan again, good clean start straight across the nose there of Jamison, so he'll take a clear lead over the crest there, heading towards the braking marker there at turn one.
Joel Heinrichs made a fantastic start. He's looking up the inside, although there's a bit of a lock-up. He looked at Jamison but couldn't quite get through. Mason Harvey remains in position number 4, but look at how congested it is in the mid-pack. Try and make your way through there without making contact with any other car. Bit of a lock-up there for Deegan Preen. I think that was running a little bit wide at turn number 3, but the banking of that corner means he won't lose too much time. He can get back on the power quite early and roar out of the corner as Jager, has he got a bit of an issue there out to turn number 3.
Yeah, very slow at the back of the pack there, the early model EA Falcon.
Here comes Lowndes up the inside of Godding. And Preen's having a little bit of a look up the Falcon as well, but can't quite make that one stick. They're fighting for around about a top 10 position there or thereabouts. Of course, they will have shuffled around a little bit on the opening lap of this race, but Adam Lowndes in the Pro Prom Commodore continues to move forwards after issues in qualifying saw him start right at the back of the field. He has moved up in the first two heats to now find himself right around the top 10 positions. A man who's never raced at this track before, so finding his feet around this 4.95 kilometre circuit. But out in front, at the head of the field, in the action line marking, unsecured finance saloon car, heat number 3. It is the action line marking Commodore of Scott Dornan, the South Australian, one of the real front runners in saloon cars wherever he goes. He's taken wins in the Victorian Series this year. He's out in front as the Victorian Kane Baxter-Smith moves on through on the youngster Jacob Curry, who's been racing in Aussie racing cars just last weekend here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. But the young South Aussie return serving comes back up the inside. Those two were locked in combat throughout yesterday, and we're also with Daniel Johnson, who appears to have slipped back a couple of places in the yellow Falcon, with Adam Lowndes up the inside of him as they come around the final corner to complete lap number 1. Who are the big losers? Who are the big gainers? Well, Rosser and Lowndes are up 2 positions, but Neefsey is the biggest mover of the lot. The West Australian up 10 positions, up into position 16. But Jacob Prestopino, bigger still, up 16 places from the back of the grid.
That's what we expected, isn't it? We'll just keep a close eye on the combination of Wayne King and Harvey there. They're all side of each other there going out turn 1. That's for a position change. Let's go to the camera shot at the moment. Where's that green and black machine? There it is. And this is a change of the lead. So go back to Sean Jamieson, gets past Scott Dornan. They're clean as a whistle. See if he can pull this up down through the hairpin. And in fact, on the inside there, they drives defensively enough. So Jamieson will hold on to the race lead in front of Scott Dornan.
I noticed as well that very defensive line there taken by Heinrich to try and hold off Harvey, and it's not worked. So Harvey's got the run out of the corner, and he has moved on through. So the West Aussie up into position number 3, and there's another West Aussie now attacking Joel Heinrich. It's another youngster. It's the 225 machine of Callow. So Callow up into the top 5 positions. In fact, it's a bit of a blue oval wash of the back half of the top 5. Holden's 1-2 as we saw yesterday, but after that it is a wash of blue oval cars. The Fords are certainly there or thereabouts, aren't they? Yesterday we saw a win and a second place each for Jamieson and Dornan. Heinrich was forced to settle for position number 3 in both encounters, but it looks like Sunday is already bringing a bit of a different result, with the reigning Nationals champion Mason Harvey up into the top 3.
He certainly is. He's got company, though. He's got Joe Heinrich with him at the moment. So that's a battle there for 3rd position. Back there, Deegan Preen there got company too. He's got the 35 car just behind there of Daniel Johnson, the Victorian there. Sean Berger, who's been trying to muck his way through the field. Made mechanical issues yesterday. In fact, broke a drive line yesterday, so that car didn't finish the first heat. So car number 100 in the new Track Fury livered car, making his way through the field. He's got company. That's the Shembury entry, car number 10. So that's a bit of another one of those Holden versus Ford battles through the later part of the pack.
Another Victorian that's not been here, Shembury, he said, I'm used to fighting a few guys that are a bit further down the road than what I am this weekend. He says, I'm just really trying to just learn the track as the weekend gets on. I'm learning more and more. So expect him to get stronger as the weekend goes on.
Fitzsilla's got some company too. That's Blair Davies and the Bob Sinclair Equipment Finance entry. Just the one car at this meeting. There's usually a 2-car team. So over the crest, that's a great camera shot. Nice and low there, looking over the gravel trap there. It's a very different camera angle. It's a Drysdale Moves entry there, a Cruise. Great lock up there. I think that was Prestopino just beyond the 99. So he's trying to charge his way through the field there after not turning the wheel and anger pretty much all week.
Jason Cruz lost the rear end there on the exit of turn number 6, putting 2 wheels on the grass, and he very nearly slid into the side of Kerry Bright, who has not had much luck here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park so far this year. He's here for a round earlier in the year, didn't have much luck there, and yesterday was one to forget as well, and I thought we were going to have him wiped out innocently there as well. Prestopino around the outside at turn number 11, gives him the inside for Crofty Corner. Brilliant pass by the ever-entertaining, the highlights reel himself, Jacob Prestopino.
David Lyons just behind them. There he is. Evolution Crash Repairs entry. Had them an all-nighter. They had a lot of rear-end damage on that car, and he said, Betsy built the rear end, and there was something going on behind there.
Jason Cruz again getting all sorts of sideways. I think there's a problem now. Puncture.
He's got a puncture.
Left rear has gone down. I did see some smoke. Maybe that was the reason for it. That's why he kept losing the rear end, I think, as well. So that's a bit of a shame for Jason Cruz, a newcomer to saloon cars in the last 12 months, but really solid start to his saloon car career, I suppose you'd call it, running very strongly in the Victorian Series, but an unfortunate puncture, but at least he can get that fixed and get back out there with still 8 minutes left on the clock.
So look at the back markers here trying to make their way through the field there. Jacob Prestopino, the Victorian. Kerry Bright, his fellow Victorian there. And local SA Stallwood there. Evolution Crash Repairs Commodore Dave Lyons. He hasn't had too much sleep last night. He's done virtually an all-nighter to rebuild the rear end of that car after an incident with Brock Bowley yesterday. And that car also still in dismantled formation at the moment down in the garage. So I don't think we'll see too much of that car either for the rest of the weekend.
Very good job, though, from David and his team to get that car back out there on the racetrack.
Well, Dave is the team.
True, good point. No, good
he
point.
is the team.
The sole man.
He's no crew there.
Scott Dornan has fallen down to 4th position, so a big shake-up here at the front of the field. Jamison leads the way, but these young Ford Chargers are right there now, so not sure what's happened. Maybe an incident between Jamison and the 4th place driver now, Scott Dornan. I'm not quite sure, but either way, Dave has gone off, and he's putting a lot of left lock in there, and it is turning left. No, I think there's some steering damage there. One wheel's turning and the other one isn't. And he has gone off the road. But
that's interesting. I don't know if that's a failure or there's been contact with somewhere. You can see the front wheel there, certainly off camber there.
Here we go, though. The intensity is lifting as Mason Harvey slides it through turn number 14 and through the fishbowl, over the brow at turn 16 and down towards the great overtaking opportunity, the tight right-hander. Tighter than 90 degrees. It's a real overtaking opportunity. You've got to go down through the gears. But this is what the Ford fans wanted to see. They are taking the fight to the Generals here today at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. Mason Harvey using every millimetre of road there on the exit of the final corner to try and get the best run he can on Sean Jamison's Sedan Hotels Commodore. I was trying to get that out. I did eventually as they look up the inside at turn 1. Here comes Dornan squirreling under brakes, looking at Heinrich, but not close enough on that particular occasion. We've got 3 Aussie racing car drivers together once again, as we saw that a little bit yesterday. The order has very much changed, but I'm so impressed by Callow, who continues to take it to these guys that have quite a bit of saloon car experience. He's a relative newcomer in comparison to these guys ahead of him, and very much a newcomer to this racetrack. David Lyons is trying to get this wounded Commodore back around to the pits, but to no avail at the moment. He's just trying to keep it out the ditch somewhere out there, lost in the wilderness.
He's out there trying to a bit of lawn mowing, I think they call that. Not going too far at all. So here we go. So Jamison, well, there's Dave Lyons parked there. I just picked out where he was. So he's well off the track there. So we'll just have to sit it out. So Jamison, where's all the young guns? Here they come. Mason Harvey, the Tribridge entry, current champion number 1 on the door there, trying to retain that badge. And now Joel Heinrich behind him. So the 2 fire-breathing Falcons behind the Commodore here, coming down under the braking marker here at turn 13, and they're sticking to their guns beautifully. Look at Heinrich there, the Heinrich performance entry, and he's now this will give us an idea what happened to Dave Lyons here.
He's got around the outside.
He's made contact with Prestopino, and his son Prestopino around as well. I'm not too sure what damage has been occurred to the 99 car there, but certainly Dave Lyons didn't fare too well out of that exchange.
No, let's have a look where Jacob Prestopino is. Trying to see him. He is still pressing on his fall and lost a fair few positions because of that spin, but he is still lapping in 25th position. But it looked to me like, I think he was trying to find a gear. We said he's got the standard road gearbox. I think he was trying to find a gear out of turn 3, lost drive, and David Lyons has just caught him. Caught a little bit off guard, I think, as they went on the run. The kink through turn number 4. Scott Dornan, another good run out of the final corner. He's got a better chance this time, I think, of getting Joel Heinrich down towards turn number 1. Later on the brakes this time. Side by side through turn 1. A little bit of a brake lockup as well. Further back down the field, Mark Rosser in the Commodore. This is very much blue versus red, isn't it? Rosser against Godding, 2 stablemates in the Sedan Hotels run cars. Of course, all of those run by Sean Jamison. who is at the very front of the field, and another one as well directly behind in Deegan Preen as they're side by side through the kink at 5, and then it'll be the notorious turn number 5, the fast left-hander around the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. Here we are looking a little bit further back at a couple of our EAVN class cars. That's currently being led by Koberstein ahead of, actually he's got quite a margin ahead of Reginald Ralph at the moment as Berger fires up the inside. I think Berger, for me, wins one of the best presented cars this weekend. It looks absolutely fantastic. The Track Theory Holden Commodore.
Yeah, new livery on that car for this race meeting. So there's the two stablemates there, the Morphevale garage entries there with obviously, that's going to change of position too. Harvey on the inside of Jamison. That's for the race lead. Jamison on the inside of that corner there, exactly where he wants to be. Harvey hangs on. Oh, gets him around the outside for turn 15. Jamison on the other side, he goes across, goes back to, look at Heinrich. Yeah. Heinrich's trying to get underneath Harvey there as well, so I'm looking for another position. And Scotty Dornan was game on here. Top 4, they're in that camera shot right at this very moment.
Harvey was bought trying to get Jamison. Jamison closed the door. He had every right to, but Harvey had to lift, and that affected his run through turn 16 and into 17. And now he's been left out to dry. Not only at turn 17, through goes Heinrich, but through as well, I think, will go Scott Dornan in the action line markings car. So in the flick of your fingers, we're going to go 3 wide, in fact, as up the inside comes Scott Dornan. That Commodore's got some poke in a straight line, hasn't it? He made that look very, very easy. So just like that, the Commodores are back at the front. Harvey locks the rears as he sees Callow come up the inside. Where did he come from? He's gone from 5th up to 3rd. They are fighting hard. The intensity is certainly high early on this Sunday morning. Heat number 3. This is just a heat. What's the final going to produce for us this afternoon?
Right. Jackson Callow was the one that won out of there.
Yeah.
The couple went a little bit wider. So the young Western Australia, geez, he's got some talent, hasn't he? He's got the triple number car, the 225 in the Falcon. So Heinrich up on the inside to get back to that position, and he gets it done down there through the hairpin. So Heinrich moves himself up into 3rd position. But that's yet to be decided at the moment. Trust me, Mason Harvey will be biting his time there too to get back in up near Heinrich somewhere very shortly. There's the 3 Falcons. So Heinrich, Jackson Callow there, Mason Harvey in the Tri-Bridge entry. We'll have a look. It's game on for the lead too, by the looks of things.
Certainly is. Yeah, the top 2 have pulled a bit of a margin while those behind fighting. Here comes Scott Dornan up the inside. Is he at 13? It's a risky move, that one, because you've got to be all the way up the inside and make the move, because if you don't make it fully, you're then on the outside, the wrong side for the next 2 corners here at turns 14, and then the fishbowl as well. And if you're on the outside here, as we saw last lap with Mason Harvey, you'll be just left out to dry. Of course, Mason Harvey was challenging for the lead a lap ago. He's now at the back of the train. He's in 5th position. You've got to think ahead. You've got to think at the corners coming up. As Mason Harvey is thinking about the corner coming up, he's thinking, I'm going to make a move on my fellow West Australian, my good mate Callow up the inside there, but wasn't able to make it stick on that occasion. I just can't get over the quality of this field, because you look at this, Adam Lowndes towards the tail of the top 10.
Oh, tail out too, if you don't mind.
He is moving forward though, isn't he, in the Pro Plum and Casey Accident Repairs sponsored car. A little bit of a rub there from the 16-year-old, yes, that is right, 16-year-old Deegan Preen out there on the circuit. Through they go. Turn 1, Jamison and Dornan. Dornan's going to go around the outside at 2 to give him the inside for the hairpin. Up the inside he goes. Joel Heinrich's right back in this duel as well to make it a 3-way fight up the front of the field. But this is the final lap of heat number 3. You've got to make your moves now, and that's exactly what Scott Dornan's done.
Talking about moves, look at Heinrich. He's coming to this pair too. A little bit of the underguard just flapping on the front of that. And then there it goes. There's a big moment down there at the hairpin. Jamison on the inside and gets himself up into the lead again for the last lap. What happened? There was a bit of tie rub there. That was a little bit too close for comfort. Jamison wide there in that section. It's not where you want to be.
Jamieson wanted to make the move and close the door on Dornan, but Dornan was still there. Jamieson's in the dirty stuff. He's in the weeds, but he catches it. Good save from the Sedan Hotels driver. I thought that was gone for all money. I thought he was going to be down in the weeds on the grass, but no. The South Aussie saved it. And now Dornan's made a mistake out on the exit of turn number 12. Jamieson with the run. Look, he's having a look, but turn 13 is not a great overtaking opportunity. What a fantastic way to kick-start Sunday morning here at the Bend Motorsport Park. The Action Line Mark Saloon Car Nationals have turned it on. 5 cars scrapping for the lead, also equal in performance. But once again, it looks like it's going to be a South Australian Holden driver that is going to take the win. But which one is it going to be?
Hang on. We've got Heinrich. Trying to get the nose underneath Jamieson there in second position. Just for the checkered flag here, Scotty Dornan. He's got his race meeting. Plenty of points gathered in the early part of this Nationals race meeting. And he'll get another full bag here as we look for the checkered flag to be shown for another South Australian winner there, Scott Dornan. He goes on through for Sean Jamieson. Oh, and then it's a bit of a race for the lead for third. So Heinrich will get that one just in front of Mason Harvey. And then Jackson Callow did a terrific job. A couple of the Western Australians there. And then back to Wayne King, who had Jacob Curry for company for most of that race. And that's the way they finished. Or was there another one in between? And no, that's the way they're going to finish.
What a race that was. Absolutely fantastic stuff. Dornan, though, taking his second victory of the day. The lights go out and off immediately. A very quick starting sequence as yellow flags waving further back down the field. Somebody with a bit of a slow start. But I think Scott Dornan has made a nice decisive breakaway there at the start. He nailed that and will lead them down towards turn number 1. But look at this further back. They are 3 wide for position number 3. Heinrich on the inside. Adam Lowndes from 10th on the grid. He's up to 4th.
Well, what a start. He doesn't mind the wet conditions. He's from Melbourne. He should know all about this. You do a lot of racing at Phillip Island, you know these conditions very well. Well, look at, they're really just tiptoeing their way through. They've been extremely cautious. Just to test out there.
Tony Ordino, that was. He's already had one off-track excursion already on the warm-up lap, and he nearly made it a second at turn number 2. Mason Harvey's trying to come back up the inside of Adam Lowndes. He doesn't like being demoted. Mason Harvey is a young charger that wants to go forwards in the Tri-Bridge-sponsored Falcon, but he has been demoted by the reigning, or 2024 I should say, Victorian champion is wide Heinrich. For Heinrich. Tried to attack Jamieson and in a bit deeper. Was he looking for a good exit there? 3 wide out of the corner.
Yeah, Mason Harvey was massively wide there. Goodness me. So windshield wipers are braised. It's going to be Jamieson, Heinrich. Then the second and third cars there. Scotty Dornan got a nice break. He's got a clean start. That's where you want to be in front. You do not want to be any further back because vision is going to be extremely poor here. These drivers are trying to sort themselves out back in the field.
I just saw Jacob Prestopino. I think he's made up 10 positions already. If there's a man that loves the wet conditions, it is him. He slides it around Speedway background, and you'll see shortly exactly why that is. He will continue to move forwards. Here comes the 16 of Heinrich. He's got 1, and look at the run he's got out of Crofty Corner. He's even having a look up the inside of Scott Dornan in the Action Line Markings car for the race lead, but he can't quite do it there. So he slots into second position and immediately under fire from Jamieson. But this is where the Falcon is just a little bit weak to the Commodore out of these slow corners with the active rear. And you can see the Falcon sliding. There is Preen. And look at Prestopino. I reckon he's in the top 10 or very, very close to. He's got past Egan Preen, who himself likes to slide it around. We've seen that this weekend. Look at that. Around the outside of Kane Baxter Smith. Like he's standing still, and he's going to line up Daniel Johnson down here at turn 17, is he? No, not quite able to do so. He himself is attacking Mark Rosser at turn 17, but Prestopino might pick them both up. Nice run out of turn 17 towards the final corner. Not able to do so. Try to look on Daniel Johnson, but what a start from the guys. Glass and Glazing sponsored Commodore. Across the line they come to complete lap number 1. There's been a lot of changes on the opening lap. One of the big movers is Adam Lowndes, up 8 positions up into 4th position. The other one, Jacob Curry. And speaking of Mr. Curry, he is having a look at Adam Lowndes. Oh, no, rear's locked for Mason Harvey. An unforced error down there. He runs well wide. I think he'll fall behind his fellow West Aussie in Callow.
A little crossed up there, Mason Harvey, under brace. Oh, Scotty Godding got caught out there in the Sedan Hotel's entry. Yeah, it's got a few war wounds on it too. Look at all the black tyre marks down the side of that Falcon. There's been plenty of contact involved there. No worries about our race leaders. They make their climb up there. Oh, there's another one. That was Bright, I reckon. Kerry Bright.
Yep.
He's got a bit all crossed up there. Just got himself on off the racing line there. Get off that racing line. It's even more wetter and dirtier. Kerry Bright's had a bit of probably a weekend he really didn't want. He didn't get off to a very good start yesterday with some issues.
He's moving forward though, isn't he? He is moving forward. He's just outside the top 10 now. I seem to say that about everybody. Everybody's just outside the top 10. There's a fantastic group of competitors in and around those positions. Leading the EA fight remains Adam Koberstein. So he is currently in position number 18, a couple of places ahead of that man. Number 41, Reginald Ralph, who's just lost out to McNamara in the Falcon. So a couple of Falcons heading down the hill. The drive events car of Andrew McSwain, the newly appointed Victorian president, Andrew McSwain, out there on the circuit, doing a nice job. He, like a few of his Victorians, do come over and compete in occasional South Australian rounds, so he is familiar with this circuit.
Tim McNamara there, also from the Heinrich garage as well. Another one of the Heinrich performance entries there. Came back to Smith.
Oh, well,
at the moment. That's on the outside. Is that Jamison?
It is. We were just
Jaden
saying.
Jamison, yeah.
We hadn't seen much of him this weekend, but all of a sudden we're seeing a fair bit of him now out there on the circuit. He is up to 17th position.
From the back of the pack there. That's a fair effort in these kind of conditions. And he's got Kane Baxter Smith well and truly in his sights here.
Yeah, he's got lots on this lap alone. I think he's now towards the tail end of the top 10. I'm saying it again. In around about 13th position. Kane Baxter Smith not enjoying these conditions at the moment, I don't think, in his Ford Falcon. And he is going to be vulnerable. The rear brakes are all locked up on the number 85 car, but Jamison slides it up there.
All crossed up. Geez, speedway style there. That was a lot going down there to turn 17.
That held Baxter Smith up in the Swift Solar Racing car, and he's lost a place now to Tony Ordino as they come across the line to finish the second lap. But out in front, it's a Holden 1-2 in this field. Oh no, Jamison's dropped to third. Sorry, Dornan is leading. Heinrich up to second, so Jamison has fallen to third position.
Oh, here we go.
Ahead of Lowndes.
Tony Ordino. Full lock sideways then at turn one.
Just about kept it facing in the right way. Industrial's Falcon. The man behind that business is also competing this weekend. One of our EA division runners, a West Australian Andrew Martin. So good to have him here. He's supported Tony Ordino for many, many years.
Yeah, good to see Andy Martin back in South Australia. Is that a bit of time away? Certainly from this state. Now we're looking at the cars there. That's the old VN Commodore there. A couple of the old trophy class cars still out there in circulation. I think the Koberstein car in the VN is the lead car in that pack at the moment.
It is, as he has been all weekend long. We've got 6 of the older class cars out there. De Silva, Ralph, Koberstein, Martin, Jager and Chaffee. So a good field of the older spec class cars. As look to me there like Deegan Preen was having a little bit of a moment there. Directly behind Jaden Jamison. The Sedan Hotel sponsored car ahead of Fox Roofing, one of the sponsors of this event. Fox Roofing, along with Action Line Marking and Unsecured Finance. So lots of backers supporting what is a huge field of saloon cars. And why wouldn't you back it when the action is this good? It's going to be spoken about, this event, for quite some time. We've seen such great racing up the pointy end of this field all weekend long. In fact, all the way through the field. It's been an absolute blast to call the action. We still have 6 minutes left in this one, so plenty of action still to come. Here we are, Jacob Prestopino. He's made his way past Johnson and Harvey since we last saw him, and he's now hounding Mark Rosser, who last time I remember him racing, he was in an S5000.
Oh,
what a catch!
Jeez. all over the place.
He should be part of the Australian cricket team with a catch like that one. That was fantastic. Around the outside, though, goes Prestipino. I think he's in a bit too deep, though. I think he's dribbled off the road. We can't quite see. He has dribbled off the road.
You don't want to be going off there. The big sand trap, right? No,
apparently he is not. He just about kept it on. We just haven't quite seen him. There he is. There you go, all the way around the outside. I thought he was in far too deep there, but no.
Gee, Jacob Prestipino, he's got web feet out there. He loves these wet conditions. He's actually carving through the field. There's Jackson Callow there behind the local South Australian driver there, and Jacob Curry. He's a bit of a talent too. A couple of young gun guys there. And there's Prestipino, the 99 car. Ross Harvey's dropped back through the field. He hasn't really enjoyed the wet conditions, certainly in this race. Daniel Johnson racing Falcon there.
We said this would suit the Commodores, these conditions. There is only one Falcon inside the top 8 positions. I was just trying to work it out. So Dornan, Jamison, Lowndes, Curry, Callow, Prestipino and Rosser are all Holden. So this final race, these points from this one will certainly benefit the Generals Met heading into the final.
So that's Jacob Curry. We're looking there, the flip side entry, a new livery for this championship this weekend. And that's Vinciella there. And he's got one of the styrofoam braking markers there underneath the front wheel, and that's not going anywhere. He's nailed it. Look at it. Look at all the styrofoam coming off underneath the car there. So he's going to try and shift that, and that's not going anywhere. Just have to wear it down.
Yeah, exactly. Seemed to be affecting his turning, though, I think, around the right-hander.
Oh, it should be.
Shouldn't be so bad in the left. It might actually be dislodged around the left-hander.
So he's obviously gone off to collect that somewhere.
Definitely. Down at turn 1, those boards have been on the inside. Oh, we got a spinner. That is the number 33 machine out there on the circuit. That's Saloon De Silva. That's not what you want to see. He was second in class, and actually he would close right in behind the... he was third in class, and it closed in on Reginald Ralph in the recent lap. So that's a bit of a shame for him. A class top 3 in this heat. Looks like it has gone begging, but it is all about collecting the points in these heats. The top scorer across the 4 heats will start from pole position down to the tail of the field. So it's all about maximising your finishes in the heats, and then it's a winner-takes-all final later on this afternoon. The feature race that's going to finish off our programme here at the Bend this afternoon.
There's Vincent at the wheel there. He's got rid of the styrofoam. Not too sure he's done any other damage. He's a bit concerned about something. And that's one of the Sedano Challenge.
Rosser.
Mark Rosser.
From 8th position, listen to that car rev as he tries to get it back on the cell. Baxter Smith
has gone in.
Backed it in at turn number 17, and he is well and truly bogged. Wheels spinning. That car is not going anywhere. Kane Baxter Smith. Oh, they're all going off down here. Kerry Bright's looped it around as well.
It must be raining out there, surely. What's going on out there?
I did see yellow flags around this section. I think it was turn 18 last lap, so not so... Oh, right. Adam Lowndes as well, just as he's come into contention. He's dropped it off down there as well, so 4th position for Adam Lowndes has gone begging just as he got himself in the fight this weekend. It has gone away from him. So, I don't know, maybe there might be some oil. As I say, I saw yellow flags at turn 18. There must have been a stationary car off on the side of the circuit. And, yes, the safety car has been deployed. You can see on the left-hand side of the screen, the safety car boards and flags are very much out. But drama late on in this one. Just when you think the script...
this guy going Prestipino.
That's how he drives. You haven't seen him in the Victorian Series. That's just normal.
And Lowndes there in the...
I think this is the car that caused that yellow flag that I saw, because this car is not stuck in the gravel trap. It is out there on the outside of the circuit, and the Blendline guys in my ear also think the same thing. So we believe oil might have been dropped from the Adam Lowndes car the lap prior, and then these cars have all gone spearing off on said oil. So this is the cause. That's why we saw not 1, not 2, but 3 cars looping around down here. Baxter Smith, the unfortunate real victim. The other 2 were able to get back going. Rosser got back out the gravel trap, and a quick spin for Kerry Bright. He was able to get back going, but this car has not. Baxter Smith is beached in the gravel trap, and I think that could potentially be what we are seeing there, the oil spillage all the way down towards turn 17. So my theory is actually true, so that's good for a change.
Not a good mix, the old oil and water combination, is it? So it's certainly down there at the moment, so this will definitely finish under safety car. There'll be nearly, only a minute left on the clock there, so certainly that's the way things are looking at the moment. So we did have Scott Dornan leading the race before that safety car was called in front of Heinrich. And Sean Jamis is still the top three there. But Jacob Curry doing it right on the wet. He doesn't mind a bit of speedway action either, so he's up into fourth position.
Better than all right. That's absolutely fantastic from Jacob Curry, a man who has not driven a saloon car in 12 months. It was this round exactly 52 weeks ago, 1 year ago, that he last drove a saloon car. He's been driving Aussie racing cars and all sorts of different things in the recent past, so great to have him back in a saloon and doing a fantastic job. Callow in position number 5, another youngster ahead of Mason Harvey. So those two West Aussies doing very, very well. And as I expected, Jacob Prestopino up into position number 7. He always takes the brave pills, does Jacob Prestopino. Really pulls the seatbelt straps hard and sends it no matter what. He'd have been laughing when he saw that Formula V race and the rain lashing down. The one race I remember at Phillip Island a couple of years ago, he came from last on the grid. He took the lead and then he just ran off the road down a Honda hairpin, and he ended up finishing second in the end. But it was a comeback of the ages that very nearly was for him. But what a driver in the wet conditions he is. Further back, that is the 146 of Rosser, who went off through the gravel trap. So he was running in 8th at the time. He didn't lose too many positions. He only fell to position number 11. So that's not too bad, actually, considering what's happened to his rival, Kane Baxter Smith. So the order then, at the moment, in what to me will be the final lap of the race, is Johnson Jamison, that is the younger Jamison of Jaden Jamison, and young Deegan Preen rounding out the top 10. There's Koberstein in the number 51. We haven't really, I know we mentioned him a few times, but he's been just staying out of trouble, hasn't he, so far this weekend, doing a very nice job in his VN Commodore, just a couple of places ahead of Reginald Ralph.
That's Dave Lyons.
Oh, he's back out there.
Yeah, Dave Lyons is back out there, but that's a fair effort too.
Great stuff. From one of our drivers in the Pensioners Cup, we got Martin De Silva, Jeski, as well as Gill and Ciela and David Lyons are our 6 competitors in the Pensioners Cup. And there is some prize money on the line for this event, and not a small amount of it either. Pole position got an award of $500. That went the way of Joel Johnson. And then as well, the outright winner, thanks to Action Line Marking, will win $5,000 this afternoon. $2,500 for second place. Here's a replay of another incident. Oh, this is the McNamara Falcon going off at the final corner. This must have been the yellows I saw the lap before. There's been so much going on. Oh, Brett Tate looped it around as well. Boy, oh boy. Turn 17's been the action spot for this race, hasn't it?
But they just do that behind the safety car by the looks of things, have they?
Surely not. Surely not.
We're only travelling slowly there, so that's just...
We're hearing it's a lap before the oil went down, so that was during racing conditions. What carnage here at the Bend. Just going back to the point, $2,500 for second, thanks to unsecured finance, and $1,000 to Fox, thanks to Fox Roofing for outright. You get prize money as well for winning the Pensioners Cup and the trophy class as well. So lots of money, lots of prizes on the line, but that'll all be won later on this afternoon in the winner-takes-all final. No doubt, though, who is going to be starting from pole position in that one. Second place in race number 1 and 3 race victories since then. It will be the man at the front of the field. Ironically, it is the man sponsored by Action Line Markings that is going to start from pole position in the Action Line Marking sponsored machine. So he might be handing himself the cheque potentially this afternoon.
Get his own money back.
That's right, exactly right. So
Scotty Dornan down there at Action Line Markings, that's his business.
Still, though, 13 laps ahead of us this afternoon. It's more like an endurance race for the Saloon cars. It is going to be a long, long encounter. 30 minutes, we reckon, there or thereabouts will be the distance of that one. But here they come around the final corner. Scott Dornan is going to come across the line to take his third victory of the weekend. And Joel Heinrich getting his best result of the weekend as well in position number 2, demoting Sean Jamieson to third position. Certainly plenty of action in that one. Not always the action we wanted to see. Real shame for Adam Lowndes. He really got himself in contention in that one, and he was going to score big points to try to put him further up the grid for the final, but it was to no avail in the end. His engine let go, and that sent several cars spearing off the road down there at turn 17, most notably his fellow Victorian rival in Kane.
So Daniel Reynolds, see if he gets a start. Porter looks stronger there. He just tucked in behind straight away, so Reynolds got the jump, no problems at all.
I think was the number 35 there of Michael Kinsella may have had a reasonably good start from third there as well. I don't think Porter sort of missed the jump. He sort of gathered up a little bit here. There might be Simon Pace might stick his nose in here on the outside, and he does, all right around the outside of the number 35 of Michael Kinsella, but he's on the wrong side for when they get down to turn number 3. And he manages to clear him. So that's a good start for Simon Pace. That was back on row number 3 for him. 5th place start. He turns that into a 3rd place running in the opening going here.
That's Reece Rowland.
Yep.
And he's had some contact by the looks of that.
Yep.
Nose cone off.
Yep, dislodged and probably only hanging on by a strap there, I would say. So going to become very much a foreign object on the circuit. That's back in the pack. It's a major contact. That was Ben Forgan who the contact was with, and that is the number 26 of Alexander Bezic, the Sabre 01 from Queensland, with a heavy, heavy hit.
Oh, look at the disappointment. He's moving around, which is great to see, but there's been a bit of wheel ride, and then he went over the top there at Ben Forgan. That'll be safety car, no doubt about that.
That'll be red flag, I would think, more than a safety car. On Matt Bode from the Queenslander by way of Victoria with the Sabre 02. He's come to a stop on the side of the circuit. Can't quite see where that is, but they've been dropping like flies already in the opening half of a lap. He's looking at the back of that car thinking that maybe something might have let go. So Matt Bode's at turn 1. Then you've got, I think it was the number 26 is down at turn 6, and then Reece Rowland looks like he was on the exit of 3. So stranded cars in a couple of precarious spots and one on its roof. Looks like the driver there, Alex Beswick, is out of the 26. So that's a positive sign. He's no doubt going to be a little bit shaken for that. Look at the rear end of that 01. That is destroyed.
That's torn it right off. That's a serious wreck race car right there.
Yeah, the bolts on both sides of the rear axle have let go of the rear tyres there too. This despondent Matt Bode, he's just going there to turn the GoPro off on the top of the roll hoop there. So a little bit of action there. 2 things unsighted, one of which would have been a very frightening affair, both for Alex Beswick and probably for Ben Forgan as well. He definitely would not have expected to have been hit by a car that looked like it had a bit of a major lock-up going down there into turn number 6. There's one of the stranded tyres. Have a look at that. You can actually see that the wheel rim has actually shattered as part of the impact. You can see all the little bits and bobs of that rim just hanging out there. They've righted the 26, and officials very quickly on the scene. Great work by them. We can't go racing without. Here's this incident. Have a look at this.
Let's have a look. So this is Ben Forgan in the 86, and he's just got on over the wheel, and that's it. That's the story. And over she goes.
Yeah, and it was after the fact too. So look at that. Yeah, so the first one dislodged. The second one just sort of became disconnected from the car as it came to a rest there. It's a bit hard to tell from that angle as well exactly what happened. So in the braking zone for turn 6, you can't actually see where Ben sort of was on the road versus, is he turning for the corner versus then Alex then trying to come out and potentially make a pass. Maybe he was a little bit caught out by the braking behind Ben Forgan, and then maybe had a late decision to get out, but that'll be something that we have a bit of a look at a bit later on in the piece. We have unfortunately gone red flag scenario here. This is a completely different ball game now.
It's going to be a full wet track. You can see it decisively now coming off the tyres, so certainly plenty of standing water also with that very heavy shower of rain that's just gone over the complex here. So as you mentioned, Steve, this is going to be sketchy. We're not sure what's going to happen at the restart.
No, there's going to be a lot. Oh, you can see there already a lot of drivers are starting to test the conditions, just giving it a little bit of, Scotty McLaughlin used to call it jandle, coming out of a couple of the corners here just to see how much grip there is around in some of those traction zones. It's going to be very, very treacherous. That's now getting quite heavy on the main straight here. It is literally this is a deluge right now, and the field's still coming out. So there's going to be some visibility dramas. There's going to be some very, very difficult decisions that have to be made. There's Reece Rowland. He's coming out minus a nose cone. That's going to be one of the very few air-cooled Formula Vs, I think, running around the circuit. His toes are literally going to be frozen, I think, by the time he gets back to pit lane after this race is over. We're hearing in our ear that this is going to be a very short 5-minute race, so maybe 2 or 3 laps is about all we could possibly get out of this. That looks absolutely diabolical. That looks like pea soup out there, Mark.
Yeah, grip level 0 here at the moment. I think that's what we're going to encounter. Put some more time on the clock, give us another 6 minutes. So we'll see how we go here at the moment. Vision is going to be very poor. And you can see on that camera footage there that it's pretty hazy out there at the moment, to say the least.
Well, the question for me, Mark, is going to be, is it going to be a rolling start or a standing start? Because I saw all the officials going up and down to all of the drivers to let them know that something was going on in pit lane. But I'm looking at it from a safety point of view and just trying to work out whether or not it will be a rolling start or whether it will be a standing start. And in fact, does it go back to the order that they started on the grid, or is it going to be as they were when the safety car brought them all into pit lane? That will be the time will tell scenario. Just having a look here, it looks like they're still in the order in which they left the lane, which means it's probably going to be a rolling start based on that. So the safety car lights are now out. So, yes, this will be a rolling start. So as the leader here, it's the number 78 of Daniel Reynolds that has to check the field up and try and get everybody together and allow that safety car to escape and get back to the safety of pit lane. Oh, yeah, look, there's a few drivers that are already trying the karting line, as they call it, going out a lot wider, not taking the traditional racing line, but the field is still coming around the back part of the circuit. So everybody's got to get into order here. Reynolds is going to have the best of the conditions. He will have as clear a track in front as he possibly can. Everybody else behind, it is going to be a very difficult affair to try and pick your braking marker going into turn 1, because it's got to come backwards from where it originally was in the dry conditions. But the question is how far. They've not done any running in wet conditions, so it's going to be a real challenge to work out, do I go too early or not too late? And Reynolds looks like he's already put the hammer down and trying to make a break for it out of the final 2 corners. Oh, and there's a spinner already, and it's Andre Curran. He's tried to put the foot down a bit too early, and he's rotated the 32.
Oh, it's already started. Now, we can't even see them. Look at the vision here going down to turn 1. Good luck calling that.
No, I
absolutely no idea.
I don't want to call that either. I think I can see that's Reynolds on the left-hand side of your shot there. He's got clear vision. You've got Kinsella, who's on the right-hand side of your picture. That's the racing line here. Porter is on the inside at turn number 1, so he's going to go through into second. He's going to remain second. Oh, there's a car off there. Is that Andre Curran? Yeah, he's pulled off the back there. And another car, Darren Power, I think it is, in the back of shot there, the Victorian off, and he's made a little bit of contact with the wall going down towards turn number 1. This is absolutely treacherous. Rod, listen there, and they've red flagged it, and I'm not surprised.
You had to do that, sure. That's extremely dangerous.
Yeah, it's just become too difficult to do. Cars going off everywhere, and I'm sure there's a couple of cars further back in the piece that we can't see. Yep, they're all telling everybody that this is not going to happen. I've got a funny feeling now this is officially probably going to be declared a non-event.
Oh, it has to be, surely.
Look at how far back all these drivers are. They've just taking it super, super cautiously, and I don't blame them.
Going to be some very wet race suits when they come back. Certainly looking for the tumble dry. When they come back, it'll be very wet.
Yeah, this man here on the screen, Reece Rowland, I think he's going to have the worst of it. Look, as that nose cone's missing, and right behind there is all your brake pedal and your accelerator pedal and your clutch pedal and his feet. So his boots are going to be absolutely saturated. Yeah.
So red flag as we bring them back in again. Just waiting for the declaration. You no doubt that's going to happen.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they declare this. Oh, and Reynolds has actually gone off under red flag, so that's how bad it actually is. That's down at turn 11, I think, and now heading into turn number 12. So he's come through 10, wandered off the road before it even got to 11 and 12. So it really is torrential at the moment. This is really challenging, even at low speed. It's problem, and a lot of the problem is as well is that that's Heath Collinson's done exactly the same thing. This is the problem too, Mark, because when you race in the rain, you need to lift the tyre pressures so it opens up the tread face so it can actually clear the water. Okay. They've gone out there on not only cold tyres, as another one goes off, cold tyres having sat in the pit lane for so long, but tyre pressures that are designed for dry running, so they wouldn't have had a chance to, and the crews are not allowed to go out to the cars and increase the pressure. You can go to the marshalling area or formation area with raised tyre pressures and you can lower them, but it's difficult obviously to go back the other way because you haven't got compressors and things like that to be able to pump them up. So no wonder everybody's been slipping off the road. They cannot clear the water fast enough.
Looks like that race has been declared there, Steve. Just confirmed on our screen there, race ended, so it looks like that's the way it should stand.
A non-point score was the outcome in the end in that race. Welcome back to the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. We've had 3 heats, one of which was that red-flagged, very, very wet affair that remarkably was only a couple of hours ago. But here we are now on a bone-dry racetrack, just an hour from Adelaide. The Shell V-Power Motorsport Park ready for the Nationals, the national event for Formula V Australia. And some familiar names up the front of the field. Daniel Reynolds, Michael Kinsella, Porter, as well as Alex McDonald, 4 very familiar names who have raced in the Australian Championship for a good number of years. There's a Victorian Hope. He had a bit of a spin on the restart, did Andre Curin, but look out for him in this one in the number 32 machine. Just looking to see where he will be starting from on the timing. He is towards the pointy end, position at number 6 for the Victorian. Ash Quiddington a little bit further back. Heath Collinson behind the wheel of that car this weekend in his return to Formula V, doing very, very well inside the top 10 there. Steve DeFries taking some photos before he joins us in the commentary box for this race. I'm Dan McCarthy. Martin Ancaro is alongside of me. Mark, 44 cars on this grid, a huge field of Formula V entries. It's been great racing so far, in the first 2 races anyway.
Yeah, well, the last one wasn't too much to ride home about, but at least the rain has cleared here. This is the big moment, what we've all been waiting all weekend for. This is the Formula V Nationals. This is the final. Got just the grid open there at the moment for a few spectators and pit crew to walk through, and we're certainly looking, it's a great sight here. The first time in South Australia that the Formula V Nationals have made an appearance here at Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. Of course, the last time they were here in SA, we were at Mallala Motorsport Park. It's been great to watch, but it's the formidable top 4, isn't it, when you really look at it at the moment. And we'll run through that grid in just a second. But a new champion. Will Dan Reynolds get another one? Will it be Michael Kinsella? He's already taken 4 championships. Curtis Porter's well and truly in the mix here, and Alex McDonald's come from the back a little bit further too. Simon Pace is not too far away. Well, there's the top 5 there we can talk about at the moment. They're really the ones that are in the hunt. But it's a motor race. So anything can happen, and we know it happens. Indeed. Anything, it can change quickly. There's that head-on shot there looking at the grid down behind the safety car there.
Really cool that they've done this here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park, given these nationals a real taste of what it's like to be the draw card category, the other draw card category here this weekend. So the family, friends can be on the grid. Oh, there's a driver there who's going to be, I think, maybe getting a part or something. I'm not quite sure, but that is quite a run. That is quite far back down the grid. He's miles away from pit lane still at this point in time, whether he's trying to get to his car or there's some sort of problem, I think, waving towards the officials. So drama out there on the circuit. He's running into the pit lane. That is not good. The cars are set to take off in about 7 minutes' time. So time is very much of the essence. As we can see, Porter having a little bit of a word there with Michael Kinsella, and might be going back for some more words now, just chatting with the family and whatnot. But the point I'm coming back to, really nice, very rare opportunity that a national or state-level category like this, with the national opportunity, they're all able to jump on the grid. Great photo opportunities, really cool to see. That's the driver that was running.
That's Baxter Midwinter. Yeah, that's the Panther chassis race car there. So he's right down the back in the 1200 class, so he's got a fair run. South Australian multiple champ there, Ben Forgan, having a chat. That's Dan Westcott, another state champion alongside him. They're not racing here this weekend. They've been, and Father Kev there and the big white goatee beard. That's Daniel's father, of course.
So this weekend, the Nationals. We've got Formula V Nationals. Winner takes all. We've had the heats. That has set the grid for this final. Accumulated points set this grid. So best of the results so far has been Daniel Reynolds, and that has earned him that spot there on the left-hand side of the screen. Car number 78 alongside Michael Kinsella in the number 35 machine. But it doesn't matter now. It's a winner-takes-all final later, right here, right now, I should say, in 5 minutes' time. So winner-takes-all. Whoever takes this will be crowned the Formula V National Champion. Doesn't matter what you've done so far. Doesn't matter if Reynolds finishes in 8th position. It's whoever wins that will be the champion. And that's the same for the Saloon cars later on today as well. They've already had 4 heats, 2 yesterday, 2 today, and then they'll be vying it out for their nationals. Their grid is just being worked out as we speak. Between that and the Saloons, we do have the Australian Superkarts. They'll be out there as well, but further back down the field, we could just see how many vehicles are here on this grid from Victoria, from South Australia, from Western Australia, from Queensland. They've travelled far and wide to be here this weekend. Huge truck full of V's came over from Western Australia and from Queensland. So all those state competitors working together to make their way here to South Australia. Not short drives from Western Australia or Queensland, that's for sure. A good few hours journey to get here. But we see the drivers are going to be left now as the family and friends and pit crew make their way off the grid ahead of this Formula V Nationals race. Cannot wait for this. So hard to pick a winner. 4 real front runners at the front, but don't rule out the paces, Curran and Ogden as well. They will be in and amongst the fight as well, I am sure of that. Martin Ancaro and Steve DeFries will be talking you through the action. I'll vacate the commentary box for now, but we're about to get things underway here in Formula V competition. Oh, that's good news. Baxter Midwinter running back with whatever he was lacking a few moments ago. Mark, I'll hand it over to you, mate. We're about to get set for Formula V racing.
Thanks, Dan McCarthy. Waiting for Steve DeFries to get his headset on. We're trying to get ourselves organised here at our commentary position. Now, what's happened to Baxter Midwinter there? He darted out the car and ran down towards the pits. We don't know sure what the issue was.
It looked like he was carrying a set of gloves or something to do with his race kit by the look of it. He had his gloves in one hand and he still had his helmet on. So it also could be potentially a change of visor too, because it's just started to sprinkle a little bit down there at the moment. So it started to come in just in the last 2 or 3 minutes. I was down there on the grid just having a look at what everybody was up to. And again, we talked about this earlier in the day, that little bit of shower just coming through. It's enough to sow a seed of doubt in someone's minds every now and again, but at the moment, it's not really significant enough to warrant any wholesale changes, and of course, they can't do any changes on the grid right now. The fuel and tyre pressures they've got to start with is what they've got to deal with.
So there's the horn down there for the track clearance. We're about to get this big final underway. We've been waiting all weekend for this. Winner takes all. There's no second chances here. Where you finish is where you win, you take the championship. Good to have it back here in SA this year. Everyone's drivers buckled in, ready to get things rolling here. We'll run through this massive grid for the final time in just a few moments. Well, we know he's on pole position as Dan Reynolds. Well, can he take another one out? We're about to find out.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting between the top two, I think. Both of them with 4 titles between them in the Formula V Australia National Challenge. And last time out, it was, of course, the Canberran who took the chocolates at carco.com.au Raceway when Western Australia hosted the National Challenge 12 months ago. But then before that, Kinsella won the previous pair, the 23 affair in Baskerville and the 2022 title in Winton. So that's I guess the top two, I guess it's fitting that they're on the front row. Not only do they share 4 titles between them, but they have been the dominant force as of late. But there's a few fast charges behind, as you alluded to there, Mark, that you can, and Matt, and that Dan alluded to. Do not rule them out. This is likely to be an 8 to 9 lap race, just based on our rough math. So there's still plenty of time on a very, very big circuit with a lot of passing opportunities.
Yeah, it was interesting to point out the big circuit, because a lot of these championships, certainly last year, was on the much smaller circuit in WA. So a fairly different comparison compared to this big track. We're about to find out. At least the sun's out, the rain has gone. We just had a little bit of a sprinkle just a moment ago, but I think that's cleared off.
Yeah, it looks like it has at the moment. So
the sun is certainly making its way out, and we don't want to see a repeat of certainly the last effort to try and get a race in.
So just about 1 minute to go, I think, here, Mark. We're not too far away from getting this one underway. A couple of drivers would have had to get some assistance to start their cars. The front handful of cars you can see on your screen there, they all have the little button inside the dashboard that they can start the cars from inside the cockpit. A couple of the older model cars, especially toward the back of the field, have to get a little bit of assistance. That's why all the grid crews were out there and given a couple of minutes to start those cars and then to get back to the safety of pit lane. So hopefully everybody's started and we'll get underway here. There will be a couple of grid spots vacant after all the points have been worked out. Of course, it's just the opening 2 heat races. The third one earlier this morning was declared a non-event. That is official. So grid positions are set just on the 2 sets of points from the racing so far this weekend, both races from yesterday. And we did see that pretty nasty accident for Alex Beswick earlier in the day. He's okay. He's off to hospital with just for some observation, so it's good to see he's okay. So he's going to be a non-starter for this one. Likewise, his father, for understandable reasons. So there'll be a couple of grid spots vacant there in the top half of the field in the 1600s.
Here we go. We'll get them out in their sighting lap here. Let's have a look at this grid. There'll be Dan Reynolds on pole alongside of you, Michael Casella. We'll go back to Curtis Porter, Alex McDonald, the big 4 so far for the weekend. Let's go back to Simon Pace, Andrew Curran, Corey Ogden. He's slightly been progressing too, if you don't mind. Then we go back to Aaron Pace. Alex Henderman in 9th position on the grid. Then we go back to Heath Collison. No Alex at Bestwick, of course, we just mentioned that. Ashley Clifford. We go back to Ben Forgan, Jason Fowler, Matthew Bode, and Rod Liston, the Western Australian there in position 16. Xavier Babbage Hockey back there in 17th position. Alongside of him will be Matt Harriott. Go back to Darren Power, Nathan Clifton, the South Australian. Then we go back to Grant Kelly, Cam Bell, Chris Behan, and Ed McPhail back there in 24th position on the grid. Let's go back to Mark Moran, Michael Lloyd, Reece Rowland, got that nose cone back on that race car. Then we go back to Troy Forensko, Rob Vile, Ken Ray, John Rickstein, and Kathy Liston, one of the few lady drivers in this field. Then we go back to Peter Butler, Adam Henderson. Adam Beswick, of course, is out. There's no Kim Burton. Let's go back to the first of our 12 runners. It's going to be an interesting affair as well. We'll go back to Matthew Pearce, Steve Butcher, Richard Graham, Baxter Midwinter, who's just done the dash down to the pits there. That's position 40 on the grid. And we go back to Matthew Blyle, Hugh East, Frank Chessel, and the last of the 1200 class there, Julian Midwinter, who's had already had a bit of a tough time trying to get this car up and running, but it is well and truly out there, which is good news.
Yeah, certainly is. It's been a bit of a mad dash to get that gearbox into that car from yesterday. He only did the couple of laps this morning in the rain-affected and short declared third heat race, which of course yielded no points. So everybody on the sighting lap, for a lot of drivers, this is the very first time they would have done what they call a championship standing start, where you start from the grid, do your sighting lap, come back to the grid, and then start from there. A lot of the grassroots motorsport these days, it's all what they call a non-championship standing start, where you leave the formation area, you go around, form up, and then you go straight away. So a little bit of a first, great initiative from the Formula V South Australian Club to be able to organise that. And it's a little bit of a unique thing that you don't see too often, as I said, in grassroots motorsport. And big thank you to Shell V-Power Motorsport Park for allowing that to happen as well. They've been great for us so far this weekend. Also like to thank all the sponsors that have come on board this weekend for Formula V National Challenge 2025. Porsche Valley Wines, Auto One at Clovercrest, BM Graphics, who have put together all the little goodie bags, that all the nice and interesting little objects that were handed out to all the drivers yesterday. Big thanks to Jonathan Scarey for doing that. Adelaide Retail Distributors, and of course Dunlop Motorsport, who have been here at the track since Friday, making sure that all the tyre needs of these 44 Formula Vs have been met along the way. It's a tall order, 44 cars, 4 sets of tyres per car, and of course all the puncture repairs and the new sets of wheels, flips on rims, all those sorts of things. They've been fantastic for us for the last few years. Dunlop Motorsport, we do thank them very, very much.
Thanks to all our sponsors on board there. But now we're at the starting point here. We reckon about 9 laps to go with our 20 minutes plus 1 lap configuration.
Yeah, the estimate's probably going to be 9, including the last lappers, from what we understand, 8 plus 1, just depending on timing, and that's just looking at how things have gone so far. Might be a little bit, maybe 1 or 2 off from that, but that's what a lot of drivers are banking on, that it's going to be somewhere between 8 and 9 laps.
Just waiting for the last few cars to take up their grid positions at the rear of the pack here. And there they are. 35 there of Michael Kinsella. And the 78 there of Dan Reynolds. They're going to lead them off.
And then Curtis Porter on the row right behind them, the 67, with Alex McDonald right alongside him. Short hold, and away we go. That gives you a pretty good illustration of the start there. Pretty poor start, actually, for Curtis Porter. He's been gazumped there by Alex McDonald. And Simon Payson, the number 50's gone through. Andre Curran now trying to follow the 51. Alex McDonald down to turn number 1. Going to make it 3 wide on the approach, even 4 wide potentially on the approach to turn number 1. Does it all get in there all unscathed? It looks like they did manage to get out the other side there. As we looked in there on the 41 belonging to Alex Henderman, he had a really good view of what went on ahead of him. He was swamped off the line. He had nowhere to go. Big wall of Sabre 02s and checkmates in front of him. And the Jacer of Michael Kinsella has had to tuck back into second place. Despite the better start, I would have thought, he's had to tuck back into second behind the pole sitter Dan Reynolds.
Simon Payson looks racy this early part. So there's Porter there on the inside there of McDonald.
Yeah, trying to fight back pretty early here. I think he also had to try and cover off Andre Curran, who was having a bit of a look down at turn number 6. Porter moved over pretty quickly to cover that angle off, and he has probably been the one of the ones that's sort of been in the last couple of heat races. He's been the one that sort of found some form. He managed to catch back up to the leaders in that second heat race to finish second overall. And he's the one that I think if anyone's going to take it up to the top 2 that started on the grid here, he's likely to be the one.
So they go down towards the back of the circuit there. It will be Dan Reynolds. And there's the ominous 4 or 5 there. Michael Kinsella on the back there as they go down the hill. And Pace on the inside, trying to get on the inside towards the hairpin.
Here goes Porter down the inside.
Not the hairpin, that's turn 12.
Yeah, Porter very nearly down the inside of Alex McDonald there. It was a very close run thing. He's having another look here down at turn 14. He's have to stay where he is, though, because Curran's trying to look around the outside, but now you've got to fold back in there. And he had to fold back in pretty quickly because then came the 22 of Aaron Pace. And they've had to change a gearbox in that car too. Right on his tail is the 71 of Corey Ogden. And then tucked in there behind there's the 41 of Alex Henderman. And then the 10th place car, I think, in the queue here might potentially be Heath Collinson. Just waiting for them all to come through the shot here. Yes, it is. It is the factory Sabre Racing Cars 02, the number 12 of Heath Collinson. So pretty tight little punch of cars all coming onto the main straight here. That group of 10 is your top 10. And then they've got a nice little gap back to, I think it's the West Australian in Jason Fowler might be there in 11th place, leading the next train of cars up the straight.
They look back towards us. Now this is a good passing opportunity. Michael Kinsella on the inside this time around. So he should go back to the front, and he does that comfortably in front of Reynolds. So change of lead now on lap 2. And they're the dominant pair they have been all weekend. They're back to McDonald. Pace still trying to get past him. In fact, that's a position change as well. McDonald's actually got in front of Pace there.
That is indeed a position change, well spotted, so he's got that job done. In actual fact, it was Ash Clifford who was 11th place, leading the next train of cars across the line. Jason Fowler's about 3 spots further back there. Well, here we go, 3 into turn 6. Will this go? On the outside is McDonald. He wants that place back, and Porter wanted the place as well. And just like that, Simon Pace loses 2 spots in a heartbeat.
Gee, that's willing. Three abreast going into the entry there at turn 6.
That takes a lot of balls to tango there, I can tell you that. So when you're in the middle, you really do not want to be caught there. You do not want to be caught in a very, very awkward position. You just have to back out of that. It's a long race, so smart decision for Simon Pace just to let those two faster cars go through. And now he's got a couple of others to contend with. Andre Curran's the next one in the queue behind him, and then Alex Henderman in the car number 41. They've just lost a little bit of touch too with that little skirmish at turn 6. They've just lost a couple of car lengths as the two Queenslanders try and kick away to catch the next two up in front, Reynolds and Kinsella. Can they bridge that gap?
We're about to find out as they head down inside the main stadium section here. So it's Michael Kinsella still leading them through. As I mentioned, they're the front pair just slightly starting to get away now. Oh, they've got the other pack behind them. They're just trying to sort themselves out as well.
Porter was very close to tipping a wheel off there at turn 16 close as well, so he's very lucky.
They come back down towards the penultimate turn here, turn 17. Down the hill they come. So they can still see Kinsella in front. Obviously with Dan Riddle still giving chase as they all come through the McDonald. And then Simon Pace, he's got Andre Curran right on his hammer too.
Yeah, this might be a change of position here. Curran will have a look to the inside of Simon Pace. He's got a good bit of straight line speed, had a very nice toe down the front straight here. And he might be about to snatch position number 5 away from the number 50 Checkmate. He's got that move done nice and firmly up the inside. Oh, a little bit of squirming, tyres protesting. That's also opened the door for Aaron Pace to potentially get down the inside here at turn number 3. Just has to back out of it at the last minute. Just wasn't quite up far enough. Corey Ogden was in there as well. So Simon Pace just losing a little bit of momentum there as Andre Curran took that position away from him at turn 1, nearly surrendering a position to his son at the same time.
So over the crest they go again. Great shot, low shot there, looking over the top of the gravel trap there. But let's have a look. Here's Aaron Pace around the outside there of Simon. And certainly picking his way through the field there, Aaron, at the moment. Corey Ogden not too far away either to the orange car, just behind the two Pace drilling entries.
Down the hill they come here into turn 8, turn 9, turn 10. This has caught a few people out today and yesterday, just running a little bit wide on the approach to the next left-hander at 11, and then this really, really tricky corner here. Oh dear, that to me looks like that might be Richard Gray, the number 47 out of Tasmania, one of the 1200s.
That's pit exit there.
That is pit exit, yeah. And we just noticed that Mark Moran from Queensland in the 1600, the number 30, the Hop for a Cure car, has come into the pits at the end of lap number 2. So something not right there on his machine. So looks like we're out 2 competitors from this one. That's a shame for Richard too, because he'd started to work his way forward over the course of the races so far this weekend. And he wasn't too far off being in a good spot to really challenge, I think, Matthew Bialek for 3rd place overall in the 1200s. But unfortunately has come to a stop at the pit lane exit.
So you can see the 51 car there of Alex McDonald there, under a bit of a pressure too.
Speaking of 1200s.
There's the 1200s right there with Matt Pearce.
Now this is close
have a look,
been.
He's got it inside of him though.
Yeah, it's the reigning champion. Down the inside, Stephen Butcher at turn 14. Now this is as close as these two have been most of the weekend. Pearce has sort of had the upper hand for the first 2 heat races. In one stage, he even had a healthy margin. And look at this. This is what Stephen Butchers was talking about when I spoke to him over the off time between races. The slower 1200, so the 1200 class cars have got a couple of slower 1600 class cars that they need to contend with. They've got some power on the straights, but the 1200s can make up the time through the corners. So this is becoming a little bit of an influence in this race. It's keeping Matt Pearce in touch with Stephen Butcher, and I would imagine it's also going to try and keep some of the other 1200 class cars potentially in the fight as well. There's Matthew Bialek, the 64 machine. He's right in touch with all of them as well. So this is a nice close group in the 1200s. We're going to have to keep paying attention to this little group because it could change quite quickly in a very short amount of time. Yeah,
very closely contested. In fact, Pearce on the inside there of Steve Butcher at turn 1 to get back in the front of that 1200 class.
Rob Vile overcommitted there in the number 7 machine. It's a 1600 class car, and that allowed Matt Bialek to get back through and not lose too much touch with Pearce and Butcher. Back to the front of the field. It is a change of lead. Reynolds has gone through. I was about to stay stations as you were, but well, it is effectively the same 2 leaders are out in front. They've just swapped around the other way. I get the feeling these two are starting to work together to open the margin up to Porter and McDonald. They've got about 2 seconds in their pocket at the moment. Doesn't sound like a lot, but when you're working together in the draft, that 2-3 tenths here and there, it does add up. It does build you that insurance policy that you need, but when you start to go to war a little bit later in the race.
That's exactly what they're doing at the moment. So there's Reynolds and Michael Kinsella at it at the moment as they head down the hill towards 17. And you see that gap now really starting to open up. See on that shot there.
Curran's actually caught back up to Alex McDonald here as well. So he's actually got a nice little turn of speed. Won't have a chance to get down the inside here at 17, but he might have a run down the front straight and then get down into turn number 1 like he did on Simon Pace a lap or 2 ago. He's got a nice little healthy toe there. You actually will get a very nice toe from the McDonald air conditioning, number 51.
So you can see Michael Kinsella tucked in behind Van Reynolds there. He comes out of the draft and gets himself back on the inside again for turn 1. So he knows how to nail that pass, and he's going to do it again.
There he goes, Curran on Alex McDonald. He gets that. That's 4th place. I don't think it'll be over and done with yet, though. I think they might run side by side. Aaron Pace. He's had a little adventure there at turn number 1. He's ran very, very wide, and that's probably ripped an oil line or something off because a lot of smoke coming out of the back of the Pace drilling number 22. Still keeps going for the moment. Alex Henderman will get past, and I think Aaron might have realised that something is up. He's going to look for the nearest possible exit, I think. What a shame. He must have just overcommitted. I could hear the tyres protesting in the background, and that might have been him just overcommitting to turn number 1, running off the road, bouncing through the gravel trap, surfing through the grass, and something's come loose under the 22.
Yeah, certainly pretty much immediately there. Bit of Dukes of Hazzard style going over the curbs there.
Yeah, all 4 wheels off the deck.
Bit of air time.
Now, these two opened up the margin by a further 0.2 of a second last time around. So working together is paying dividends for them. They've got a nice little 2.5 second margin back to Curtis Porter. And then, of course, Andre Curran. Right, here we go. Yeah, look at that. Just overcommitted a little bit. Saw him in the front of the shot. It was almost like he had a little bit of oversteer there. Yep, and 4 wheels all off the ground with a little rut there on the in between turns 1 and 2. So he just really threw it in there. Oh, looks like Kinsella might have made a mistake potentially coming up out of turn 12 and into turn 13, because that gap that was probably about 4 or 5 car lengths is now nothing, as Reynolds is right back on the gearbox of the number 35 Jacer. And that's something that Dan was telling me about. He sort of noticed that in the second heat race, the one that he took the victory in yesterday afternoon, Michael made a mistake coming out of turn 12, didn't get great drive off, and that gave him the run up the hill that he needed to scythe his way through at turn 13 and really wrestle that top spot away in 1600s.
It's 1200 class we're looking at there. Matt Pearson now in front of Steve Butcher. Matty Violek, the South Australian competitor there in the yellow car just behind them.
This is a great little fight, actually. Pearce hasn't been able to get away now that they've cleared the 1600 class cars, and Matt Violek right in the wheel tracks of the Stinger number 13 with the veteran Stephen Butcher aboard.
It's great to see a good battle for that class too. Always a little bit wide there, Matty.
Yeah, that's a little bit too wide.
And now we go back to the 1600 class, and now we've got Reynolds back in front again. So chopping and changing a bit like a game of chess out there at the moment.
So there goes the top 2. There's Curtis Porter, so he gained a little bit of ground that time. McDonald's fighting back against Andre Curran, so he's got back to 4th place now and leading the 2 of them up the hill with Simon Pace and Corey Ogden. Now they're right back on the gearbox of Andre Curran there as well. So that's a good little scrap for 4th right through to 7th place. And then about 2 seconds back to Alex Henderman, and then Heath Collinson and Ash Clifford, the last 2 cars inside the top 10. Clifford, of course, the beneficiary there of the number 22, Aaron Pace, coming off the circuit after that little Dukes of Hazzard style moment. God, these 2 are going to war a little bit early here. Good dueling, good fair combat between McDonald and Curran, but they can't afford to make a mistake. Simon Pace is right there in the number 50.
Yeah, just biding his time at the moment. Curran got really close there too, under brakes, so he means business at the moment, trying to pick up that position, and that'll give him out to 4th position. This is a 1200 class change again.
Yep,
so now Butcher back in front of Pearce.
And I'll tell you what, Biolek was having a look at Matt Pearce as well here, so don't rule out that there might be a surprise winner here in the 1200 class, because Matt Biolek has really got the bit between the teeth here. Oh, he goes right around the outside of Pearce. That's a brave move. Is he going to be able to make that stick? No, he decides to pull out of it. Looked like he had some really good drive on the gear change out of turn number 3 as they switched from 3rd to 4th, and he thought about the move. Pearce is now thinking about the move on Butcher, who'll have to leave him some space, taking a heavily defensive line into turn number 6. He comes out with the advantage for the moment, but this is a very, very close cluster of 1200 class cars. Any one of the 3, I think, could win this. This is not the way that the script was going yesterday, Mark. No. We thought that Matt Pearce had 2 really good results, and he was possibly going to walk away with this. This is a complete flip of the script.
really comes down to experience. Steve Butcher knows how to do this. He's done it multiple times before. What a great batter for the 1200. Good to see Blyleck not dropping off that pair either, just biting his time.
Have a look at the run that Pearce got out of turn 12. He got great drive out of turn 12. So too Blyleck got a great run there as well. They're just disappearing out of the shot as they head up the hill to the 5-metre incline of turn 13. So Pearce back to the lead. Blyleck through to second now. So this is game on as far as these guys are concerned for the 1200 class honours. That's going to go right down to the wire. Back to the 1600s, Andre Curran's had a moment. He's actually dropped positions here to Corey Ogden and to Simon Pace. We've got a car that's around. It looks like it might be Julian Midwindsor there.
Yeah, it looks on the top. Yeah,
it is.
66 car.
With a spin.
He's got back up and running, no problems. Corey Ogden around the outside there. So Simon Pace on shot. The 50 car of Pace on the inside. Ogden's been slowly but surely progressing through the field over the weekend. And Pace gets up underneath him there and gets himself into that position, which is now position 5.
Certainly is. Well, here we go. This is what happened at turn number 1. So Curran there, and he just got squeezed out a little bit there. He was just caught in no man's land on the inside. He had Ogden and Pace trying to wrap around the outside of him, and he didn't have much room to work with. Oops, that's the number 3 of John Reichstein. That's he's also gone for an adventure somewhere as well. Looks like that's on his own.
Looks like turn 13.
Yeah, up the back of the circuit.
So here's Ogden still pestering Simon Pace at the moment as they head down through the hill, down to the southern part of the circuit. This is now turn 13, 14. Gets himself on the inside there. Will give you some sort of chance for a pass. But no, good defensive driving there from Simon Pace, and doesn't give him any opportunity there at all.
I'll tell you what, Curtis Porter is slowly eating the margin into these two out in front. He's just not eating the margin fast enough. That's what it is at the moment. So they've got 2 seconds on him at the moment as of the last timing intermediate, which was the last lap around. And we'll see what it is this time around. He looks like he's getting closer, but it still looks like it's around about that 2-second margin. Lap times across the line this time, 13.8 for Reynolds, 13.7 for Kinsella, and a 14.6 for Porter. So he went backwards on that lap. So he had a couple of consecutive laps where he knocked off a little bit of time, and now he's unfortunately lost a bit of that time. Now the traffic's going to start to play a little bit of a factor, I think, here on this possibly what might be either the last lap or the second last lap. We're going to wait and see what our officials say.
Pace there on the inside there of Alex McDonald. Nice pass. Nice job there as well. Ogden all crossed up there.
Yep, fistfuls of opposite lock there. It coughs him up a spot, not only to McDonald, potential gain on a spot to McDonald, but it coughed one up to Andre Curran in the process as well. Little bit of oversteer going into turn 1. Had to control it through 2.
It's game on here, if you don't mind.
Yep.
A bit of lap traffic there is coming to play. Play.
No, stayed out of the way very well there, John Reichstein. So he was the one that had to spin a little moment ago, so that put him in a little bit of a precarious position, but important thing is he stayed predictable for the race leaders. He knew they were coming through. He gave them the space that they needed. Still waiting to hear if we're going to see this one be the last lap or one more. Kathy Lisson, same situation, gets out of the way nicely. Job done. Well done, Kathy Lisson. Let the faster cars go through. That's in the 1600s there. She's running around in 34th place at the moment. And we're looking a bit further afield. Is there any more traffic to play a factor in what we believe is going to be the battle for the lead here?
Yeah, side by side again. Oh, who's going to give here?
Oh, hold your breath. It's going side by side into 13. It doesn't quite go. They give each other a little bit of room. Somehow they managed to crest turn 13 side by side. Kinsella on the inside and then Reynolds on the outside. They gave each other space. They're side by side again. They're in here as well, and it just has to feather the throttle a little bit. Does Daniel Reynolds to tuck back in behind the 35. The gloves have come off here for the win between Reynolds and Kinsella. Both sitting on 4 Australian Formula V National Challenge titles. Which one of them is going to be the first to 5?
I reckon this would come back. The Reds are out on their final lap, you would have thought here.
If it's not this one, it's one more to go. There's the number 9 there.
There we go. Where's the checkers? There it is.
It is a checkered flag. So Reynolds couldn't quite throw it down enough when it mattered most, and Kinsella is going to walk away with a 0.3 of a second victory and his 5th National Challenge title. Congratulations to Michael Kinsella. Dan Reynolds with 2nd place there in the checkmate. 3rd place to Curtis Porter. 4th across the line, Simon Pace in the number 50, holding the Pace Drilling Racing team. up high there, ahead of Alex McDonald. So there was a change of position late there.
1200s.
And it's Pierce. Pierce is still in the lead of this fight, and he's got a little bit of a margin here coming up to turn 13. Is the 64 of Matt Bialek going to send one up the inside here at turn 13? No, not quite close enough to do that. Steve Butcher holds on for the moment. So Pierce looks like he might get title number 5 as well in 1200s. It was him with 4, Butcher with 3. So we could have 2 5-time champions in the 2 classes by the time the race is out. I think it's almost a done deal here. It's more about what happens for second and third. Can Matty Bialek throw one up the inside here at the last corner, the second last corner? Oh. He thinks about it. Not quite close enough. Can he get some good drive off here? It's all about the drive off the second to last corner. And you get down the inside for what is usually a flat out corner at turn number 18. Not quite. Butcher's just going to hang on. Pierce was a little bit sluggish through the final corner, but he's going to hold on and get title number 5 in the 1200s. You can hear the charges and the cheers from the Pierce Plumbing crew as he comes across the line. Great close finish there between the top 3. Probably one of the closest top 3s, I think, in the 1200s we've had for a little while there. Great racing between the 3 of them. Bialek third and Butcher home in second place.
And that's it. There goes our title winner. There he is, the 35 of Michael Kinsella from New South Wales. Title number 5. It'll be a big celebration when he gets back.
Yeah, and 3 of the last 4 as well. And to think that the top 2 here have split the titles, 3 and 1 over the last 4 iterations of the National Challenge is quite incredible. They operate on such a high level, these two. Got such a high respect for each other. But they knew what mattered most when it came to fighting for the title. They knew they had to make a break for it, and then it would just be between the 2 of them. And that's exactly what they did. And then with those last 2 laps, they really upped the ante between the 2 of them. And really, at the end of the day, Mark, not a lot between them.
No, not at all. It was a fair dinkum battle, no doubt about that. We can put that in the fair dinkum class.
It certainly will.
And Michael Kinsella comes back in. There'll be plenty of supporters up above in there cheering him as he comes back into pit lane. And he certainly will acknowledge that. Well, what a thrilling final. Pretty much what we predicted, isn't it? We thought they were going to be the dominating pair.
Certainly
and
was.
There we go. There's our final result. So it will be Michael Kinsella from Dan Reynolds, then back to Curtis Porter, Simon Pace, Alex McDonald, Andre Curran, Corey Ogden, Alex Henderman, Heath Connelson, and Ash Clifford. And we go back just outside the top 10 there, Ben Forgan, the first of the South Aussies there. Then we go back to Matt Bowe, Jason Fowler from Western Australia, Matt Harriott, Xavier Babbage Hockey, Nathan Clifton, Darren Power, Cam Bell, Grant Kelly, and Rod Lisson from West Australia, position number 20. Back to a bit further for 21st position, Adam Henderson, Ed McFall, Chris B and Matt Pearce, just taken out the 1200 class. Then in front of Steve Butcher, Matthew Bialek, terrific racing amongst those 3. Then we go back to Rob Vile, another one of the 1600 class cars, Reece Rowland. A lot further back, Michael Lloyd. Troy Forensko in the 98 car, a bit further back. 31st position, Baxter Midwinter, just in front of Peter Butler, Hugh East, Kathy Lisson, John Rickstein, Frank Chessel, Julian Midwinter. It did finally get going after all of that. And we've obviously lost Aaron Pace earlier in the race with that little off-track excursion. And we also lost Mark Moran, also pitted early towards that race. And obviously Kim Burton was a non-starter then. There were non-starters there of Ken Ray, Alex Bezic, Adam Bezic and Richard Gray also didn't get out of a pit lane. So that's the tale of woe there at the back of the list there. Well, what a thrilling Formula V final that been with our new... Okay, so that's all done and dusted. We'll have a short break now and we'll be back with our Superkarts race coming up next. And while we have a trick tidy up, we'll come back with that in a few moments.
That was certainly a thriller, wasn't it? Just 0.3 of a second the margin in determining the Nationals champion in Formula V. We promised a good fight at the front, and the usual suspects of Michael Kinsella and Daniel Reynolds certainly delivered. Kinsella now a 5-time Formula V Nationals champion. Thoroughly deserved. Great respect shown between those two on the last lap. Such great racing side by side throughout much of that final lap of the race. It was an absolute belter. I'm sure the Saloon Car Nationals will also be absolutely fantastic in the not too distant future. But between then and now, we have ourselves a little superkart race, a little bit longer than the races so far this weekend. I believe it was originally scheduled for 8 laps. I'm looking at timing, and that has been cut back to 6 laps once again. So same length as the other 2 races. So 6-lap superkart race, and then we'll get underway with the saloons. But Australian superkarts has been quite interesting. We've had some good battle packs in the Nationals and in the gearbox class, but generally the Internationals have spread out pretty quickly, with Harpers taking 2 dominant victories. I'm Dan McCarthy. Alongside me is Mark Nancaro. Mark, Harpers certainly the person to beat.
Oh, it certainly is in the international class, no doubt about that. So Gary Pegueroa's had nothing on him at the moment. Still that sort of 30-second gap at the end of the race. Just over 6 laps there. Geez, look at those trees. They're getting worked overtime. That breeze has certainly picked up there again. And I hope there's no koalas in those trees. They'll get shaken out.
Indeed they will. It's funny chatting to the different people in the various different classes this weekend. The Formula Ford guys have been non-stop talking to me about wind all weekend. Oh, the wind's doing this, the wind's doing that. The saloon car guys have been going, oh, has it been windy, has it? I haven't really noticed. Whereas these guys, the superkart guys, will be literally blown across the track at times. It is gusty. It's not a solid wind, is it? It comes in gusts, blows, and then disappears for a few seconds, then it comes back again. So that's the most challenging of the conditions. Getting towards the tail end of our program here this afternoon, the South Australian Motor Racing Championship Round 7. The Nationals, the Bend Nationals here this weekend. Of course, the next event here will be the Bend Classic.
Yes.
So that's growing year upon year, getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Mark, you've been a part of all of them since their inception. This year's shaping up to be an absolute belter.
Yeah, can't wait. It's got to be the Bend Classic coming up here, which is the last weekend here in October. And we've got a big country music festival happening here over the back too, and it will attract thousands of people. It'll be great to see. And the entry numbers, circuit racing was fantastic. We've got a full grid of historic touring cars, 54 cars, if you don't mind. So we've certainly been looking forward to that. There's also a good group of Group A and C racing cars too, for those people that like the touring car era, certainly in the 1980s and early 90s. You certainly appreciate those as well. We've got Formula 5000s will be making their berth here, and a few other various historic race cars in various groups as well. Certainly a great weekend. It's the first time that Blendline TV will be covering that event.
Yep.
So it's certainly great to see. It'll certainly attract some very high-class Group N race cars as well, like historic touring cars. So can't wait. We certainly saw that here last year, and it was terrific racing. So can't wait for that. It's cars and it's country and it's Bend Classic.
It's certainly up your alley, isn't it? You love your country music festival, that theme of it. That's not too far away, actually. I think it's 4 or 5 weeks. I'm just
it's the last weekend in October.
Oh, okay, there we are. So not too many weeks away at all.
I think it's the 25th and 26th of October from memory.
And also in October, just over behind the pit building that we're looking at the moment, the remarkable facility here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. Of course, you've got the Spring Nationals, the drag racing, the Top Fuel dragsters will be back at Australia's fastest dragway.
So you had a bit of a look at that venue last weekend. You were doing a bit of stuff, a bit of promo stuff, so good to see. That'll be a huge weekend here. You reckon there was a lot of people here last week at the Supercars round. You wait till we get to there. There's going to be a lot of black T-shirts over there, but definitely looking forward to the Top Fuel dragsters, and of course the Top Door Slam is also involved there as well. So 2 big heavy hitters there of the Spring Nationals coming up here in the long weekend in October here in South Australia. But it's a very busy period, the spring period, isn't it, here?
Yeah.
There's been a lot of racing. We've mentioned it a few times already over the weekend. And talking about busy, let's get busy with some supercars. This is their last race here for the weekend. The Superkart Nationals. Tony Harpers leads them out.
Unlike what we've seen so far with the Formula Vs anyway, and what we'll see with the Saloon cars, it's progressive grids, and also as well, it's not a winner-takes-all final. They all count equally amongst the weekend races. Ilya Harpers will be starting from pole position alongside Gary Pegararo, who took pole position here yesterday. Anton Stevens out of third ahead of Brent Burville. Then we have Charles Madden, Ralph Ruprecht, Paul Clark and Darren Kitchen in our international class karts. Beyond that, we move to the next class of karts, Mark.
Yeah, so this will be the 125 gearbox cars. It'll be Dave Salter, Mark Vella, Paul Snaith, Fasato Demento, Gion Kaon, who didn't finish the last race. That's the first part of the grid. I don't know if we'll see anything of Paul Clark in this race. Failed to finish the first one, or the previous race. Russell Jamison, Brad Stebbing and Sebastian Amadio. So these are the 125 gearbox cars. And we got back to Lindsay Jamison's, George Pavarovich, Nick Raymer, Laurie Fuchs, James Bowden, John Baker. I get that out.
How many more attempts do you want, Mark?
I don't know. Jock Tess, it's been a long day. Jock Santos there, then Patrick Ross, the South Australian, in that group of his fellow South Australian there, Doug Savage, Kristen Amadio, Andrew Kane and Tony Lavis, which we haven't seen too much over the weekend. There's the 777 car.
You've been working all weekend long. You haven't missed a race. And speaking of missing things, that is missing a beat, unfortunately. The number 28 of Kaon is coming to a halt. So we're set to start from the tail of the national grid. But I don't think he'll be doing that. You can see him trying to fiddle with the gearbox, trying to pluck a gear to no avail. Yep, shake of the head. The recovery vehicle will quickly hitch that one up and get that out of harm's way. That was the medical car, so the medical car doesn't have a tow rope fitted, so that's the wrong vehicle on the scene there. But they all work together. The medical team will communicate that back to race control, who will then immediately be able to pass that message on and say, we do need an immediate recovery. So he is trying to push that out of harm's way. He's right down the back section of the circuit between turns 10 and 11, so he will hopefully get that one out of harm's way.
It looks like it's locked in gear too.
It does, doesn't it?
He's got it now, so failed to finish the previous race as well, so whatever that issue was has come back, and that'll be his weekend. Okay, so they're in form up here, and we're getting ready for our rolling start.
Well, it's a case of these guys don't have radios, so they won't know any different. So we won't know until they get to the start line whether or not we are going to go for another lap. Safety car has pulled away from the front of the field, so that's a promising sign. Anyway, we are about to find out if we're going racing this time through. Up the front, we have all of the 250 International CC class cars. Then we have the National class cars. Here we go, though. We are about to get underway at the Bend Motorsport Park for one final time with the Superkarts. Good start, even jump between the front two, but look, they are 3 wide behind that. Stevens, Burville, and I think it might have been Madden that's made the good start as well as they go down in towards turn number 1. Pretty tight in the categories a little bit further back, 4 wide, even 5 wide there. The Internationals all go line astern, but look at this behind, all the different classes getting all muddled, mixed up amongst themselves. You can see the different classes based on the colours that the numbers are represented by. So the yellow and black numbers, they are the 250 International class cars. These are the 250 Nationals. The red with the white writing is up the inside they come. So they will all get in amongst each other. They don't have to stick in line, that's for certain. Within their classes, so they will jostle for position and alternate around. As we see the 21 of Amadio, he's trying to attack the number 6 kart, one of his rivals within the class of Fuchs, who's made a very good start. Oh, he's been balked there though, which has allowed Amadio around the outside, and he's got 1 and 2 karts. Oh, up the inside, the number 6 there got squeezed. Right up to the inside of the curb there did Fuchs, who just about slipped on by. But already they are in and amongst the 250 International class karts. but boy oh boy did the 250 have some poke in a straight line.
Brad Stebbing there. He's got a Mardio chasing him around in this race, which we've seen a bit over the weekend. In fact, he's got the 35 car just behind him. That's Ray Jamison there just behind him. This is for the 1.25 gearbox class, I should say. Get that out in a minute. You can see the 44 car back there. There's the big mullet there of Paul Clark. So good to see him back out there running after he failed to finish the previous race.
Can't miss that mullet in the breeze.
No, we can certainly pick that out, no problems now. Terrific. Glad to see a mullet in a car.
That's the number 3 car we're looking at of Burville. So Ruprecht, Stevens and Burville, 3, 4 and 5 on the road. All nose to tail at the moment. The top 2, though, have pulled away. Pecoraro is a good 3.5 seconds ahead of this trio. And Harpus a further 4.3 ahead of that. There's the Ruprecht machine. What an awesome-looking kart this is. The bright fluorescent yellow and black number, but couple that with the fluorescent orange as well. It stands out like a sore thumb, but a pleasant sore thumb.
It is. It's had a bit of an adventurous weekend, Tin Rubrick. A couple of non-finishes there. Anton Stevens has been running pretty strong all weekend, currently in third or fourth position, I should say. Got a bit close to the previous race at turn 1. And he's managed to keep himself nice and clear here at the moment. And you can see how the driver really bounces around in these cars. They have very little suspension, so they're pretty stiffly driven cars.
I have just noticed on timing, both on the Blendline screen and also timing in front of us on Natsoft, it has been increased back to its original 8-lap race distance. Oh,
there we go.
Off goes Ruprecht, sorry.
Again.
From third position. So we were talking about the fact he was leading that trio. Well, with that mistake, he's fallen behind both Stevens and Burville on this lap.
So now he's going to make up a move around Brett Burville there, kart number 3. Going to be a lot of South Australian competitors in this field. Obviously a lot of made up of the national competition. A lot of interstate competitors have made the journey here. Pretty much late notice here for this weekend. They weren't originally on the bill, but they managed to come along and squeeze in another round of the national championship.
So good to have so many of them here. Yeah, okay, we've got a few South Australians. Oh, that's an awkward rejoin. Great evasive action taken by Madden, who had to really jink hard to the right there. As the number 5 got back around the right way. Of course, the number 5 yesterday made that magnificent move through the middle of Bowden and Amadio, who was spinning around in front of him. And then he darted through the middle at turn number 13. But unfortunately, this incident, he cannot escape.
Talking about Amadio. Just put the pass down there on Laurie Fuchs there.
Yep, moves up to position number 7 with that. So Jamison is just that bit ahead, just going over the brow of the hill now. Absolutely love this camera shot on the screens of Blendline TV. Shows the elevation, doesn't it? Really highlights the elevation out of turn 3.
You just sort of climb up to turn 4 and then it drops off. You've got the 2 corners beforehand. You climb up to 4 and then down you go.
Back up the inside again from Fuchs.
Oh, good job.
These two are joined at the hip this weekend.
Mardio certainly had plenty of competition throughout the weekend. He's certainly has been paired off with Brad Stebbing for most of the weekend. Now he's going to contend with Laurie Fuchs. He's a bit of fierce competitor too. He usually doesn't give an inch either. That's exactly what he's doing at the moment. Oh, look at Mardio working at that steering wheel. So let's have a look here. This might be the Brad Stebbing incident. Yes, it is. That's the turn 17, hand straight up, 3 5s. Look at all the rubbish on the tarmac there. You can see from that camera shot, rubber and gravel and all kinds of stuff down there. 3 Fuchs there.
So Sebastian Amadio directly behind him. Circuit racing people will probably know that name. Did a few rounds in S5000 quite successfully, actually. Got a couple of top 5 finishes, if memory serves me correctly. So you can certainly drive a racing car, let alone a superkart. So he's out there fighting for a class podium finish. But Jamison really has been the man to beat this weekend in the gearbox category. Further forward, though, the fight for third is well and truly on between Burville and Stevens.
But that's currently third and fourth position on track, and also for the 250 international class, and there they are. Right on cue, Stevens up on the inside from Burville, and he gets that job done and gets himself up into third position. So as they go up the hill, so obviously Harper's margin now over 13 seconds, or 14, or nearly 15 seconds. And that'll certainly increase. We're only not quite half race distance at the moment.
Madden has come into the lane, so it's been a challenging weekend for Madden. A couple of off-track excursions, and it will end with a DNF race number 4, a non-finish for kart number 4. A local South Australian, so a bit disappointing, but not too far to drive home to mope about how the weekend has gone. Of course, this weekend brought to us by Denture Professionals and CSM Steel Training. That's the number 11. It's also had a few problems this weekend of Darren Kitchen, another of our 250 international runners. He'd already fallen down the order quite substantially, and now his race is going to come to an early end at the halfway stage of proceedings as Amadio is hounding the back of the Fuchs machine. Laurie Fuchs in his Raider chassis supercar just ahead of the South Australian in Amadio, but Fuchs doing very well. New South Welshman doesn't know this track like the back of his hand, unlike Sebastian Amadio, who's been coming here ever since he could start racing, really.
Yeah, pretty much. We're talking about tough weekends for a few people. There's been quite a few that have dropped off the radar over the progressive of the weekend. Charles Madden, you just mentioned there's had a bit of a tough weekend too. Darren Kitchen as well, he's had a bit of a mixed weekend. They've had some issues. You know, James Bowden didn't start this race either in the 12 kart, so that was another one that dropped off the original list. There's certainly been a war of attrition, no doubt about that.
Yeah, it certainly has. That is for certain. So started the weekend with 28 already in this race. We're down to just 20 karts, so we've lost a few already. As we look a little bit further back down the field, it's the number 70 that leads this little trio. Jamison, another Jamison that is. So this is the number 70. That is the one driven by Lindsay Jamison, just ahead of Stebbing and Seprovic. And Seprovic can't be separated from the tail of Stebbing at the moment. So those two karts go on through. There's the number 5 of Stebbing. Actually, just as I said it, he has gapped Stepkovic just a little bit, and he's going up the inside. A big, brave move up the inside there at turn 6. And squirrely on the exit there from Jamison, but through goes Stebbing. So nice stuff, recovering, of course, from that spin at turn number 17 early on in the race, and he's recovering strongly. So back up now, up ahead of Jamison into 9th position.
So we're on lap 6 of 8 here at the moment. It's all Lydia Harpus in another suburb of his own at the moment as normal. He's had to have the work, Gary Pecoraro, Anton Stevens and Brett Burville, so the 250 international class in that order. Lindsay Jamison there, the car number 70 there. And he's coming all the way from Queensland, so he's one of the much-travelled car drivers here this weekend. Great colour scheme in that car too. We certainly won't miss that as commentators.
No.
The bright green colour scheme. So there's Laurie Fuchs and Seb Amadio still going at it. They're in class at the moment.
What a great noise that is, roaring out at turn 17. The exhaust facing the camera there, so we get a real clear noise. Let's listen to them actually as they come down the pit straight and across the line.
Sounds like a swarm of bees.
It certainly does, doesn't it? Really good sound. 3 laps remain then in this one. We're now going, or very soon anyway, into uncharted waters. 6 laps the distance for the first 3 races of the weekend. Got a couple more to go, so tanks would have been full to the brim to try and make it to the end of this one. Long race, 5Ks, so to do 8 laps, that's 40 kilometres in karts of this size. That is quite the distance.
Only got small fuel tanks too. They don't carry a lot of fuel, these karts. Only what needed.
Or to keep their weight up to be in the right class. That can be a problem if you're a little lightweight in karting. You've got to put all the lead on to make sure you meet the minimum weight requirements. So Superkarts are exactly the same. So in some of our categories further back, we do have heavy and light and off. Oh, wheels come off. The wheel has come off the rear corner of Burville, who is in position number 4, fighting for 4th position. That is a spectacular spin down the hill towards turn number 17. Good to see him getting out of harm's way, and that wheel is just about off the racing line on the grass as well. So here's a replay of what happened. So he's coming down the hill, and it's already going. And it is going to go in spectacular fashion. And it's ripped a bit of the suspension, but the axle out as well. That is quite spectacular. Not just the wheel falling off, but the axle, I think, is broken there, the cause of that problem.
You saw the smoke beforehand there. It was just ready to be launched, and she's just let go. So something's at a mechanical failure in the rear end of that axle of that car.
To be honest, I'm glad it's happened there, and not at the end of pit straight or something like that. And we go through the scene of the accident for our race leader, Harpers, that has 1 lap remaining. The lead out now to 35 seconds over Pegararo. Hard to believe that Pegararo took the pole position, and yet Harpers has had the pace all weekend long since then.
This is actually going to be his biggest winning margin also for the weekend.
It does help, it's the longest race of the weekend.
I realise that as well, but so just coming up on Lindsay Jamison there. Put another lap, he'll get past him very easily. Just caught him in a bit of a tight part of the circuit there. There he goes.
Look at the speed difference between the classes. I made mention of it yesterday. There's about 20 seconds between the top class and the slowest class per lap. It's a huge difference. And that's the front runners in each of the classes. So they all get mixed about, all jumbled amongst themselves. But out in front it is the 4-250 international class karts. Harpers, well, he's not buttoning off, let's put it that way. Fastest lap of the race last time by 1:48.1, right around Superkarts lap times from qualifying last weekend.
Flying.
Yeah, certainly is.
That thing is an absolute missile.
And he's carving through the back markers like they're not even there. Left, right, he knows exactly where they're going to go, and he goes the opposite direction as they head into, into turn number 13, a change of position. Seprovic moving through on Stebbing. Oh, no, Stebbing's just moved back up again, up to position number 8. So they are pretty close, clearly, in positions number 8, 9, and 10. But out in front by a margin of over 40 seconds now, it is Harpers. What a performance all weekend long. The South Australian has shown these interstaters how to drive around the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. He comes around the final corner, and he might just lap Fuchs as well, and does so to take 4 out of 4. Harpers, what a performance.
Yes, a very much dominating performance. 42.6 seconds over the line from Gary Pegararo, who's still trying to make his way around. Well, lapped a few there.
Let's call some of our other class winners. They're about to come through the final couple of corners, including, I believe, Vella in the number 9 kart. Should be one of the next couple.
The national class there.
Certainly has.
Yeah, so Mark Vella there, well and truly in front of the national class. Set the 4 in that class this weekend for the 250 Nationals. We probably haven't mentioned them too much for the broadcast, but they're certainly there.
Across the line they come. Neither of those are Vella, actually, so there's a couple more lap cars from other classes. So we are waiting our first national on our first non-gearbox machine as well. As across the line comes Vella to take the national honours, and directly behind him should be Ross. He has been lapped by another car. There he is, the blue machine, crossing the line in position number 13 outright, but another dominant display, actually. All of our class winners this weekend have been dominant.
Yeah, they have. We certainly can see that on our timing screen. So Ross goes through in the non-gearbox category there. You know, that's been lightly contested in that class this weekend. Basically, him and Doug Savage fighting out that battle.
Just got a couple more karts to come through. A couple of those karts were lapped twice in that race. That really does highlight the speed difference between the two. Some of those include Snaith, who's setting 2-minute 24s. Compare that to the 1-minute 48. That's the unfortunate demise there of Kaon, who stopped out there on the warm-up lap. There then are the results as everybody now has crossed the line mark.
Yeah, so Wilby Harpers, Gary Pegararo, Anton Stevens, Ruth Rubik managed to finish that race. Russell Jamison, Laurie Fuchs fought off the challenge there for Sebastian Amadio, then Brad Stebbing, Lindsay Jamison, and George McVarage inside the overall top 10 there. Obviously, there's different classes involved here. Go back to Nick Raymond, Mark Vella, who just won the national class we talked about, and Pat Ross there in the non-gearbox class in front of his counterpart there, Doug Savage. And we'll go back to David Solder, Christian Amadio, Andrew Kane, Fasto Demonto, Paul Snaith, Brett Burville, there he is, all parked up on the grass there at 17.
Yeah, that's not the way you want to finish your weekend.
And we didn't, obviously Madden didn't finish. Darren Kitchens had a shocking weekend. Then we go back to Paul Clark, who didn't finish again, and also Tony Lappers, another non-finisher.
James,
so there's a few at the bottom of that list that we're glad to get the cars back on the trailer and get home, I think.
And then quite a few non-starters in that one as well. Well, that was a dramatic way to finish things off for the Australian Superkarts. Up next, we are finishing things off with a bang here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. On the other side of this, the Action Line Marking 2025 Saloon Car Nationals. Now, that'll be on the other side of this. recovery still taking place down there around the racing circuit. These carts simply get picked up, put on a trailer. Oh, there we go. Just as I'm mentioning it. So that's what they do. They drive the trailer around. Everyone helps out, picks the cart up, put it on the back of the trailer, and then they go and pick up the next cart. So it's a little family out there, always helping each other out. Always a little bit awkward, though, when you are seated next to the person you've just had a collision with. Fortunately, we didn't have any collisions, though, in that one. And that means that there should be no arguments on the way back to the paddock area in what was another good addition for the Superkarts here, the Australian Superkarts down at the Bend Motorsport Park here in South Australia, as the Ford Ranger heads on to the next car, which we have already seen is stranded down towards turn number 17. So we won't be too far away from getting the action line marking Saloon Car Nationals underway. I'm Dan McCarthy. Alongside me is Mark Nancaro. We've been looking forward to this all weekend long. The Saloon cars, you can feel it. It's almost upon us. A 13 lap. We are set for an absolutely thrilling encounter. It's a long way, though, 13 laps for these Saloon cars.
Absolutely it is. We can't wait. We've been waiting all weekend for it. In fact, we've probably been waiting months for it, to be honest with you. Up here as commentators, but we love our saloon car racing here, especially us pair up here. We're sitting in the back of this booth, but just waiting for the Burville entry there to be picked up. He's on the other side of the circuit where the recovery vehicle was just a moment ago, so he's it looks like he's just standing there waiting for a bus at the moment. He's got a long way to wait for that trailer to make its way around, but we are not too far away here from our Saloon Cars Nationals final. And of course, it will be the last event on our schedule here this afternoon, and that's probably the best way you could possibly end it.
See, first national saloon car event here since 2018, isn't it? So you were here calling that one. It was an action-packed race, that one.
What a thrilling final that was. Joel Heinrich took that one out, and he didn't. It was a bit like this weekend where Joel didn't actually win a heat race all weekend, but he got up in the last couple of corners on the final lap and took the lead and took the victory. It was a thrilling final. I know it was 7 years ago, but just some of those, some of those races you never forget. And here comes our trailer. Won't take him too long to pick that up, and we underway pretty shortly.
Certainly will be. Not too far away at all. The race set to start at 2:45 local time here in South Australia. So that is, just over 15 minutes away. So we're not too far away at all. Really looking forward to this one. It's been dominated so far this weekend by South Australians. Scott Dornan taking 3 race victories. Sean Jamieson took the first one, but we have seen as well Joel Heinrich in his Ford Falcon take the fight to them as well. He finished second in the wet race earlier on today. Fingers crossed the weather stays away and we can keep things green throughout the encounter. But it has been action-packed all the way through the field. So many talking points, so many storylines. But the heats have all come down to this. The heats determine the grid. Accumulated points determine the grid positions for this final race. It's a winner takes all. Prize money on the lines. Prize money is on the line, and we will talk about that in a bit more detail on the other side of this commercial break. We'll be back shortly. blue skies. Who'd have thought that was possible just a few hours ago? Let's not forget that midway through today, we had a race suspended and stopped because the track conditions were that wet. It's hard to believe it is the same day, only just a couple of hours later, in fact. But here we are, the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. It's been more like Phillip Island here today, with weather conditions changing by the minute. I did have a look at the radar just ahead of this race. It looks like there is a shower coming, but I don't think it will hit the track before this race concludes. So we should be clear of any participation from the clouds, which is good news. And that's what the Ford runners will want with the rear end in the Falcon. Not really that good in the wet. The solid rear for them makes things very, very difficult compared to the Holdens that are able to drive out the corners a lot better. So in the race earlier on today, in that wet weather, it was very much Holden City. 7 of the top 8 were Holdens. Joel Heinrich the exception to the rule. As we look at the schedule that we have had so far here today, and we are just about to commence the final race of the weekend. The action line marking Saloon Car Nationals, a grid of nearly 40 cars. Scott Dornan will start alongside Sean Jamieson on the front of the grid. Joel Heinrich will start from position number 3. He won this event back in 2018, the last time the Saloon Car Nationals were held at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park, and I had a chat with him yesterday about the event so far. We'll listen to that chat a little bit later on. But yeah, he's really happy, really enjoying himself. He hasn't raced a Saloon for a little bit of a while. So yeah, Heinrich back here at the bend, back in a Saloon car and back up the pointy end. This is what he had to say yesterday. Here with Joel Heinrich, who last time the Saloon Car Nationals here, you were the winner 7 years ago. A lot's changed in that time, but saloon racing still as good as ever.
Yeah, absolutely. It does not seem like 7 years ago. I suppose we had all the COVID and whatnot in between, but always as good as ever. Great to come back and still in the same car we had 7 years ago, so hopefully it's good to me this weekend.
How's the action been so far? It's so tight, really good racing so far up and down the field. For you, up the front, how's the racing been?
Yeah, good. It's tight. You know, the front three of us were battling it out the first couple of races. I think in clear air we're pretty comfortable, but it's just hard to race against the Commodores. The power's in a different spot and stuff like that. So it's been really close, and no one's led a whole race yet.
For you, you've driven a lot around here over the years. You haven't driven in the saloon cars for quite a while. How's it been jumping back behind the wheel? Because Aussie racing cars something completely different, and touring car masters as well. Yeah,
I don't know. I wouldn't say it's easy to do it, but you do 1 or 2 laps and feel comfortable with everything again. So just adapting back to make sure you got to use the clutch, because everything I've driven lately is dog box, and that's the main thing to get my head around. The track's the same track, and you do the same things.
The Heinrich name been around this category for so many years for you. You know, you look at the history, what Bruce has done as well. It must be pretty cool to see your name on that trophy as well.
Yeah, exactly. Dad's got his name on there 5 times, and he did it the hard way with a full national championship. So, pretty cool to put my name on there and be alongside him.
What do you think makes this category so popular?
They're affordable and the close racing, and you know, in the pits, the camaraderie. Everyone is there to help each other. There's no one gets into each other behind the scenes, so it's just a great category to be involved in.
Awesome, thanks very much, Joel. Best of luck for the rest of the weekend.
No worries, thank you.
Great to have him back this weekend. As he says, it is just so competitive in the saloon cars, but it's affordable, competitive motor racing. So he is a former champion, looking to do it once again, but so far it's been the 2 Commodores that have just been that little bit quicker, but he has been getting closer and closer as the weekend has gone on. One person that I've been mentioning several times on the broadcast is young 16-year-old Deegan Preen, just his second ever event in saloon cars. He's taken to the series like a duck to water, and he is starting just around the top 10, just in and around the top 10 positions in this race, fighting against some real stalwarts of the series, and I had a catch up with him as well late yesterday. Here with Deegan Preen, who performed very strongly today. You must be really pleased as a relative newcomer to the category to be fighting some real veterans of the series.
Yeah, it's good to be racing with all the guys that have been in the sport for years, so it's good to get out here and have some fun with all the boys. So.
In the thick of the action, it's pretty congested, pretty action-packed in that midfield. How do you cope in a race like that? How do you sort of work out who to race cleanly with? You know, how is it in that mid-pack?
Oh yeah, it's good. You know, all the boys, they give you lots of room to race with. It's good. You know, just have a dice with them. It's great fun. You know, out there battling them and that. So I like it.
What brought you to Saloon Cars? Obviously, you've had a bit of racing in the past, but you are pretty young. So yeah, what brought you to Saloons?
Just my dad races Saloon Cars for years. Won the Australian Championship back when I was born in 2009. So it's good to be out in the cars. Finally, I've been pit crewing for years. Always wanted to drive a car, and then finally got a seat now that I'm 16. So, yeah, been pit crewing for years, but now I finally get to be in the driver's seat, so that's great.
You said to me earlier, your first time on this layout at the Bend. What's it like?
It's good. I like the triple right-enders or quad, whatever they are. It's great track. The Bend is a killer place, killer venue. I like it, so it's good. I raced here in the XL last year around the international circuit, but I've done the Saloon Cars and the Silver VY that Jaden Jamison's driving. Done that earlier this year, but that was the West Circuit, so it's good to do the international circuit.
How similar are the Holdens and the Fords?
I love a good AU. AU's like driving on a cloud compared to the Commodore. Like Commodore's fairly heavy, but yeah, it's good.
And for the rest of the weekend, what are the targets for you?
Just keep around that top 10 sort of mark. You know, I don't want to really wear out my tyres and stuff for today, but I want to hopefully get out there and have a shot tomorrow.
Awesome. Thanks very much. Best of luck for the rest of the weekend.
Easy. Thank you.
He will be starting this one from 10th position. What a young talent he is. Remember that name. I'm sure we'll be hearing it a fair bit, not only in Saloon Cars, but potentially more in the future years to come. Cars are heading out to the grid now, including that car on the screen. Andrew McSwain in the drive events entry, but here are the front runners in the top four. They are going through in order of grid. So we've had 4 races, 4 heats to this point in time. Scott Dornan has won 3. Sean Jamieson has won the other. Joel Heinrich has finished inside the top 3 on all 4 occasions. Mason Harvey, the reigning champion, he is in the fight as well. Do not rule him out at all. Although he might have failed to finish inside the top 3 in any of these races so far, he was challenging for victory earlier on today in heat number 3. He just found himself on the wrong section of the track at the wrong time and got passed by 3 cars. So that just shows how competitive the top 5 are at the moment. And that top 5 is concluded with young Jackson Callow, 19 years of age. He is set to wrap up, if he has a good final round at Wanneroo, should wrap up the West Australian Series for the 2nd straight year. So here Mason Harvey, 2 West Aussies really taking the fight to the South Australians. Jacob Curry, another XL graduate, will start from position number 6. And then the veteran of Wayne King, the first, he'll be back out there in position number 7. Daniel Johnson, I was going to say, the first of the Victorians in position number 8. It's been a challenging weekend for the Victorians. We saw Travis Lindorf, he's had to go home early, a gearbox issue for him. Adam Lowndes, unfortunately, his engine let go in the previous heat. The reason for that, one of the rods went through the side of the engine, producing a massive hole. Engine goes kaput. That's never what you want. So it is very much been Daniel Johnson who's been leading the waving the Victorian flag for much of the weekend. Kane Baxter Smith would have been a bit higher, another front-running Victorian. However, Kane Baxter Smith got spun on that oil that was put down by Adam Lowndes in the last race, and he ended up in the gravel trap on the outside of the circuit, and that is the reason why the last race finished under safety car conditions. So many talking points up and down this field. Of course, we have the older spec, the trophy class as well, between the EAs and the VN class. So that's been dominated by Adam Koberstein, the West Australian, so far this weekend. Can he continue that form on? Reggie Ralph has been another competitor, very close rivals throughout this weekend. Beyond that, the list just keeps going. There's talking points all over the place. Jacob Prestopino's first 3 heats were an absolute disaster, but he came from the very back in heat number 4 to finish in 7th position, 39th through to finish in 7th. But of course, accumulated points mean that he will be starting towards the tail end of the top 30. So we'll be looking out once again for the number 99 glass and glazing sponsored machine in this one. As we see the cars all lined up on the grid, 2x2, Noah's Ark style. And we'll have one more warm-up lap before the race gets underway. And what a race we are expecting. The crews, though, are going to jump out onto the grid. Pretty cool to see. We saw it in the V's, didn't we? Not very often do the Saloon car guys get the opportunity to share the experience with their friends and family on the grid.
No, it's a great opportunity, and it means just get everybody out there and get people involved. At national competition there. The Fox Roofing entry there. Deegan Preen, when we just saw the interview there, jumps out the car. He's got a nice little mullet going too, if you don't mind. But he is a serious talent up and coming, no doubt about it. So all the pits and all the friends and pit crew make their way out. Bit of a photo opportunity down there as well. Tony Odino getting a snap down there with the kids. So that's the opportunity they get. It makes them feel like they're in sort of a top class, a national class, really. Well, they are a national class, but it's a bit like what the Supercars do at their events and get the people involved and does their pit walk. What's happening certainly in that mid-package you mentioned there, Dan, so we'll certainly be keeping an eye on a few that will come through. But, gee, Scott Dornan's had a terrific weekend. Can he finish it off? Good to see Dave Lyons back out there to fight another day. There's a guy that's had a rough weekend. He'd be looking for bed tonight.
Certainly will. There is Sean Jamieson. He has taken a victory and he starts on the front row of the grid alongside his long-time rival, fellow South Australian Scott Dornan in the Action Line Marking sponsored Commodore. There they are. They're just going to have a little exchange of words, wish each other a good luck before we get underway. As Heinrich is down there as well. It's Bruce Heinrich on the Kens to his son, of course. So we won't be too far away from getting this one underway. There's plenty of prizes on the line in this one. The outright winners can win $5,000. That is up for grabs at the end of this 13 laps, thanks to Action Line Markings. $2,500 for position number 2, thanks to unsecured finance, and $1,000 as well for a third place finisher, thanks to Fox Roofing. But the older spec class cars, they also will be given a prize. $1,500 thanks to Fox Roofing for the winner. $750 thanks to unsecured finance for second place. And $500 thanks to Sedan Hotel for position number 3. And as well, prizes on offer for our Pensioners Cup. The RGR Pensioners Cup, $500 for first, $250 for second, and $100 for position number 3. The Nationals have been around dating back now to the year 2000, so 25th anniversary of the very first Saloon Car Nationals. That one won by Shane Bykoff all the way back then. We've had so many notable names. Bruce Heinrich's taken a few. Of course, Grant Johnson has taken a few race victories as well. But in recent years, it has gone the way of the youngsters. 2023 was won by Brad Vaughan, who now, of course, competes in Super 2 and in the Enduros. He was racing here last weekend. He was set to take part this weekend as well, but he had a huge crash at Sandown Motor Raceway a couple of weekends ago, and sadly the Harris team couldn't get that one repaired in time for this race, so Brad Vaughan having to sit this one out. Last year at Wanneroo Raceway, the victory went the way of Mason Harvey in the number 1 Falcon, so look out for him. An Aussie racing car driver, always fast in a saloon car. Finished second to Vaughan at Sandown in 23. Won it last year. He starts from 4th in this one, but as I say, he is faster than that. He's already shown that already today. As we see Mark Rosser and Deegan Preen walk down the grid. Mark Rosser in Benetton overalls.
Yes.
Those are his very overalls because he does own a Benetton Formula 1 car. We've seen that at several South Australian motor racing events over the years. So cool that he actually has the overalls as part of that deal, that he has the Benetton. But so many talking points in this one. A large huddle of South Australians down there, including the pole sitter and Joel Heinrich, joined by Mark Rosser. former winners of this, as I say, there's so many different winners, but in terms of results over the last few years and over the history of this event, stats coming thanks to the oracle of national motor racing, Gary O'Brien. He informs me 10 victories have gone the way of South Australian drivers, 7 from Victoria, 5 from Western Australia, and even a victory from a Queenslander. In terms of the Generals versus the Blue Oval, it's 13 to Holden and 10 to Ford. So pretty evenly split, actually, and we've seen that here again this weekend, a pretty even split between the two brands, Mark.
I'm just having a look at the photo opportunity down at the Prestopino camp there. Did a big wide frame there. A very popular driver getting their photos done. Actually, Callow, the West Australian, well, he's a talent, isn't he?
Yeah.
Leading their state series as well. So he's also some sort of chance here. We never can tell, can we? This is you run through that list of national champs. There's a few South Australians involved there. Matt Lovell's one from the past too. There's another one that I can remember had the AU Falcon back a few seasons ago. So South Australians have been certainly involved in the national championship here, no doubt.
Well, they've won more than any other state.
Yeah.
And it's quite remarkable, you know, the strength of the West Australian series as well, with the likes of Grant Johnson in years gone by, now with Mason Harvey and Jackson Callow, as we say. It's really in good form over there as well. They have huge grids over in Western Australia. Sadly, unlike the Victorians and the South Australians that can just hop over the border, drive about 8 hours and can compete in the other state, the West Aussies don't quite have that luxury. They are quite secluded over there in WA. So for them, it's really a once-a-year thing to be able to branch out and come over the border and compete. But a huge contingency of West Australians have made that trip here this weekend, and we have to thank them for that. I had a quick count on the entry list. I could be wrong, but I believe it was around about 13 West Australians here this weekend. Absolutely fantastic.
Not all 13 are out there, unfortunately. We've had a few incidents with West Australians over the weekend. Damien Johnson, their long-time Victorian driver, he's done driven a lot of different things over his career too. Now back into saloon cars.
Two-time champion over in Victoria, 2018 and 2023. Mr. Consistency always picks up the points. He's like a points vacuum cleaner.
He's just spotted himself on the big screen there too. But look at things, he's giving us a wave. Team Johnson Racing always nicely presented race cars too. Always immaculate and good to see that he's giving us a wave. Here we go.
Incredibly, the only Victorian in the top 10 at the start of this race. Quite hard to believe that, but I'm sure Kane Baxter Smith will be moving forward, as will Tony Ordino. So there are a few Victorians just outside that top 10 that have just had been a little bit unlucky, so watch for them to move forwards. As the 16-year-old that we had the interview with earlier, Deegan Preen, jumps behind the wheel, or about to jump behind the wheel for his first nationals in saloon car competition. First for quite a few drivers up and down the field. Jackson Callow, despite his top 5 performances all weekend long, it's actually his first nationals as well. He didn't even do the one in WA last year, so he is going to look forward to this one, and he's been in that fight, the top 5, Dornan Jamieson, Heinrich Harvey and Callow throughout. This is going to be an absolute barnstormer of a race, which will commence in just over 5 minutes' time. Deegan just having a couple more photos in one of the Jamieson presented machines. Jamieson fielding 6 cars this weekend, no less. He is a very, very busy man. Despite being busy, he's still performing on the racetrack. There's Tony Ordino, witness marks from when he went through the mud earlier on today on the warm-up lap in the torrential wet conditions, but he actually recovered quite well in the wet to finish just outside of the top 10. One of the better Falcon performers in those tricky conditions. So Tony jumps behind the wheel, of course, a regular in V8 touring car competition, or formerly known as Super 3. So he certainly knows his way around a machine powered with rear-wheel drive and a Ford badge on the front, a Falcon no less. But yeah, he is a regular in the V8 touring car category. Great to have him back in a saloon car here this weekend. The last round of the Victorian Series, he did switch the saloon car for the big banging V8 touring car, but good to have him back in the saloon this weekend. He actually lent that saloon to his sponsor, Right Way Industrial. The sponsor of that car is on the grid in an older spec class car this weekend. And where is he actually, Andrew Martin? There he is. I think he's just outside the top 20 is Andrew. So Andrew Martin jumped behind the wheel of that in the last round of the Victorian Series. And looking forward to seeing how he goes in this one. He's starting third in the EAVN class battle as Jamison rolls forwards. He's ready for a start. Officials telling him, Sean, you jump in the gun a little bit here. Has he got a problem? I don't think so. But he's, I think, saying I'd rather not reverse backwards on the grid. But we are moments away from the start of this one. I'm Dan McCarthy. Alongside me is Mark Nancaro. This is going to be an absolute race to remember. Of that, I am certain. 13 laps the distance. Much of the racing so far has been around 10 laps. An extra 3 laps doesn't sound like much, but in cars like this that are hard on their tyres, 3 laps is quite a big margin.
Hard on brakes too. Trying to pull up big, heavy sedan-style cars. We were talking to a couple of competitors earlier from the weekend, and brake packages are certainly come into play here as well. Certainly with the extra laps. Well, could it be a South Australian lockout here? It's looking pretty strong chance, isn't it? Things are looking like things have gone their way. Certainly, as you mentioned there, Dan, the Victorians haven't had a very good weekend. Certainly, most of them are well back in the pack at the moment. We're just going out for a siding lap in just a few moments' time. Saloon Car Nationals, this is the final. Waiting for the final track clearance. Send them out on a siding lap and then we'll let them rip here.
Everyone's done well to get off the grid quite quickly. You can see the old grid markings that have changed very recently at the bend. They used to start side by side until a few weeks ago. Supercars, one of the first events with that change. I think the first round was our last state round 5 weeks ago. So you can see it's now a staggered grid formation rather than the traditional Australian way of starting, which is 2 by 2. So that does give Dornan a good car length and a little bit more advantage before they even get going. So Formula One style starting grid here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. That will play a factor going down towards turn number 1. But this is what we've been waiting for. Ford versus Holden. Old school Australian motor racing. It's in the blood. Are you blue? Are you red? Ford or Holden? Of course, being South Australia, a lot of people, thanks to the Elizabeth planter, Adelaide is Holden country, really. Of course, Victoria, Geelong is the area where Fords were built for so many decades. So generally, Victorians are considered to be a blue state. So it really does depend what part of the country you come from. We've got a front row lockout of Holdens, but then we have 3 Fords behind that. So it's going to be a very interesting race to see who is going to prevail at the end of this encounter. 13 laps the distance, 5 kilometre circuit, 18 corners around the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. Large variety of bends. You've got hairpin turns, you've got fast-flowing corners, the notorious tricky section down the backside of the circuit, turns 7, 8, 9 and 10, and then the switch back through turns number 11 and 12. It's a real good track, this one. Quite a few passing opportunities. We spoke about it yesterday, Mark. You know, a lot of tracks, turn 1 is sometimes your only overtaking opportunity. Not here. You can overtake into 1, 3, 6, 13, 14, 17. There's so many overtaking opportunities.
Yeah, there is. And we'll see if that's going to be utilised in a few moments' time. Scotty Dornan, he's had a terrific weekend and his starts have been good. Get him to the front. Pretty hard to get past Sean Jamison to run at a place like this, but he's certainly been on the toe. Let's see the final siren just being blasted there. It's for the final track clearance, so they'll send him out on their siding lap in just a moment.
30 seconds.
Nice big build-up inside the last 30 seconds.
To quote Murray Walk, you can cut the tension with a cricket stump out there at the moment. So you can feel the tension, can't you, as they are just waiting for the green flag to wave them off on their warm-up lap. It's been quite a wait for them. 5 minutes since the families and the friends vacated the grid. They've just been there, sitting there, thinking about their thoughts, how they are going to approach it at turn number 1. The thing with motor racing is if you have a plan at turn 1, it often comes to no avail anyway. Cars are scattered around. You You don't have a plan in motor racing. You just have to roll with the punches as they head down towards turn number 1 on this warm-up lap before the start of the big one. Scott Dornan in the action line markings machine will start from pole position ahead of Sean Jamieson, who has not won a national crown since 2009. Joel Heinrich won it in 2018. Right here, he'll start ahead of the reigning champion in Mason Harvey. Jackson Callow, another West Australian, out of position number 5 ahead of the front-running South Aussie Jacob Curry, back in a saloon car for the first time in 12 months and qualifies 6th for the final ahead of veteran saloon car runner Wayne King. Daniel Johnson, best of the Victorians, in position number 8. He'll start ahead of South Aussie Mark Rosser and youngster Deegan Preen. Scott Godding will start from 11th ahead of Kane Baxter Smith. Tony Ordino in 13th, and Reginald Ralph, the best of the old class cars, position number 14 outright for him. Brilliant performance. Adam Lowndes will not be starting this one due to his engine failure in the last race, so that position will be vacant. Andrew McSwain will start by himself on that row. West Aussie Christopher Neefsey has been in the thick of the action this weekend. He'll come from 17th ahead of Blair Davies. Adam Copestein has also been a front runner in the EAVN battle. He'll start from 19th. Tim McNamara in 20th. Kerry Bright in position number 21. I think he's got a bit more pace than that, so look out for him. Vincenzo Ciela in position number 22. The front runner, the leader in the Pensioners Cup. He is directly 1 row ahead of Rick Gill, his closest rival. Justin Shaffey is in there as well. Another Justin Shembry out of position number 25 ahead of Jaden Jamieson. Jacob Prestopino, in fact, look out for both of those, Jaden Jamieson and Prestopino, 2 young hotshots, look for them. Andrew Martin in position number 28 ahead of Jason Cruz. David Lyons has had a few issues this weekend, but he will be starting from 30th ahead of Terence Belouve de Silva and Michael Copestein, unfortunately a non-starter, I believe, in his machine. A few other issues for these machines. Sean Berger, I think, will be out there despite not finishing the last race. Gary Hills will not. That car will take no further part. The same can be said for James Jeske. Brett Tate will be out there despite missing the 2 heats yesterday due to gearbox issues. The new gearbox is treating him well today. He'll start from 36th ahead of Matthew Jager, who rounds out the field because Brock Bolly will be taking no further part after that notable collision between he and, who was it? It was David Lyons, wasn't it, down at the bottom end of the circuit in heat number 1 yesterday?
Yes, it was. Correct. There, Dan. We'll put them all in a position. We'll let them go here. That's the full call of the grid. And it's all class, isn't it? We're just waiting for the moment here. Saloon Car Nationals back here at Shell V Motorsport Park, Tarlin Benton, South Australia. Final about to commence. There's certainly a couple of back in the pack there. Jacob Prestopino, certainly one to watch here. He didn't have a very good start to his weekend, but he made a oodles of ground certainly in that previous race. Trying to just get a few points to get him up a little bit further up for the field, but he's still got a lot of cars in front of him. So it's the Commodores off the front here. Scott Dornan and Sean Jamieson. No doubt there's a big crowd out there on top of all our viewing platforms.
There's a lot of people I know that have stayed for this race, whether it be Formula Ford competitors, Formula V competitors. They love a good field of saloon cars, as I think we all do as proud Australians. Saloon car racing is very much Australian built, isn't it? Holden Commodores against Ford Falcons. Nowhere else in the world can you have motor racing like this. The final couple of cars, including Sean Berger, are just lining up at the tail of the grid. We won't be too far away from the start of this one. There is our flag marshal just running to the tail of the field. We have a green flag at the back. We're set for a start in the action line marking unsecured finance Saloon Car Nationals of 2025. Revs are rising, lights are out, we are underway. Pretty equal jump on the front row of the grid. Dornan with that slight advantage, being a little bit ahead on the grid. Will pay dividends. Great start from Wayne King in the Black Falcon. He's going 4 wide but he is up the inside, the veteran in the number 25 Falcon. Late on the brakes, he'll make a couple of positions, including on Jackson Callow. 3 wide, a couple of youngsters there in the middle of it, including Preen and Curry. Daniel Johnson's been hung out to dry there as well. Very action-packed in the midfield and further back as well. 3 wide, 4 wide. Jacob Prestopino in the middle, and Godding goes around. Godding spun at turn number 3. I'm sure there would have been a little bit of a helping hand there. I think a cameraman's trying to show another car was involved there in that one. But further forwards, good start from King, as I say. Also for Kane Baxter-Smith, look at him challenging Preen around the outside. So the former Nationals competitor Baxter-Smith running very, very strongly out there at the moment. But out in front, it is the action line marking car of Scott Dornan that leads the way ahead of fellow South Aussie in Sean Jamieson. Mason Harvey up to position number 3. So Joel Heinrich has lost out badly at the start of this one, so he has dropped from position number 3. So Dornan, Jamieson, Harvey, and then I think it was Joel Heinrich in position number 4. Similar looking car to that of Wayne King as we see replay of turns number 1 and 2. Let's see what happened to Godding in the Blue Falcon. He's just behind these guys, around about Kane Baxter-Smith. So let's look at the right-hand side of the screen. There he is, 3 wide. Hit. Tony Aldino up the inside, and Nivsi on the outside. He was the sandwich there. He couldn't really get out of that one. I think that really is a racing incident. I don't think many could do much about that one. But out in front, it is still Scott Dornan that leads the way. Dornan, Jamieson and Harvey towards the end of lap number 1. But as we expected, those top 5 are pulling away. In fact, I think it's the top 6 in this one, because Wayne King is very much in the fight as well.
King got a very good start too, trying to get himself on the inside of the end of the first. Jamieson wide. King went a little bit wide too through that section. Look at Harvey. Harvey, a massive look in there, and that's Sean Berger parked up. Oh, that's a shame. He's had a bit of a rough weekend. So here comes our lead car, Scott Dornan. Look at Harvey all over the back there of Sean Jamieson as well. Heinrich gets underneath King there, 2 similar coloured cars. King with a good jump. Tell you what, we were looking at that replay before. One that missed out badly was Johnson, who got pushed way wide with that Godding incident. He got a good start, but got pushed out at turn 1 of the first occasion. Let's have a look here. So this is now Mason Harvey, the Western Australian champ, around the outside of the SA champ there, and Sean Jamieson gets him out under the brakes down there at the hairpin there at turn 6. Harvey trying for the switch back. Got a bit of puff of smoke out the back there as Jamieson's Commodore. So the Tri-Beds entry chases Jamieson up the hill there to turn 7.
That was all because of the momentum. Lost out the final corner as the sitting duck through all of the first sequence of corners to Mason Harvey directly behind him. And this has allowed Scott Dornan to pull a little bit of a margin here. So Mason Harvey is going to try and make this move as quickly as he can in the Tri-Bridge Falcon. But he has right behind him Joel Heinrich. Wayne King, great to see him performing strongly in this one. Is up the inside, Harvey on Jamieson, who did not get the run out of Crofty Corner. It's all well. And through, I think, will go Harvey. He does indeed, but Jamieson's going to try and hold it around the outside. They're robbing door panels side by side into 14. Who is going to yield here? The answer, I think, will be neither. They'll run it through 14 and into the fishbowl side by side. Mason Harvey's doing it the long way around the outside. Great pass from the West Australian. He's up to second place in the Falcon. His target now is Dornan down the road. He's going to try and break away, but Jamieson's going to try and stop that. But Jamieson is looking in his mood. He's got cars everywhere. Up the inside comes Joel Heinrich. And look at Callow. He's up the inside of Wayne King. But Jacob Curry might pick the pocket of both of them. I think he will. The former XL competitor has got both of them. Through he goes, up into the top 5, and he's waving, he's saying, follow me, let's work together, we don't want to be gapped by those ahead. Great stuff from Jacob Curry. He's absolutely loving life back in the Saloon car this weekend after a year away. As Sean Jamieson, great straight line speed in the Commodore. He breezes back past Mason Harvey in the pit straight.
Good move there from Curry. Got Callows who chases 2 of the young guns. Whoa. Oh, there was a bit of touch there too. Harvey got a bit of a touch up. It was Jamieson just behind. Just gentle little bit of a reminder there, if you don't mind. Just got away there a little bit there from. That's actually King, is it? Heinrich behind them. On the inside there of Harvey. On the outside, Jamison. Very late on the brakes there, the Sedan Hotel entry. And let's have a look at Heinrich just chasing through Harvey as well.
Harvey just lost the rear midway through turn 5. He had the inside, but he lost the rear, and that's what allowed Jamison to gain the momentum around the outside and reclaim that position. But those two have changed positions at least 4 times already in this race.
They have. So obviously Mason Harvey is still trying to remain that, keep that number 1 badge on the side door. Past Jamison. Tell you what, Heinrich is not out of this. Jacob Curry just behind him. The other West Australian there, Jackson Callow. Now let's have a look as Harvey gives Jamison a bit of a gentle reminder there of that turn. Coming down to turn number 12 towards 13. Jamison will try and get himself back up on the inside there of Harvey. And look at what Heinrich's doing. He followed him through. And he'll get it. So the red-eyed monster, the Falcon there, goes through underneath Harvey. And will he make that move stick? Oh, it gets really tight there. You've got to be a little bit careful. Tell you what, Jacob Curry there's ready to pounce to the yellow flip side entry just behind them. So he's trying to follow through Harvey. It's this tight racing, isn't it? Great to see in Saloon cars.
A bit of a rear brake lock for Mason Harvey there. I thought he was going to end up in the door of Joel Heinrich around the outside, but he did just about catch it. He's still on the outside, Heinrich. There's a bit of flapping going on underneath the front of that car. Not quite sure what that is, as Jacob Curry is going to make another position up the inside on Joel Heinrich. Look at Callow, though. Callow, the West Aussie, has got a blinding run. Jacob Curry's waving, saying, follow me, don't go up the inside. Oh, that was close. Heinrich up the, just closing off the door on Jacob Curry. There's a bit of contact, I think. Harvey goes out wide, so through goes Heinrich, through goes Callow, and Curry might follow through as well. This is fierce. Look at the tyre marks on the side of Mason Harvey's machine. I think they've all come from this race. What an action-packed start to this. We're only 3 laps into this encounter. Out in front, though, Scott Dornan has absolutely bolted while these guys fight tooth and nail for the scraps. Scott Dornan has pulled a 4-second lead out in front. Further back down the field, we've got more battling on. Andrew McSwain up the inside of Ciela, and Justin Shembry's in there as well, and he will take the position. Here we go. This is the fight for the old school class. They are side by side, the two of them. Although they're in different classes, they are both in the Pensioners' Cup, so Ciela is just about ahead of Reginald Ralph, but good jostling between those two.
Two of the Western Australian seniors there. So you're trying to sort each other out. I think Andrew McSwain's got a problem.
Yeah, I think so as well.
Yeah, he just dropped back there. I just caught the end of that. So another Victorian that's dropped off. We've seen a few of them this weekend. Here we go. There's a position change coming up here. Obviously with Heinrich. Got Callow behind him. Look at Harvey around the outside there. The flip side entry there of Jacob Curry. Put him in better position for the next turn, though. Yeah, there's plenty of, as you mentioned there, plenty of war scars on that tri-bridge Falcon at the moment. Certainly been involved in a few scrimmages. Done a great job here, young Jacob, in the flip side entry at the moment. Gives yourself a better track position too, down the hill there to turn 17. So car 31 up on the inside there of car number 1 of Mason Harvey. And under brakes he goes when he get that pass done. It's very tight, that corner. And he gets pushed through. You can have a look. Got the other Falcon behind him as well. I think that's Wayne King. Just beyond the KW Home Improvement Centre. He's had a pretty consistent weekend. Oh, a little bit wide there for Deegan Preen too. A little bit untidy on the exit.
I was going to mention Mason Harvey, a lot like in Heat 3. I think he's had the pace to be at the front of this field, but he's just been caught on the wrong side of things on a number of occasions, and as a result he finds himself buried in the pack now, down in position number 6, but he has pace to burn. Speaking of pace to burn, Callow up the inside of Joel Heinrich for position number 3 outright. Brilliant performance from the 19-year-old West Australian. First time he's raced the Saloon cars outside of Western Australia. He said at the start of the weekend, I'm just finding my feet, getting used to the track, but I feel I'm getting there. I'm getting stronger and stronger. And he saved the best till last. Absolutely. To be inside the top 10 outright. Brilliant performance from the West Aussie, and that's why he won last year's championship, doing a fantastic job out there at the moment, overtaking Joel Heinrich. But this now is the fight for position number 5. So this is Harvey just ahead of Curry. So those two swapped around turns 1 and 2. Harvey did make that move. So 5th, 6th of Curry, 7th is Wayne King, and 8th is Deegan Preen. Now, a little exclusive, just before I spoke to Wayne King, he says, if I finish on the podium this weekend, I'm going to retire. He says, if I don't finish on the podium, I'm going to give it one more year. So currently, Wayne King will be racing next year. He's down in position number 7 at the moment. But what a wily old fox he is. Many-time state champion, but never taken a national, surprisingly.
No, he hasn't. This is what he's trying to gain at the moment. He's still sticking with him. In fact, just looking at Wayne in the background, he's got Deegan Preen right on his rear there too. Just keep the Fox Roofing entry there just behind him. There they are, just coming down the hill there. It looks like Preen's trying to get a pass in too, up on the inside of the braking marker there at turn 17. And will he make that stick? He will. Someone was way wide just in front of that. That might have been Jacob Curry. So on the inside for a position change. So Preen gets King there. Gee, only 16 years of age.
He's run a bit wide though on the exit. I thought King was going to get back up the inside.
He got him. He stuck with his guns there. So King will chase him all the way down the main straight. Ducking behind him for a bit of drafting there at the moment.
Victorian came back. Smith isn't too far behind now either. He's got pace showing at this point in time as up the inside. I think that was Harvey on Heinrich. Now, Heinrich, just before this race, when I went down into the... paddock, that was big air. 2 wheels over the curbing, and he's going to go up the inside. He's hit King. Slewed him sideways. Good catch from the KW Home Improvements machine. Deegan Preen might be new to the category, but he's not afraid to rob door panels with legends of saloon car racing. That was an aggressive move at turn number 3. Heinrich's going in the wrong direction at the moment. I thought he'd be a contender for this race. I spoke to him earlier. They're fiddling around with the front of the car. He says, we're suffering with a little bit of overheating issues earlier on today, so not sure if those overheating issues have come back here as the sun is shining. It's the hottest it's been all day long. So if he was suffering with heating issues in Heat 3, that may well be why he is dropping back in this final.
Trying to drive a bit defensively as well. Still got Curry all over the back of him in the flip side entry there. So whether that problem is occurring at the moment, we're not too sure. Oh, there, that's really applying the blowtorch right there. As they come down the hill, Curry will be looking for a switchback manoeuvre here to try and get past down here or on the outside of that corner to get him on the inside to 14. He's not going to be quite close enough. Very, very smart driver, Joel Heinrich. We know what he's capable of. That's the Western Australian in the VN there. That's the Coberson entry in the Hydroling hose and fittings entry. Going for a wild excursion there.
More notably, though, I believe he is our leader in the EA VN class, Battle of Trophy class. So
he's been pretty dominant in that class over the weekend.
He has. He's moved on through ahead of Reggie Ralph in this race, and he is the leader in that class, but that is not what you want to do. Throw it off the road all by yourself. Mason Harvey back through on Callow, who's lost a lot of ground on that lap. So Harvey moves up 2 positions. Fast lap of the race from him.
There's the incident, and he's just gone way wide there. Just missed the braking marker, but looks at the thing and just overcooked it.
The good thing is he can say Jamie Winkup did that last weekend.
He did, so same position.
Exactly. Catches out the very best in the business, including the 7-time Supercars champion. Certainly wasn't a good weekend for him last weekend. There was Taylor Woe for that car. But there's Jaden Jamison. Car number 85 is moving through just behind these 2 Falcons. So he's made his way up to position number 14. The young son of Sean Jamison. He's had a bit of bad luck, really, hasn't he, so far this weekend? He went through this gravel trap at the start of race number 1 yesterday. Then the car was not repaired in time for heat number 2. He's been very much on the back foot ever since that moment in time. But Mason Harvey, now he's in clear air. He's in a league of his own out there at the moment. Half a second faster than anybody else on the racetrack, and he's quickly closing in on Sean Jamison ahead of him. But does he have time to catch up to Scott Dornan? That's the question.
Damien Johnson there in the 35 car. He's back in just inside the top 10, in position 10. Got Mark Rosser behind him. One of the 5 of the Sedan Hotel Morph Vale Garage BRE entries. Well represented here this weekend. And there's the top 2, so that is second and third there, Sean Jamison And Mason Harvey, you just mentioned it, just put that blinder lap in, is now going to be challenging for second position if that's the case. And there he is. So he's got Sean Jamieson well and truly in his sights.
He's dragging Callow with him as well.
Yeah, he is. So the other Western Australian just behind him. Scott Dornan is certainly getting away with it at the moment. Where is he? There he is. He's down to the next turn. So this is Harvey's big moment. He's certainly got the pace to get himself up into second position. Oh, look how crossed up Sean Jamieson was. Fully loaded there at turn 18.
Oh, Mason Harvey could not have taken the final corner any better. He absolutely sent that, used every millimetre of road on the outside of the circuit. Another fastest lap of the race. But Sean Jamieson's Commodore in a straight line is pretty fast.
Certainly is. Harvey's very good under brakes, isn't he? We certainly saw that, but he's got plenty of pace. And looks like he's gone quicker again. So he is absolutely riddling
Jamieson, a mistake out of turn number 3, lost the rear end, and that is all the invitation the West Aussie needs in the Tri-Bridge Falcon. He shuts the door and takes position number 2. All right, Mason, put your head down. We might be in for a thriller now. He's got to try and close the margin down to Scott Dornan. The reigning champ is up into position number 2. His car looks a little bit worse for wear on the left-hand side. It looks fine from this angle. But now is the real question. What can he do in clear air? 6 laps to go. 6 seconds is the margin. But based on the last couple of laps, he might actually close down Scott Dornan. The question is Scott Dornan just conserving out there, keeping his tyres in reserve in case he needs it, in case of a safety car for late on in the race? We will get answers to those questions shortly. Is Jamieson another error at Crofty Corner? He runs 2 wheels through the grass and the gravel again through there. So in the blink of an eye, he goes from second down to 4th position. Both West Aussies in their Falcons move up onto the podium.
They do. But it's Harvey the one we should be watching, isn't it? He's got more pace than what Scott Dornan's got at the moment. So they're on lap 8 of 13 here. It's going to be an interesting finish. If he can stick to his guns, Dornan will be too aware of where Harvey is, but he'll be able to see him in his mirrors now. Obviously, it looks like Sean Jamieson's got a bit ragged there too. Jackson Callow now giving chase. 2 young Western Australian hotshots there. Both in their Ford Falcons. In the background there, Curry there. Giving it looks like Heinrich the hurry up too. There they are. So Heinrich there coming through with still Curry behind him. So let's have a look at some lap times here. Certainly Harvey's still better on that lap than the lead car there of Scott Dornan. There's 2 of the older trophy class cars there.
This is for 3rd in the division between Belouve de Silva and Andrew Martin. Martin hounding the tail of his fellow VN competitor. It gets a little bit sideways through Crofty Corner, but it doesn't look to me like Martin has enough in a straight line to be able to threaten it all. And Brett Tate's just in there behind as well. He's got a few different headlights on the front of that. He's been supporting for many years the Green-Eyed Monster tribute livery with the green eyes themselves. Oh, mistake from De Silva and from Brett Tate as well, actually. Just behind. Andrew Martin needs no further invitation. Thank you very much. I'll accept that letter. And he moves on through into 3rd position in the VN and EA class, the trophy class as we call it, up into 3rd. And let's not forget, that is worth $500 with thanks to Sedan Hotel.
Car in the pits, the Victoria champ, Baxter Smith in the pits. That's a shame, so that's the end of his race. And I just saw Sean Berger come in a little earlier as well, the South Australian there, so a couple of earlier retirements.
Baxter Smith was flying. It moved up past Mark Rosser, past Wayne King. He was up right on the tail of Deegan Preen in position number 7. It was a blinding drive for Kane Baxter Smith. We can see the bonnet is up, unfortunately, for the Falcon driver, the long-time stalwart of saloon car competition. Real shame to see him in the pit lane. It was a really good, strong start to the weekend, but a challenging Sunday afternoon for him. Further forwards, South Aussie duel, 2 drivers that have been racing Aussie racing cars in recent times. Joel Heinrich, of course, the national Aussie racing cars champion, just ahead of a relative newcomer in comparison. Jacob Curry on his tail as Curry backs it in to the final corner.
Yeah, he did. It's nearly a full send there. Still trying to stick with Joel Heinrich at the moment. And that, of course, is 5th and 6th position on the track, that particular pairing. That's a real good old typical Holden and Ford battle right there. There's Harvey.
Oh, he's locked up. He's gone in too deep at turn 1. Rhea's chirping, and he has run wide. Has he been able to hold on to second position? Because that was a big mistake just about. But his good mate Jackson Callow is right on his gearbox now. And Sean Jamieson, despite those couple of errors a couple of laps ago, he's reset and he's closed back in to make it a 3-car scrap once again for position number 2. But at last lap through, I was just looking at that when Harvey locked up. We said, does Dornan have the speed to be able to retaliate and pull back ahead of Harvey? The answer very much is yes. Both of them 2-minute 14.1s, just 100th separating those two. So I think Dornan has the answers, that is for sure, with a 5.5-second lead. Just 3.5 laps remain in this barnstorming action line marking Saloon Car Nationals of 2025.
Yeah, so it's Harvey now tries to fight off his young other challenge Western Australian there, Jackson Callow. Sean Jamieson still back there in the 4th position just behind that pairing of Falcons. So the Tri-Bridge entry makes its way down. In fact, he gets away from Callow there in that stretch. Very good in a straight line, that car. Certainly got plenty of pace. And, gets away from Callow there at the moment. So Scott Dornan out the front has slightly increased that lead, so he's got one hand on the trophy at the moment. That's for sure. As Curry still can't get past Joel Heinrich. So you can't say he's not going to die wondering because he's been chasing him around lap after lap. So the flip side entry just can't get that an extra pass in. Bit of the undercarriage flapping on the Falcon too. You can just see the underskirt there. It just loosened up there on the Heinrich entry. So it looks like everyone's got themselves nice and settled in here at the moment, but for how long? Oh, that was a little bit wide there from Harvey. He certainly gave Callum a massive look in there. And his eyes would have been wide as saucers going through that section. Until he might be close enough too. He's just tucked in behind him. Will he pull out? Which way direction is he going to go? He's just going to follow him through. Both take wide. Apex is down there at 18. Sorry, number 1, I should say, not 18. That was the previous corner.
Dornan. Scott Dornan is pulling over. The race leader has pulled over to the side of the circuit. What on earth has happened? Victory was in his grasp. 6.7 seconds was the margin, but he is not going to win his first Saloon Car Nationals. He has come to a halt. Something doesn't look right in the front right of that car, so I don't think that's engine related. I think that might be some sort of suspension issue in that car. What heartbreak for Scott
Dornan. Oh, that's terrible for the South Australian there. He would be absolutely shattered. Now it's the two Western Australians that fight it out, Harvey and Callow, and here they are. This is lap 11 off 30, so we're getting towards the end of the race here.
All weekend, it's been a Holden domination, and come the final, with just 3 laps remaining, it's a Ford 1-2. You cannot script saloon car racing in this country. How good is this? Two good mates fighting it out for honours. We got the reigning champion and a man in his very first Saloon Car Nationals directly behind him. 2 West Aussies at the front of this field. But Jamison's not too far behind either. If these two start scrapping, I would not rule out Sean Jamieson either. Let's not forget Harvey at one point in this race fell outside the top 5. He was shuffled well back, and with great car pace and great racecraft, worked his way back up into position number 2. And now with the demise of Scott Dornan, finds himself at the head of the field. Callow is giving absolutely everything. Hits the curb on the inside of turn number 17. But it looks to me like Harvey has just pulled a little bit of a margin on the last half a lap. Let's see the official time as they come across the line. We have just 10 kilometres left in this motor race, and the official margin is 0.8 of a second. What drama here in the Saloon Car Nationals. Here's a replay.
So what's happened? Look at that front end of that car. Looks like it's sitting pretty straight at the moment, so maybe that is an engine issue. Not too sure It's all over anyway. There's Wayne King, the KW Home Improvements entry car, number 25, currently in 7th position. Got a pretty consistent weekend. Not quite the same pace as his competitors in front of him, but he's given it all. There's Jamison. He's biding his time. He's back there in 3rd position. We've got 2 young Western Australians sorting themselves out in front of him. There they are. In fact, Jamison's taking a little bit of ground out. So well predicted there, Dan, while these other 2 are trying to scrap each other out. Just get a little bit closer there to Callow. In fact, in that case, Harvey's also got away here. Look at the gap he's got. So Callow's just dropped off the back of him down through that section. Oh, it's getting close now, isn't it? Penultimate lap here at the moment. The Tri-Bridge entry. Looks like he will retain the number 1 badge on the side of that race car. We're going to find out very shortly in a lap and a half's time.
I'm just looking, we saw the slow car on pit straight. That was Ciela, who was leading the Pensioners Cup. So I'm just trying to work out who is now leading the Pensioners Cup. I think it's Rick Gill in position number 18. Yeah. So he's inherited that position just ahead, actually, of Adam Koberstein, who's leading the trophy class as well. So 18th and 19th. Just keep an eye on them on timing, because they are class leaders out there on this racetrack at the moment. But out in front, we are keeping our eyes, as we should be, on the outright honours. Heinrich just ahead of Curry over the brow of the hill. This is for position number 4 on the road. 2 South Aussies having a duel. Actually, no, King's moved through. What's happened to Curry on this lap? He's fallen behind Deegan Preen and Curry. So there is drama, late race heartbreak here for Jacob Curry. He is cruising. He's got 1 lap to go. Hopefully the youngster can make it around and pick up a top 10 finish in the Saloon Car Nationals, because it's been thoroughly deserved. He's done really, really well this weekend. Across the line they go. Mason Harvey pulled out half a second on Jackson Callow last time through. Half a second. That could be all important at the end of this race, but the time is winding down now. The Tri-Bridge Falcon leading the way.
Scott Dornan parked up there. This is the final lap as well. So is Mason Harvey going to go back-to-back here in the Saloon Car Nationals? Well and truly inside the final lap here. So lap 13 off 13. There's Callow still chasing, but I don't think he's got enough pace. He's going to run out of time. Can he get it done? Now there's the Tri-Bridge entry, nice colour. It's got a nice clean car. That side, the other side's well and truly marked up. Headlights ablaze. So he has had a few scrimmages throughout the weekend.
He's even got a bit of a knock on the mirror, the right mirror. He would not be able to see what is coming. That has been very much folded in over the course of this race. But as you say, back-to-back, last person to do that was Grant Johnson, either side of the COVID-19 pandemic in 2019 and 2022. It was a bit of Holden domination in saloon cars for quite some time. However, Falcons have won the last 2. I thought for all money it looked like it was going to be going the way of Holden here today. They've won all of the heats, but when it matters, it is a Falcon 1-2, and it's Mason Harvey in the Tri-Bridge Falcon that leads the way. The Aussie racing car competitor comes around the final couple of corners. He doesn't know this track that well compared to a lot of his competitors, but he has delivered in this 13-lap affair. Mason Harvey comes around the final corner. The West Australian makes it back-to-back saloon car titles, a national champion once again in 2025. Mason Harvey, what a drive in that final race. He beats home Callow by 2.1 seconds in the end. When it mattered, he put his head down and he pulled a margin over his good mate. Sean Jamison, the best of the Holdens, in position number 3. Despite the performance from him this weekend, he could not challenge the Falcons in the final. Here is Copestein in the hydraulic-sponsored car number 51, of course. Holden's 51s, you instantly think of Greg Murphy. There's been a Murph-like performance out there this weekend. He's been dominant throughout much of it, and he's closing in on our Pensioners Cup winner as well. So we got two class leaders running nose to tail. Hopefully they will become winners in the next couple of corners. Look at the big dent in the side of Rick Gill's Falcon. That has taken a hefty knock. He's lost a rear brake light as well. That's been battered and bruised, to say the very least. But Rick Gill is going to come around the final corner. He's going to win the Pensioners Cup, and directly behind him in the 51 Commodore, it's Cobstein who dominates the trophy class fight here this weekend. But the fight for third in the trophy class is still very much on, Mark.
Interesting, that's Andrew Martin there in second position. It's been a Western Australian wipeout, isn't it? All classes.
All lock up.
All lock up there. And he'll keep at seventh position. He's got De Silva behind him. In the 33 car. Second and third there in the trophy class. Just coming through down the hill they come. But it's been Western Australians. They've taken all classes here outright. The Pensioners Cup, and they've taken the trophy class as well, so they can pack all those cars back in the big transporter and be proud they'll go take all the trophies home with them.
Very good. Good point there. Well made, Mark. Absolutely right. They are very much clean swept here today. Across the line, though, third position for Andrew Martin in the trophy class, and that'll give him $500. This man has been pretty much the dominant force in the Pensioners Cup all weekend. We saw him have an issue early on in the race, and sadly, Ciala has come to a halt out there on the racetrack. But there, everybody, is our race victor, Mason Harvey. He's tapping the roof. He is absolutely elated, as he should be. What a drive from him. He did not have things easy. He had to make his way through a lot of cars in that 13-lap race, and he did so. He made his way up to second, and when Scott Dornan fell by the wayside, he picked up the pieces. Here's the results, Mark.
Here's the official results. Of course, Mason Harvey will keep that number one badge on the side door. He takes out the National Championship. Go back to Jackson Callow, the Western Australian wipeout. Back to Sean Jamison, the first of the South Australians. Then we go back to Joel Heinrich, Deegan Preen. A lot of South Australians behind the Western Australians there. So Wayne King in sixth position. Seventh was Jacob Curry. Scott Godding got into eighth. Mark Rosser and the first of the Victorians just inside the top 10 there, Daniel Johnson. And we go back to Jaden Jamison. Did a terrific job. He made much ground that he make up. Let's go back to also Jacob Prestopino as well. Chris Neesey from Western Australia. Then we go back to Dave Lyons, Tim McNamara, Tony Aldino, Kerry Bright, Rick Gill, which you mentioned, won the Pensioners Cup there. Then Adam Koberstein for the trophy class. Then we go back to Blair Davies, position number 20. Go back to Reggie Ralph, Jason Cruz, Jason Shembry, Andrew Martin, Terra Bellevue, De Silva, Brett Tate, Vince Caniella, who's parked up in the infield. Scott Dornan, what a tragedy. Didn't get there over the last couple of laps, pulled up trackside, came back to Smith, pitted early. Andrew McSwain also a non-finisher there. Jason Chaffee was one of the earlier ones that went into the pits in the Gibson Motorsports entry. Sean Berger also a non-finisher. And then there's a whole list of non-starters there. Lowndes, Koberstein, Brock Bowley, Matt Jagger, James Jensky, and also Gary Hill's involved with an incident yesterday that wiped him out for the rest of the meeting. And that's the full wrap. And there's the tragedy story right there. We were looking for a South Australian victory where you didn't get it.
Yes. Tragedy is the right word, I think, there, Mark. What a shame for Scott Dornan. He did everything right. He finished second in race one yesterday, and from there it's been victory after victory after victory. But we said it all weekend long, didn't we? Doesn't matter how you do in the heats. It is all about the final. And there was late race heartbreak for Scott Dornan. What a shame. What a weekend it has been here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. What a thrilling way to finish things off with the Saloon Car Nationals. Fantastic weekend of action. I'd like to thank my commentators alongside me, of course, Steve DeFries, and as well, Martin Ancaro. Myself, Dan McCarthy. It's been an absolute privilege to commentate all the action here on the screens of Blendline TV. We hope you've enjoyed the action. I'm sure you have. That was a belter to finish things off. We'll be back here in just a few weeks' time with something a bit different. The Bend Classic is not too far away. Thanks very much for watching. Have a safe drive home if you're here at the track. If you're watching on Blendline TV, we hope to see you watching the action once again soon. Thanks very much, and we'll see you soon.